Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter became the defender of the Wizarding Realm. Here is short summary. After slaying the basilisk and proving his unmatched bravery, Harry Potter is recognized as the true protector of the Wizarding world. But with power and honor come new challenges. Can he rise to defend the realm from greater threats? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The Wizarding Charter of Great Britain is a document signed by what became the Ministry and whichever king was on the throne at the time, giving Wizarding Britain some form of autonomy from Muggle society in exchange for certain concessions from Wizarding society. I don't know what they all are, just that one of them was that Muggle hunting was officially outlawed. That's why my cousin's attempt to make it legal again failed, as it would have resulted in the charter being revoked. That's how I found out about it, for that matter. I don't think many wizards even remember it exists these days. Harry looked thoughtful. In that case, the Queen might not even know about us wizards either. That could be a real problem. I'll tell you what, Harry, said Sirius, let's ask Arthur if he can get us copies of the charter and any other relevant documents. Then we can see what we're up against. I don't know, Sirius, I really want to keep this quiet, especially from Mrs. Weasley, Harry worried. I'll talk to him alone, it won't be a problem. Who else knows about this idea? Just Ron and Hermione, and I've asked them to keep it quiet. Okay, we'll keep it to that group for now, especially since Hermione can probably help us with the research. I'll stress the importance of not telling anyone else to Arthur, and hopefully he'll understand. Now head on back to your friends before Molly gets suspicious. After all, I'm probably corrupting you with all sorts of things I shouldn't be telling you, Sirius finished with a grin. Thanks, especially about the family part. Let's talk again later, even if it's just nothing important, Harry said, as he turned to leave. Count on it, pup. Sirius grabbed Harry and hugged him one last time before letting him go. After dinner that night, Sirius pulled Arthur Weasley aside to talk about getting copies of the charter. Arthur just raised an eyebrow when Sirius pulled him into an unused room and put up a privacy spell. Arthur, Sirius began, I need a favor. Nothing major, but it's something only you can probably do right now, and it needs to be kept between just us for now. Will you help me? Arthur looked warily at Sirius. He was still looking haggard and pale, but something in his eyes was gleaming in a way he hadn't seen before. He gave Sirius a long hard look, but the latter man neither broke his gaze nor flinched. He was being serious, whatever this was about, and not trying to pull some sort of mischief. I won't promise anything until I hear what you're asking for, but I'll at least listen. What are you asking? Sirius let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding, then handed a small piece of paper to Arthur. Can you get me copies of any official documents on that list or related to it? Arthur looked at the short but significant list. The Wizarding Charter. The Wizengamot Charter. What do you need those for? Arthur's mind was spinning. He knew that he could get those documents for Sirius, but he wasn't sure if he could do it without having too many questions asked. And what on earth did Sirius need them for? Sirius nodded. As you may remember, I never got a trial. In fact, I was never officially found guilty of anything. They just decided that I was, and threw me in Azkaban. Harry's hearing made me wonder if there was anything in the rules that let them do that, or if I might be able to find something to force a trial and proclaim my innocence. Not that Fudge would even consider doing that, but he won't be minister forever. Arthur nodded at the last bit. Fudge was an idiot who was burying his head in the sand, and sooner or later that wouldn't be enough to save his neck. He was still worried though. You're not going to do anything stupid if you find something, like going public with it, right? I don't even want to think about the damage that would cause to the order. Sirius held up both hands, palms out, and shook his head. No. Even if I find something, there's no way I'm taking it to the Wizarding world until at least Fudge is out of office, or something else drastic happens. I may be a little crazy after 12 years in Azkaban, but I'm not stupid. The last was said with a brief grin, but the Sirius's face returned to its previous mien. In all honesty, I'm not expecting to find anything in there. But it will give me something to do while I'm stuck here, and maybe it will even help me in the long run. I figure that it's worth a shot. After all, I've got nothing to lose." Arthur considered that, and combined with Sirius's seriousness, he mentally chuckled at the turn of phrase convinced him that he wasn't about to make any rash decisions even if he found something. "Okay. I can't guarantee it, but I'll try. It might be a day or two before I can get them." Sirius waved Arthur off. "Sooner is better, but however long it takes, it takes. But, if you can get them before Harry's hearing, maybe we'll find something in there to help him too. Not that he should need it, from what I've heard, but every little bit helps." Arthur hadn't thought about helping Harry with this until Sirius mentioned it, but after a moment's consideration decided that it was probably a good idea. "I'll do my best to get them tomorrow, if it can help Harry. I'll also talk to Molly about giving the kids time to look at them with you, rather than just having them clean the house." "Thanks, Arthur," said Sirius. "I really appreciate it." "You're welcome," said Arthur, "and now I need to turn in if I'm going to get those documents for you tomorrow. Good night, Sirius." Sirius took down the privacy wards as Arthur turned to leave. "Good night, Arthur." Once Arthur had gone, Sirius sat down to think. He knew that if Dumbledore got wind of what they were doing, it would probably fail. But if he could keep up the pretense of it being just for the hearing itself, and to look for far future help for himself, maybe they could pull it off. After all, he had nothing to lose. With that thought, he got up and headed for the library to see if he could find anything else that might help. Percy Weasley had a dilemma, and it wasn't going away. 3 days ago he had overheard Minister Fudge talking to his undersecretary about the upcoming hearing on Harry Potter's underage use of magic, and he didn't know what to do about it, no matter how much time he spent thinking about it. While he had chosen loyalty to the minister over his family, he had rationalized it by the fact that the minister was following the rules that held up society, whereas his family was trying to destabilize that society by claiming that you-know-who had returned. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that his loyalty was to the rules more than it was to the person upholding them. And that was where his dilemma came from. He knew that Harry Potter was accused of violating the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, which hadn't come as a surprise to him at all. After all, when he himself was at Hogwarts he knew that Harry had flouted the rules whenever he could get away with them, but now he'd gotten caught outside of Hogwarts where the headmaster couldn't protect him. And if Potter was found guilty of the offenses charged, which Percy assumed would happen, he had no problem seeing the boy punished. The issue was, if he had heard correctly, the minister was planning on at least bending the rules to ensure the verdict. And now Percy was faced with having to choose between his job and his conscience. He knew he had to talk to someone about it, but who? Who could he trust to listen to what he said without either judging him or jeopardizing his career in case he was wrong? He pushed it to the back of his mind, knowing the answer wouldn't come quickly. Maybe if he spent some time not thinking about it the answer would present itself to him. The answer, as it happened, presented itself the following morning on his way into the ministry. Shortly after he got onto the lift, his father joined him. "Percival," Arthur said coolly. "Father," acknowledged Percy, knowing that the use of his full name meant that his father was still angry with him. He didn't understand why his father had been so upset after Percy explained his reasons, since he'd always been fairly level-headed when not playing with his Muggle toys. A light bulb went off in Percy's head. He'd talked to his father about it. Not in detail, but even in general terms his father could help, assuming he was willing to. When they stepped off the lift, Percy tapped his father on the shoulder. "Do you have some time today?" he asked. Arthur looked at him, as though deciding how to answer. After a few seconds he nodded. "I can make some. Sooner would be easier than later. I'm expecting a few reports this afternoon." Percy let out the breath he had been unknowingly holding. "How about now?" he suggested, "before anyone grabs either of us." "Okay," said Arthur. "My office." Percy nodded. "Yes, I think that would be best." Arthur nodded back, then turned towards his office. He wasn't sure what was going on, but Percy seemed to want a genuine conversation with him, so he figured it was worth a try. Maybe he would come back into the fold, though he wasn't getting his hopes up. The two men headed down the corridor and into Arthur's office before anyone could grab them, and then Percy put up a privacy ward once the door was closed. Arthur raised an eyebrow at that, but decided to let Percy make the first move. "I need some advice, Dad," Percy said, once he'd sat in one of the guest chairs. Arthur nodded, but didn't say anything, so Percy continued. "Before I explain anything, I need you to promise that you won't jump to any conclusions or judgments and will hear me out. I know we haven't always agreed on everything, especially recently, but you've always tried to teach me right from wrong, and I respect you for that." Arthur started to open his mouth to say something, but stopped himself. Percy was obviously troubled by something, and had reached out to his father for help even though they weren't on good terms at the moment. The last thing he wanted to do was waste an opportunity to bridge the gap between them. After a moment, he closed his mouth, nodded, and gestured Percy to continue. Percy took his father's nod as acceptance of his request, and recognized the olive branch of not commenting for what it was. He still didn't want to give his father all the details, but he knew he had to start somewhere. "Okay, here's what's going on. I've recently become aware of something that I don't approve of, but saying anything about it could get me fired, or worse. The thing is, I don't know if what's going on is going to make any actual difference in anything, or if it's just a matter of how things are going to get done." Arthur looked a little confused. He was trying to follow his son's logic, but it wasn't very clear to him. "I'm not sure what you mean, Percy. Can you try to be a little less vague about what's bothering you?" Percy sighed and looked thoughtful. Arthur realized that Percy wasn't upset at him for asking the question, he just wasn't sure how to answer it. Eventually Percy seemed to shrug inwardly, and answered his father. "First off, you know I'm a stickler for the rules, right?" Arthur nodded, successfully suppressing a grin, or was it a grimace? "Right, so there's a situation where someone did something they shouldn't have, and it needs to be dealt with. Now there's rules about how these things need to be dealt with, and there's no reason not to follow them. But the person who's dealing with it wants to make sure that it's dealt with, and is planning on at least bending, if not breaking some of those rules to ensure that the offender is dealt with. And I don't know if it's worth risking my career just to try and make them stick to the rules." Arthur looked thoughtful. "May I ask a few questions? I think I understand what you're saying, but I want to be sure." Percy nodded. "I won't promise to give you details, but I'll try to answer as best I can." "Okay," said Arthur. "First of all, I think from what you said that someone broke the law, that they need to be tried, and that if found guilty there's punishment to be meted out. Am I correct so far?" Percy nodded again, but didn't offer any details. "I see. So the rules you mentioned must have something to do with the trial process. Are you saying that someone is trying to ensure the outcome of the trial before it even happens, maybe even rigging it? That it wouldn't be a fair trial?" Percy frowned. Was Fudge going to rig it so Potter was found guilty before he was even tried? Percy didn't think it went that far, but he had to admit he couldn't exclude the possibility completely. "I won't say that's accurate, at least not to that extreme, but for the sake of this discussion you can assume that's essentially correct." Arthur frowned as well. "I know what I would do just based on what you told me, but I know that's not what you're asking me to tell you. So ask yourself this. What would cause the most harm if you make the wrong choice? There's two branches here. Whether the accused gets a fair trial or not, and whether they're guilty or not. I assume that the person running the trial is attempting to force a guilty verdict, yes?" Percy nodded, and Arthur continued. "The most harm is done if the verdict doesn't match whether they're guilty or innocent. The worst case scenarios would be either if they were guilty but got off, which is more likely to happen in a fair trial from what you've said, or if they're innocent but found guilty, which is more likely to happen in an unfair trial. So which would be worse?" Percy closed his eyes, clearly deep in thought. Arthur decided to give his son some time, and picked up the first of the day's reports. Inside his own thoughts, Percy was weighing the options and considering his father's words. What would be the harm in either of those cases, and which one was worse? On the one hand, if Potter was found innocent even though he was guilty, was there any real harm? Sure, he would still be saying that you know who was back, but the ministry had that under control right now. And while he did violate the statute of secrecy, he hadn't heard of any obliviators needing to be called in, so it couldn't be that bad. But on the other hand, what if Potter really was innocent? That would mean that you know who really was back. Percy shuddered unconsciously at the thought, but Arthur didn't notice it, and he must have had a good reason for using magic when he did. If he was found guilty in spite of that, they would snap his wand and expel him from Hogwarts, maybe even worse. And if you know whoever decided to try and kill Harry Potter again, he wouldn't stand a chance. No, he realized, there wasn't any real question of what was worse, the question was, did he have the courage to do something about it? Percy opened his eyes, and saw his father reading a report at his desk. He thought for another moment, then came to a decision. "Dad," Percy said, getting Arthur's attention, "I need to tell you something, but I'm afraid it could come back to bite me." Arthur looked at his third son closely. He could see the fear in Percy's eyes, but also the resolve to do the right thing that he's always hoped to see in all of his children. "I don't know what I can do, but I'll do everything I can to keep your name out of whatever happens. And if for some reason you need a place to stay, I'll make sure you have one." Percy looked a little relieved, but still was nervous. From somewhere inside he summoned his Gryffindor courage and told his dad what he'd heard. When he was done, he realized that in spite of his fear he felt more relaxed. Maybe he was doing the right thing after all. Arthur put down that report and leaned back in his chair. "Are you sure of this?" he asked Percy. "Not 100%, as it was just something I overheard the minister discussing with Umbridge, but they sounded serious. And I did see a notice go out to the Wizengamot about a meeting called for that morning." Percy looked thoughtful. "I can try to confirm exactly what's happening, but that might seem suspicious." "No, not right now, just keep your ears open. If we don't have an answer by the 10th, then maybe. I don't know how we're going to deal with this, but maybe you can help me with something related to it. I need to get copies of several documents, and you'd probably have an easier time getting them than I would." "What do you need?" asked Percy. Arthur reached into his pocket and pulled out a small note. He handed it to Percy, whose eyes went wide as he read it. "The Wizarding Charter of Great Britain and all of its amendments, same for the Wizengamot Charter. What on earth do you need all this for?" Arthur shook his head. "I don't actually know the details, just that Hermione wanted them for a research project." He didn't dare mention Sirius to Percy, at least not yet, but he figured Hermione's reputation would make it sound plausible. "I was going to try and get them later today, but if you could get them for me that would probably be better." Percy thought for a minute, then nodded. "I think I can do it at lunchtime without raising suspicions. I'll have them sent over this afternoon with a couple reports I've been putting off sending you for a while. Nothing urgent, just copies for your files." Percy stood up. "Thanks for listening, Dad. I still don't agree with your decision to side with Dumbledore, but I'll try to be more accepting of it. I'm still worried about my position, but I think telling you was the right thing. I'll let you know if I hear anything else." "You're welcome, son," Arthur replied. "We may not always agree, but we'll always be family. Please let me know if you have any problems copying those documents for me." "I will. I'll see you later." Percy took down the privacy ward and walked out, no longer burdened by his dilemma. After Percy left, Arthur took a deep breath, then let out a big sigh. If the ministry was gunning for Harry this hard, who knows what was going to happen at the trial. Maybe Harry really did need all the help he could get to see this through. He shook his head, his thoughts switching to his third son. Maybe there was hope for him. If Percy could be shown the truth, he'd know that Harry was right, and the minister was wrong. But that still might not matter if the rules weren't in his favor. Shaking his head, Arthur picked up the report he'd been reading. There was nothing more he could do about Percy right now, but at least he had hope. Hermione Granger considered herself a studious girl, but even she had to admit that this was some of the most boring reading she'd ever done. While waiting for Mr. Weasley to bring home copies of the Wizarding Charter, she'd convinced Harry and Sirius that they needed copies of British Muggle law as well. As a result, with the help of her parents, she, Harry, Sirius and anyone else who was willing to help them were currently reading through the multiple tomes of Muggle legalese, looking for anything that was potentially relevant to Sirius' situation. They hadn't told anyone else exactly what they were considering, just that they were looking for precedent that might be used to get Sirius a trial and/or a not guilty verdict. They hadn't found much, but perhaps after getting the wizarding equivalents things would make more sense. Molly had objected rather strenuously about the fact that they weren't cleaning the house with the rest of the children. Arthur had told her that she had to give them time for their research project, and Sirius had stared her down when she tried to take Harry and Hermione away. Her own children weren't that lucky, and were grumbling rather fiercely about having to do all the work without them. Only Ron's quietly telling them that it was important got them to back down. After all, if Ron thought research in the library was important, the end of the world might be nigh. That evening, when Arthur came home, he took Harry aside to tell him about what he'd learned that day. "Harry, I spoke with Percy today." Harry tried not to look sour, but Arthur couldn't miss the reaction to Percy's name. He took a second to keep his composure and asked, "What did he want, sir?" Arthur sighed. He knew Percy's decision to side against Harry would be a problem, but hoped this information might at least move things towards a more neutral footing. "He came to me with a dilemma, and after using me with a sounding board he told me some disturbing news. Fudge is planning on trying you as an adult in front of the full Wizengamot, and he intends to spring that on you at the last second. If you're convicted, they'll probably snap your wand, assuming he can't get you sent to Azkaban." "He what?" shouted Harry, jumping to his feet. "That idiotic, brown-nosing." He trailed off under his breath as he paced back and forth, interrupted only by Sirius slamming the door open and barging in. "What's happened?" Sirius demanded, looking at Arthur angrily. Arthur gulped. He knew that Sirius wouldn't take no for an answer, he just hoped it didn't cause him to run off and do something stupid despite his promises otherwise. Luckily for him, Harry beat him to it. "Sit down and promise me you won't run off and do anything stupid, okay? I need your help, and getting yourself killed isn't going to do either of us any good," said Harry, looking Sirius straight in the eye. Sirius stared back at Harry for a few seconds, wondering what happened, then he realized that Harry was right, and he might just do something stupid depending on what Harry said. He took a deep breath, nodded, and raised his wand. "I promise to not do anything without discussing it with you first, Marauder's honor." Then he took a seat while Harry closed the door. "Besides, I already promised Arthur I wouldn't do anything stupid if I found anything that could get me a trial or help you with yours. Fudge is trying to railroad me on the underage magic charge. He's going to surprise me with a trial in front of the full Wizengamot." Sirius visibly restrained himself from exploding, then shook his head. "Stupid idiot. Don't worry, Harry, we'll figure something out." Harry looked at Arthur. "Were you able to get those documents?" Arthur looked sharply at Harry, then nodded. "I thought there was something suspicious about Sirius asking for those documents out of the blue." "It was your idea, wasn't it?" "More Hermione's," said Harry, to which both Arthur and Sirius chuckled. Harry looked pointedly at Arthur and said, "Well, after he decided to confide in me about Fudge's plans, Percy asked if there was any way he could help. I asked him to get the copies since it wouldn't look as suspicious, and he did." "Wait a minute," said Sirius, "I thought Percy thought Harry was dangerous and/or delusional. Why would he be helping?" Harry nodded and asked, "Yeah, he's never been too keen on me." "What's going on, Mr. Weasley?" Arthur pulled out the folder with the documents. He came to the realization that his conscience couldn't live with letting you get wrongfully convicted in an unfair trial. "It's more complicated than that, but I'll let him tell you directly, if he wants to. Now, the only question is, what are we going to do about it?" Sirius glanced at Harry, who had a pensive look on his face. After a second, Harry shook his head and Sirius nodded. "We're looking into options, but we don't want to say anything yet until we see what those documents say." Harry held out his hand towards Arthur. "We really need to see what these say right away, it will tell us if we've missed any options." Arthur glanced back and forth between the two, recognizing that there was something big being left unsaid. He hesitated, before Sirius spoke up. "I'll make sure Harry abides by the same rules I said I would. We won't do anything stupid, and we won't jump the gun, okay?" Sirius looked at Harry, "Right, pup?" Harry nodded slowly, then looked at Arthur. I can't promise things won't go totally pear-shaped, since that sort of thing usually just finds me. Case in point, the last muttered under his breath as he looked down. He looked back up at Arthur, but I won't go looking for trouble, I promise. He held his hand back out. Arthur nodded, and handed him the scrolls. Okay, Harry, that's all I can ask for. Thanks, Mr. Weasley, we'll let you know if we find anything. Thanks again, Arthur, said Sirius, and please thank Percy for us as well, assuming you think it won't cause problems. You're welcome. I can't say I'm not uneasy about what you two might be planning, but I'm beginning to think that doing anything will be preferable to doing nothing at all. I just hope you'll talk to me about whatever you have planned before you do anything. No promises, Mr. Weasley, said Harry, but I'll try. He and Sirius got up and left the room, leaving Arthur wondering exactly how badly this was going to blow up in his face. Molly had called them for dinner shortly after Harry and Sirius had finished talking to Arthur, so it wasn't until after dinner that Harry, Sirius, Hermione and Ron were able to sit down and look at the documents. They sat in the library at a table, Hermione reading the charter with Harry and Sirius on either side of her, while Ron looked like he was almost, but not quite, bored enough to go elsewhere. Only his desire to help Harry kept him present. The Wizarding Charter was originally ratified in 1613, and was amended and restated in 1689. It states that while the Wizarding world would be given its autonomy, it still had to respect the major pieces of English Muggle law. The stuff that these days would be considered part of the British Constitution. Hermione was scanning the document and summarizing it for everyone, much to Harry's amusement and Sirius's annoyance. So how does that help me? Us? Asked Sirius, almost growling as Hermione's head wagged left and right as she read. Harry was more used to this, but echoed his godfather's question. Yeah, Hermione, how does this help us? She held up a finger for them to wait a minute as she finished the document, then let out the breath she hadn't realized she was holding. I can't believe it, she said, almost sounding scared. Those idiots probably have no idea how much danger they're putting themselves in. She started to shake her head. Ron had had enough. Hermione. He slapped the table to get her attention. What the bloody hell are you talking about? Language, Ron, she snapped, then realized that the three of them were all looking at her in annoyed anticipation. She sighed, then nodded. The Wizarding Charter requires them to uphold the British Constitution, she started, but was interrupted by Ron. You already said that, said Ron, looking like he was ready to burst. Let me finish, retorted Hermione, who then continued. That includes the Magna Carta and the Habeas Corpus Act, both of which are relevant here. The Magna Carta says you can't be imprisoned without being found guilty at trial, and the Habeas Corpus Act says you can petition the court to determine if your imprisonment was lawful or not. We know Sirius didn't get a trial, so he was never found guilty. Even if he was still in Azkaban, the Habeas Corpus Act should have been enough to force them to give him a trial, yet nobody did. Now we just need to get the Ministry to follow the rules. And why would they bother to do that? Asked Sirius, looking skeptical. Because if they don't, they risk having the charter revoked. Sirius's eyes went wide with the implications. It says that the Crown has the right to revoke the Wizarding Charter for gross violations of the rights of its subjects. I think this qualifies, she said, looking at both Sirius and Harry. There's only one problem, said Ron, looking more thoughtful than usual. Nobody in the Wizarding world is going to listen to a Muggle tell them the rules, Queen or not. The three of them stared at Ron for a moment, then they all sagged. Sirius was the first to say anything. He's right, there's no way the purebloods would bow down to a Muggle, even if she were standing with the crown on her head right in front of them. It would take a wizard or witch on the throne to even get them to notice. How do we know she's not one? Asked Harry, trying not to sound desperate. After all, the royal family must have had some wizards in it at some point for them to even know about the Wizarding world to grant the charter. I'm already up for violating the Statute of Secrecy, I might as well take a chance. Besides, I spent 10 years in the Muggle world, so I'm as much her subject as the ministers. Hermione, will you help me get it right? It's not every day I petition the Queen. Hermione looked torn, then thoughtful, then went and grabbed one of the Muggle law books they had been going over before. After a few minutes searching, she made a noise and dragged the book over to her friends. The Bill of Rights, passed in 1689, the same time the Wizarding Charter was amended and restated. It guarantees the right to petition the monarch without fear of retribution. It might be a stretch, but I think that might even cover you if you break the statute of secrecy by writing the Queen. Okay, you've convinced me, I'll help you out, at least for now. Thanks, Hermione, said Harry, and they started discussing what to write. Harry looked at the letter he had written, satisfied that it was as good as he was going to get given the limited amount of time he had to do this. He took out an envelope and addressed it, using the title Hermione had given him. Her Majesty Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories, Queen, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith. He put the letter in, sealed it, and then called for Hedwig. I know you're always careful, but I need you to be extra careful with this letter. I want you to give this only to the Queen, or to someone who is completely loyal to Her Majesty, and will give it to her no matter what. I also want you to stay and wait for a reply, unless they read the letter and tell you they won't be sending one. You're the only one I trust with this correspondence. Hedwig hooted at Harry and nibbled on his ear, then held out her leg. Harry trusted her to do what was needed, and that was good enough for her. After one last affectionate nip, she took off out the window, headed for Buckingham Palace. Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, was sitting in her private study going over the least glamorous of her duties as monarch, paperwork, and quite a bit of it. She had been away for a few days, and things tended to pile up in her absence. She didn't mind having to do it though, as it gave her an excuse to spend an hour alone without anyone but her dogs to keep her company. Besides, it was late, and while her husband had turned in for the night, she wasn't quite ready to do so yet. After having made it about halfway through the pile, mostly items that she had to sign off on for official purposes only, she noticed her dogs perk up. After a few seconds, they both warily headed over to one of the windows into the courtyard, where she realized she heard a gentle tapping sound. Seeing as her dogs weren't acting alarmed, but just curious, she got up to investigate. Halfway there, she realized that there was a bird tapping at the window. And not just any bird, but a large, beautiful snowy owl. Confused for a moment as to why an owl would be knocking on her window, she suddenly realized what this must be. It had been years, nay decades, since anyone in the wizarding world had tried to send her a letter directly by owl post, as the wizarding world had retreated into itself even more after the war. She almost went to open the window to let the owl in, but thought better of it and went back to her desk. She pushed a button on her phone that she'd rarely had use for, then sat back and waited. Hearing the owl's knocking intensify, she looked over and said, "Just wait a minute, I'll let you in once my court wizard arrives." Shortly there was a knock on the door, and the Queen pushed a button to let them in. There were 4 of them, 2 dressed as Muggle attendants but with wands drawn, and 2 wearing tastefully concealed body armor with pistols at their hips, ready to be drawn. Seeing that there was no apparent immediate danger, the wizards put away their wands and gave a courtly bow, while the bodyguards took flanking positions by the door. "How may we assist your Majesty?" asked the senior of the 2 wizards. The Queen motioned towards the window, where the owl could still clearly be seen, although the tapping had stopped. "It appears that one of our magical subjects has sent us an owl post. While we do not expect any danger from it, it would not do to be careless." The wizards nodded, and the younger one went to the window to open it. Once the window was open far enough, the owl flew in, ignoring the wizard's outstretched arm and landing on the Queen's desk. Both wizards instantly had their wands out, and the bodyguards drew their pistols, but they held their fire as the owl simply sat there with its leg out, waiting. The chief wizard looked at the Queen. "If I may, your Majesty." The Queen nodded, and the wizard approached the owl. She eyed him warily, then looked straight at the Queen, pulling her leg back. "It appears that the letter is to be delivered directly to you, your Majesty," said the wizard. "Perhaps you can ask it to give it to me. I'd like to check it for spells before you handle it." The Queen nodded, then looked at the owl. "Please give the letter to our chief wizard, and he will give it to us if there are no problems." The owl looked between the queen and the wizard a few times, then held out her leg again. The wizard cast a quick spell, then took the letter. After casting several more spells, he turned the envelope over in his hands and read the address. "Your Majesty," he said, "the only magic I detect on this is a magical signature, similar to that of your royal seal. It is also addressed to you with your full title and style, which is why the owl attempted to deliver it you personally. Shall I open it?" "No, thank you," said the queen, holding out her hand. "If the sender was so intent on our receiving it directly, then we should like to read it for ourselves." The chief wizard nodded, and handed the queen the envelope. She opened it carefully using a letter opener on her desk, and began to read it, glancing at the owl occasionally as she did so. The 9th of August 1995. Your Majesty, my name is Harry James Potter, and I am writing you as a loyal subject of the crown living in the wizarding world. I am writing to ask for your assistance, as both myself and my godfather, Sirius Orion Black, are subject to injustices by the wizarding world in direct contravention of your laws. I don't know what, if anything, you know of the wizarding world, but we are supposed to be subject to your core protections, as well as being considered your subjects. Unfortunately, those who currently rule the wizarding world seem to have forgotten that fact, or possibly have chosen to ignore it. For myself, I ask your assistance in receiving a fair and unbiased trial so that I can prove that the charge against me is false. I have been charged with performing underage magic. I'm 15, and the age of majority in the wizarding world is 17, and violating the statute of secrecy, and while the former is true, it was done only in self-defense, which is permitted under the law. My hearing is scheduled for the morning of 12th August, and were it conducted in a fair and impartial manner, I have no doubt that the facts would speak for themselves and I would be found innocent of all charges. Unfortunately, because I have said some things publicly that the Ministry of Magic does not want to believe, they have decided to try me as an adult, and are further attempting to rig the trial by surprising me with that fact, something I only learned by accident. I do not know what you can do to assist me, but as long as I receive a fair trial I feel that I can refute these charges with the truth. The situation with my godfather is more difficult, but in many ways is also simpler. Sirius Black was placed in Azkaban prison for 12 years having been charged, but neither tried nor convicted, as an accomplice in murdering my parents and having murdered another wizard and several muggles, non-magical people, all charges of which he is innocent. He managed to escape 2 years ago, supposedly to murder me, but it was later discovered that the wizard he had supposedly murdered was still alive and had been the one to betray my parents instead. I personally witnessed said wizard alive, but because of my age and unpopularity with the ministry, my testimony was ignored, and my godfather was sentenced to die immediately. He managed to escape again, and has been living on the run ever since despite evidence that he is not guilty of any crimes. After research on both wizard and muggle laws, we have determined that both his imprisonment and death sentence violate the still extant Clause 29 of the Magna Carta, a document that is valid in both our worlds, and that the Habeas Corpus Act also applies here. I ask that you either issue a royal pardon to my godfather, or that you issue a writ of habeas corpus and any other documents required to ensure that my godfather receives a fair trial. You may not be aware of it, but the wizarding world has ways to ensure that a witness gives only truthful testimony, as well as being able to view someone else's memory from an objective standpoint. I would be willing to present myself to you and give both forms of testimony if you have the means of obtaining it. I pray that your Majesty sees fit to give aid, in whatever form, to your loyal subject, and I will do whatever I must to see justice done. My owl, Hedwig, will remain with you until you either give her a reply, or tell her that you will not be sending one. She is the only one I trust with this correspondence. I have the honor to be, Madam, your Majesty's humble and obedient servant. Signed, Harry James Potter. The Queen finished reading the letter, folded it back up and thought for a moment. Then she looked at the chief wizard with her royal business face and asked, "Tell us about Harry James Potter, and then tell us about Sirius Orion Black." The chief wizard paled at the mention of the latter's name, then steeled himself and nodded. It all started 14 years ago, on the 31st of October, 1981. It was nearly an hour later when the Queen was satisfied that she'd heard enough to make a preliminary decision. She had a feeling it wouldn't be popular with her court wizards, but she was the Queen, and they weren't. Thank you. We believe we've heard enough. Please take a letter to Sir Harry James Potter. She looked pointedly at the younger wizard, as the chief wizard gasped. Your Majesty, the boy has no title, the elder wizard protested, but the Queen raised a hand and he wisely stopped. While he does not have the title officially yet, he has clearly earned it by his actions, and we will see that he receives it when we speak to him. Now please take our letter to Harry James Potter. The wizard pulled out scroll and quill, and began to take the Queen's dictation. By the time she was finished, both he and the chief wizard were pale. Hedwig returned to Grimmauld Place very early in the morning, but Harry awoke the moment she tapped on his window. Once he let her in, he was relieved to see a response tied to her leg. He almost grabbed it from her, but his instincts told him to check it for spells first. Unfortunately he didn't know how to do that, but Sirius would. He told Hedwig to follow him, and went up to Sirius' room. Sirius wasn't happy about being awoken, but when he saw Harry and Hedwig, he knew it was important. A quick scan showed that there was no magic on the letter other than a signature, so they took the scroll from Hedwig and read it together. The 10th of August 1995. Dear Mr. Potter, we are disturbed by the possible injustices that you have brought to our attention, and wish to determine the truth of the matter before taking any action. Please present yourself and this letter to the guard at the entrance to Buckingham Palace any time between the hours of 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. tomorrow, the 11th of August, and you shall be admitted. If you are able to contact your godfather, Sirius Orion Black, and bring him with you, this letter will grant him royal asylum until such time as we determine what to do. We also guarantee that he will receive a fair and unbiased trial should one be necessary, though we do not make any promises as to the outcome. If you are unable to come, please reply using your most beautiful and loyal owl. Signed, Elizabeth R. Harry James Potter. Tomorrow, breathed Harry. That's the day before my trial. And how are we going to get us both to Buckingham Palace without the rest of the order stopping us? He was looking at Sirius with an expression of half hope, half desperation, knowing that this might be their only chance. I don't know, pup, Sirius replied, looking thoughtful, but I do know we have to do it. The Queen has offered me asylum, and that should be enough to guarantee me a fair trial. And if the truth comes out, they can't possibly convict me. Now we just need to make that happen. Go get some sleep, and we'll talk about it some more in the morning. Maybe Remus can help us, and we need to know exactly what Fudge is planning on doing so we don't miss your trial. I'll talk to Arthur before he leaves and see if he can find that out. Don't tell anyone else about this until we talk again in the morning, okay? Okay, Sirius, I'll keep it to myself. Not that I'd tell anyone other than Ron or Hermione right now anyway. Harry got up to go back to bed. Good night, Sirius, he said, and walked out the door. Sirius settled back on the bed and looked at the letter from the Queen again. He didn't want to get too excited about it, but for the first time in years he felt like he really had a chance to be free again. Assuming he made it to the palace in the first place. If only he could get himself and Harry out of the house without being stopped. Noticing Hedwig perched asleep on the back of his chair, he realized there was one possible answer they'd overlooked. But he'd have to talk to Harry about it in the morning. It was late, and they weren't going anywhere tonight anyway. Despite having been up for an hour in the middle of the night, Sirius was up early to make sure he caught Arthur before he left for the ministry. Good morning, Arthur, Molly, he said, sitting down to breakfast. You're up early, grumbled Molly, still annoyed at him for standing up to her. I'll have to make some extra breakfast. Thanks, said Sirius. He didn't want to have to fight Molly any more than necessary, since he was certain she wouldn't approve of he and Harry leaving for the palace tomorrow. Trying to think of a way to placate her, he said, I think we've just about finished going through things, Molly. Harry and Hermione should be able to help you out later this morning. Molly looked only slightly mollified, but still put a plate in front of Sirius that would have fed any of her children except perhaps Ron. Sirius dug in, making appreciative noises as he did so. After a minute, he added, let it never be said that anyone went hungry at Molly Weasley's table, or that anything she served was less than delicious. Molly knew he was probably saying that mostly to get back into her good graces, but she still acknowledged the compliment for what it was and smiled briefly at Sirius before returning to the kitchen. Sirius took the opportunity to lean over towards Arthur and whisper at him. "Can you find out when and where Harry's trial will be? We need to know that before we can finalize our plans." Arthur gave him a sharp glance as Sirius pulled back. Sirius shook his head, then added, "It has to be kept under wraps to work, but I promise we aren't taking any unnecessary risks, and very few necessary ones either." Arthur frowned. "And what are those necessary ones?" Sirius was prepared for this. Coming up with the cover story was what had taken most of the time he stayed up after Harry went to bed. Just sending a couple of owls to ensure that Harry has some help for the trial. Beyond that, we're just doing research and taking notes. Arthur couldn't tell if Sirius was telling him the whole truth or not. He suspected the answer was no, but it rang true enough for him to just nod. "I'll see what I can find, and depending on what I find out I'll either tell you tonight or flow home for lunch and tell you then." "Thanks, Arthur," said Sirius as he stood up to leave the table. "I'm off to feed Buckbeak, and then I'll get started on finishing that research so Molly can have her helpers back." Arthur stood as well, "And I'm off to the ministry. Have a good day." "You too," and they went their separate ways. When Harry and Ron arrived for breakfast, Hermione and Ginny were already eating. After Molly put plates in front of the new arrivals, she started going over the day's chores. "We need to finish the drawing room today if possible, so we can move on to the rest of the house tomorrow. Harry, Hermione, Sirius told me that he wouldn't be needing you today, so you can help us with the rest of the house." "He did?" asked Harry between bites. "I didn't realize he was done. I still need to go over a couple of things with him and Hermione, but I'll be happy to help when I'm done." "Well, I really need your help with the house cleaning," started Molly, but Harry cut her off. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley, but this is something that has to be done before my hearing. Once we're finished I'm sure there will be plenty of time to clean the house." Hermione looked uncomfortable with going against Mrs. Weasley's authority, but something about Harry's demeanor told her that he wasn't going to back down on this one. "How long do you think we need, Harry?" she asked, hoping that a specific timetable might help the situation. "Hopefully no more than an hour or two, depending on what Sirius has to say," replied Harry. Molly huffed. "I don't know what rubbish Sirius Black is filling your head with, but I'm sure you'll do better at your hearing without it," she admonished. Something was going on, something even her husband wasn't telling her about, and she had had enough. "Just what are you planning, pulling in my husband behind my back?" Harry froze, and Molly initially thought she'd won. Ginny and Hermione, on the other hand, recognized the look on his face. The one that spoke volumes about Harry's resolve. And Ron looked back and forth between Harry and his mother, clearly terrified of what was about to be unleashed. "Mrs. Weasley," Harry intoned slowly, "what my godfather and I are doing is none of your business." He turned to look at her, his eyes boring into hers with an intensity she had never seen in them before. "You have been very kind to me these past few years, and I am grateful for the fact that you have made me an unofficial part of your family. But you are not my parent, nor my guardian, and while you are staying here for now this is not your house." Molly gaped, uncharacteristically rendered speechless by Harry's stark assertion. Ginny and Hermione were also staring at Harry, though the latter seemed more concerned than surprised. Ron looked like he was trying to figure out the fastest way out of the line of fire, though he kept glancing at Harry wondering where this had come from. "Sirius is my godfather," Harry continued, "who for various reasons was not able to act in that role for most of my life. But he is here now, and has taken me into his family unconditionally. I would appreciate if you wouldn't insult him, to my face or otherwise." "But, Harry," Molly started, but his steel gaze made her stop. This wasn't one of her sons who she could cow into compliance. Perhaps it would have worked before, but not here, not now. Harry stood up to leave. "Hermione, please come up to the library when you finish breakfast, I need to talk to you for a bit." "Mrs. Weasley, thank you for breakfast. If I have time later I'll come help with the cleaning. Now, you'll have to excuse me." Harry turned and left, heading for the stairs. All four people in the room stared at him as he left, different thoughts running through their heads. For Ron, and to a lesser extent Ginny, there was the fear at how their mother would treat them today as they worked. Ginny also wondered where this side of Harry came from, and why it made her stomach flutter. And Hermione worried about what this new, assertive Harry was going to do. Molly was worrying about the same things as Hermione, but also what this meant for the future. She didn't know Dumbledore's plans, but she knew this wouldn't be a welcome change. Unfortunately, she had no way of contacting him until he or someone else came to visit, as she was under strict orders not to use owls and couldn't leave the children alone. He would know what to do, and could make Harry see reason. Harry always listened to Dumbledore. As Harry was storming off to the library to talk to Sirius, Arthur Weasley was sitting at his desk trying to figure out how to contact Percy without arousing any suspicion. After a moment, he spied the reports that Percy had sent with the documents the other day, and an idea came to him. Taking one of the charmed interoffice memo sheets, he wrote a quick note. "Percival, thank you for reports the other day. They were very informative, if somewhat dry. Please remind me when and where the meeting is on Thursday. Arthur Weasley, misuse of Muggle artifacts." There, he thought, anyone seeing it would think it was just a cold business note between the publicly estranged Weasleys. He just hoped Percy understood the reasons for it, and didn't take offense, as he still thought that relationship could be repaired. Tapping the paper with his wand, it folded itself up into an airplane and flew off in search of its recipient. Sirius could tell something was wrong the moment Harry entered the library. "Morning, pup," he said, not wanting to set Harry off if it was directed at him. Harry sat down in one of the large comfy chairs with a thud, then let out a big sigh. "I love Mrs. Weasley, I really do, but I just know she's going to ruin everything." He looked at Sirius. "She knows something's going on, and insisted she know what it was." Sirius looked worried. "Did you tell her?" "No, and I even told her off when she insisted you were filling my head with rubbish and that I shouldn't spend time with you." "Did you really tell her you didn't need us today?" "No," said Sirius slowly, thinking back on his conversation with Molly earlier. "I did say I thought we were almost done, and that you should be available later today, but I never said I didn't need you." Maybe she misunderstood. Harry shook his head. "I'm sure if she did it was intentional. She clearly doesn't like me spending time with you. It's almost as though she's afraid of what I'll find out. You haven't been holding out on me, have you, Padfoot?" The use of his nickname told Sirius that Harry wasn't upset, just looking for reassurance. He got up and pulled Harry out of the chair and into a hug. "Not that I know of," he said, pulling back so that he could look Harry in the eye. "And I promise I won't hold anything back from you either. We're family, and we need to be able to trust each other." Harry's eyes bored into Sirius almost as hard as they had Mrs. Weasley, but only for an instant. Then his face softened and he pulled his godfather back into a hug, knowing that he'd made the right decision. He didn't want to lose the Weasleys as his unofficial family, but if he was forced to make a choice, Mrs. Weasley wasn't going to be it. Hermione walked in a moment later, but seeing Harry and Sirius hugging each other like their lives depended on it, she just went over to the table and sat down. As she started looking over the various notes they had made the previous night, she realized that maybe they did, given how furious Mrs. Weasley looked after Harry had left. She'd just spent enough time to finish her breakfast before leaving, knowing it was only a matter of time before the Weasley matriarch exploded. After a moment Harry and Sirius parted, and noticed Hermione had arrived. Harry looked unsure of himself, but Sirius put his hand on his shoulder and said, "She's your friend, and she's here. There's nothing to worry about." Harry wasn't convinced, but nodded. "Thanks for coming, Hermione. I hope Mrs. Weasley wasn't too rough on you." Hermione looked a little pained, and replied, "I left before she said anything. But I expect her to blow any minute now, and Ron and Ginny are still down there. I'll apologize to them later, but I don't dare go back down right now." "I might not be allowed back up here," said Harry, looking worried. He then softly added, "I got a reply last night." Hermione looked blank for a second, then startled, and finally excited. "You did?" She nearly shrieked, then got a hold of herself. "Can I see it?" Harry looked at Sirius guiltily. Sirius was shaking his head, but the smile on his face told Harry that he wasn't too upset about it. You might as well, the cat's out of the bag now. Harry pulled the letter out and handed it to Hermione, who took it almost reverently and began to read. By the time she was finished, her eyebrows looked like they were trying to join the rest of her hair. Wow, she said a little breathlessly, an audience with the Queen. Are you going to go? Harry gave Hermione a look. We have to. This is the best chance for us to exonerate Sirius, and hopefully turn the tables on Fudge with my trial. I just don't know how we're going to do it. Use the tube, said Hermione as though it was obvious. But how do we get out of the house? Asked Harry. You know they'll never let Sirius out, especially if he's taking me with him. Hermione nodded at that, but before she could say anything Sirius spoke up. I think I know how to get away with it, but you'll have to write the Queen back and ask her for another favor, said Sirius. What kind of favor? Asked Harry, sounding worried. Hermione mirrored his look. Right now she has asked us to present ourselves to her, but has not commanded us to do so. If she were to issue a royal summons, that might carry enough weight to get us out the door. I don't know about you, but I certainly wouldn't want to disobey a direct order from the Queen. Sirius laughed at the last bit, though it was clearly a bit forced. Harry nodded, then rubbed his chin. I'm still not convinced that would get us out the door, especially if Dumbledore was here. True, replied Sirius, which is why I want to bring Remus and the twins in on this, at least partially. If they can't create a diversion for us, then I don't know who can. Both Harry and Hermione had to agree with that, and they quickly settled on a plan. Harry and Hermione would work on a letter to the Queen to send off with Hedwig, and Sirius would send a quick note to Remus, hopefully borrowing Ron's owl Pig. Since Sirius had given Pig to Ron, he didn't think it would be a problem. Hedwig's return to Buckingham Palace was not unexpected, so the Queen had asked her to deliver any letters to her chief wizard to avoid extra questions. She still wouldn't let him take the letter though, at least not without the Queen's say-so. Thus it was late afternoon before she was able to fully deliver Harry's letter. After ensuring that there were no spells on it, the chief wizard was again instructed to hand the letter directly to the monarch, who read it first before handing it back to him. The 10th of August 1995. Your Majesty, thank you very much for your most generous offer. My godfather and I would be pleased to take you up on it, but we have run into a minor difficulty. Because of my status as both a minor and a famous wizard, and my godfather's status as a wanted man, the people who are caring for us are unlikely to allow us to leave our current lodgings. As I stated before, many in the wizarding world do not recognize the crown for one reason or another, and your Majesty's letter may not suffice to convince them of its veracity. The one potential solution to this problem that we have come up with is if you were to issue a royal summons, with whatever magical backing you can provide. My godfather and I willingly submit to you for that purpose, provided the conditions offered in your letter also apply. Even those who knowingly oppose your rule should be loath to go against a direct command. If you see fit to summon us to your attendance, we will gladly comply, or if you see fit to use an alternative method, we welcome that as well. I thank you again for your willingness to assist us in our time of need, and see that justice is merely delayed and not denied. I have the honor to be, Madam, your Majesty's humble and obedient servant. Signed, Harry James Potter. The chief wizard read the letter, reread it, and stood there blinking for a few seconds. The audacity of this teenager was incredible. Here he was, telling the Queen what to do. He shook his head slowly. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, he said, not all wizards are this presumptuous. He hadn't finished the last word before the Queen began to laugh. No, Charles, though from what I've overheard, most of them might well be. The boy may have pushed the boundaries, but given his situation I'm willing to let it go. Besides, if things are really as desperate as he says they are, he may be absolutely right. Charles thought about it for a moment, then nodded. I suppose you're right, ma'am. How would you like to handle this? If I were to issue a summons to them, could you ensure that others would allow them to follow it? The Queen asked. Not exactly, the wizard replied, but I can make it clear that the summons is not to be ignored. It would have the effect of forcing those summoned to comply with it as well, but as they seem inclined to do so anyway, I don't think they would object to it. Also, Since they appear to be willing to accept that compulsion, it would be very difficult to stop them. Shall I issue the summons? The Queen nodded. Please take a letter to go with it, and issue one summons to each of them. It would not do to have only one of them arrive. As the wizard went to pull out pen and paper, there was a knock at the door. The Queen pushed a button and one of her stewards entered, saying, "Excuse me, ma'am, the time." The Queen looked at the clock, nodded, and turned back to her chief wizard. "We shall return after dinner to dictate the letter and sign the summonses." "Of course, Your Majesty," said Charles, nodding politely. He hadn't missed the Queen shifting into business mode. The Queen turned to leave, and her chief wizard immediately started drafting the summonses. It wouldn't do to make Her Majesty wait when she returned. It was mid-morning by the time Harry and Hermione had finished the letter to the Queen and sent it off with Hedwig. They had debated waiting until nightfall before sending her to deliver it, but ultimately decided that the risk was worth it. After she had left, Harry and Hermione joined the Weasley children in cleaning the house, and Harry took advantage of that to get Ron's permission to use Pig. When Molly went off to start making lunch, Harry took a minute to let Sirius know, who then sent the note off to Remus. They weren't worried about it being intercepted, since all it said was, "Please come by after dinner, Padfoot." The rest of the day passed uneventfully, if you can call the doxying the curtains and everything that went along with it uneventful. Lunch was strained, with Molly and Harry studiously avoiding each other, and Sirius wisely just grabbing something and heading back upstairs. But by the time dinner had come, Harry's hard work in the drawing room had at least settled Molly a bit. She still didn't like that he was up to something, but at least he was helping clean now where she could keep an eye on him. Dinner was still less boisterous than usual, but at least everyone made small talk with each other. Remus's arrival as dinner was finishing perked up both camps, though for different reasons. Molly saw this as an opportunity to get a message to Dumbledore, not realizing that Harry and Sirius saw him as the means to pull off their escape the following afternoon. As it turned out, Molly got the first shot, as she insisted he sit down and eat something, and took the opportunity to corner him about Harry and Sirius. "Remus," she asked, sitting with him while he ate, "do you know anything about what Harry and Sirius have been up to?" "No," he replied. He knew that this was a dangerous line of questioning, but figured he didn't have a choice but to stay for it. "What do you mean?" "Harry and Sirius have been holed up in the library for the past couple of days, supposedly looking for something to help with his hearing." "So, that doesn't seem like a problem. But they've had Hermione with them, and I know Sirius asked Arthur something this morning as well. And when I asked what they were doing, not only did Harry refuse to tell me, but he even told me off this morning. I just know they're up to trouble." "I don't know, Molly, I haven't been here since we brought Harry. Have you considered that maybe Harry and Sirius just wanted to spend time together?" "But Hermione was with them too," whined Molly, hoping to sway Remus to her side. Remus's reaction wasn't what she expected. "Molly, it's a library," he laughed. "I'm surprised you got her out of there for meals. Look, I'll talk to them, but I won't make any promises." Molly looked like she wanted to cry, but pulled herself together. "Thanks, Remus, can you do one more thing for me? Please ask Professor Dumbledore to come by tonight or tomorrow when he can. I'm hoping he can talk some sense into at least Harry. Sirius may be a lost cause." Remus nodded, though inwardly he swore. "I don't know when he'll get it, but I'll send him a note," he said. "But not before I find out the other side of things," he thought to himself. "Okay, thank you Remus. I'm just worried Sirius might convince Harry to do something he'll regret." She got up from the table and went to do the dishes, leaving Remus to finish his dinner in peace. When Arthur had gotten home, he could tell Molly still wasn't happy, but at least she wasn't still simmering. He knew he wasn't going to get anywhere near Sirius, but Harry was probably fair game. As the children headed upstairs after dinner and Molly was feeding Remus, he pulled Harry aside and slipped a note into his hands. "Here's what you asked for," he said. Harry glanced at the note, then nodded. "Thanks," Harry replied. "Any trouble?" Arthur shook his head. "No, but I don't think I can do any more without Molly losing it." Harry smiled. "That's okay, I think we're all set now. And I'm sorry for putting you in a tough spot. Thanks for helping." Arthur patted Harry on the shoulder. You're welcome. I'd better go try and keep Molly from interrogating Remus too badly. Harry nodded and they went their separate ways. After he had eaten, Remus went upstairs to find Sirius and get his side of things. He wasn't surprised to find him holed up in his bedroom, not after the conversation with Molly. He knocked on the door, and Sirius beckoned him in. Thanks for coming, Moony, said Sirius. You're welcome, Remus replied. Now spill it. First you send me an owl when you aren't supposed to, and then Molly corners me over dinner wanting to know what's going on. Sirius looked concerned, but Remus waved him off. I'm sure she's right that you're planning something, but I'll reserve judgment on it until I know what's up. Sirius sighed. Thanks, he said. I'd better get Harry before we discuss this further. He left for a moment, and returned with Harry in tow. Harry came up to Remus and said, Hi Moony, before pulling the startled werewolf into a tentative hug. Remus stiffened, stunned at Harry's display of affection, then relaxed and pulled the boy into an embrace of his own. What was that for? Remus asked, as Harry let go and pulled away. Harry looked a little embarrassed, studying his shoes for a moment before looking back up. I don't know, honestly. I just saw you and felt like I should hug you. You're the closest thing I have to a real uncle, and I need all the family I can get. Especially since I've never really had any until Sirius and I talked after I got here. Remus looked at Sirius, who just smiled and nodded. Looking back at Harry, he said, You mean that, cub? You really want this broken-down werewolf as your uncle? Harry nodded, looking unsure of Remus' feelings. I do, furry little problem and all. Remus smiled, opening his arms again towards Harry. I'd like that, Harry, I'd like that a lot. Harry's expression changed from uncertainty to happiness, as he hugged Remus again. How many times has he smiled like that, Remus wondered to himself. Probably not often, and definitely not enough. We'll have to change that. Turning to Sirius, he added aloud, You're a good man, Sirius Black, giving Harry something to smile about. Now let's get down to business, shall we? Sirius nodded, closing the door and setting up several privacy charms. Okay, Remus, what we're about to tell you cannot leave this room until everything has been settled. I'm hoping you'll help us, but even if you won't, I need your promise to not interfere. What kind of promise? Asked Remus, clearly worried about what was going on. Marauder's honor, said Sirius, giving Remus the most serious look he'd seen since Sirius had escaped Azkaban. Remus stared back at Sirius, gauging his friend's intentions. He saw nothing to indicate a prank, and Harry's look mirrored his godfather's. Nodding, Remus raised his wand. I solemnly swear that nothing we discuss here will leave this room without your permission, and that I won't interfere with whatever you're planning, Marauder's honor. Sirius nodded, then said, Thank you, Remus. Now have a seat so you don't fall over. Sirius' expression had changed from serious to mischievous in a blink of an eye, though Harry's hadn't. I know this is going to sound like we're pulling a prank, and objectively it probably qualifies as a huge one, but we're also dead serious. Fudge is trying to railroad Harry on the underage magic charge, so we're going over his head. Over his head, but he's the Minister of Magic. Remus blurted, before shaking his head. Sorry, please continue. Sirius pulled out a letter and handed it to Remus. Yes, over his head. It was Hermione's idea, really, though Ron got the ball rolling. Harry petitioned the Queen for assistance. Remus had just started opening the letter when Sirius mentioned the Queen. He promptly dropped it, staring open-mouthed at them. After a moment, he managed to stutter, YUWR wrote the Cuckoo Queen. Harry nodded, and she wrote back. That's what Sirius handed you. Go ahead and read it, then we'll discuss further. Remus shook his head as though trying to clear it, then picked up the letter and started to read. As he read, his expression got more and more shocked, until he finished and stared at Harry again. You okay, Remus? Asked Harry. Remus gulped, nodded, then looked at Sirius. You're right, Padfoot, this has got to be not only the biggest prank ever, but the biggest possible prank ever. This is legit, isn't it? Sirius grinned, yup, and we're gonna go too. That's why I asked you to come, we need your help getting out of here. Remus's expression changed slowly from wonder to concern. He looked back and forth between Harry and Sirius, noting with dread the identical grins on their faces. "Oh," he said, "I know that look. What exactly do you need?" "Just a diversion, Moony," Sirius said. "We figure we're not just walking out of this house without a fight, so we need some help distracting Molly and anyone else who's here and likely to try and stop us. We figure between you and the twins, that should be enough." "You're asking the twins for help. What do you need me for? And please tell me you haven't told them what's going on." "Not yet," said Harry. "We wanted to talk to you first. I figure I'll have to tell them at least some of what's going on, assuming they haven't been listening in on our work in the library already. Please, Moony, this is important." Remus sighed. "I know I'm going to regret this, but okay, I'm in. You realize that Molly is going to kill us all when she finds out what's going on. Heck, she may kill me sooner. I promised to ask Dumbledore to stop by and talk to you about whatever you're up to." Harry and Sirius shared a panicked look. "When is he going to come?" asked Harry. "She asked if he would come tonight or tomorrow, but I said I didn't know when I'd get the message to him." "When were you planning on leaving?" "I'm not sure," said Harry. "I was hoping he motioned at himself and Sirius, could go shopping for some nicer clothes before heading for Buckingham, so I was thinking late afternoon. But we can't leave too early or Dumbledore will have too much time to look for us. And I don't know exactly when we need to be there." "Well, the letter you got says between 6 and 10 p.m., so," Remus was cut off by Harry. "Yes, well, that letter may be out of date. I wrote back and asked the Queen to summon us, so that it would be harder for anyone to prevent us from going. We're waiting for a response now." Remus gaped at them. He had given orders to the Queen, even as a request, that took some serious courage. A Gryffindor through and through, Harry was. "I have no idea what to say to that," he said, and they all looked at each other in silence for a minute. He took a deep breath and was about to say something, but there was a tapping on the window. Looking out, Hedwig was back. Harry opened the window and Hedwig flew in, carrying 3 letters. After closing the window, Harry waved to Sirius and said, "If you'll do the honors." Sirius nodded, then waved his wand. After his eyes shot up, both Remus and Harry asked, "What?" "I think she took you up on your offer, Harry," Sirius said. "There's a compulsion charm on 2 of these letters." "What?" shouted Remus, and both Harry and Sirius shushed him to avoid attracting further attention. "What do you mean, she took him up on his offer?" Harry sighed. "I offered for the Queen to put a compulsion charm on a royal summons, so that we could use them to further getting out of here if needed." At Remus's shocked look, he continued, "I did state that we would only accept them under the terms of the initial audience offer." "You said it wasn't on one of those letters?" he asked, looking at Sirius. "Yeah," Sirius nodded. "That one, pointing to one of the 3 envelopes, is just like the original letter." Harry nodded, then took that one from Hedwig. "So, let's see what the Queen has to say first, before we open the others." He opened the letter, then placed it on the bed for the 3 of them to read. The 10th of August 1995. Dear Mr. Potter, we are concerned about the issues you raised regarding your living conditions, and wish to ascertain the facts of the situation. Therefore we will grant our indulgence to your request, and have issued summonses to yourself and your godfather to ensure your attendance. We will be very disappointed if you do not attend. We look forward to meeting you tomorrow evening. Signed, Elizabeth R. Harry James Potter. They all stared at the letter, none of them wanting to be the first to say something. Finally Harry let out a big sigh. "Oh boy." Sirius grinned at him. "You said it, pup. Looks like we're all in now. I guess we better open those other letters and see what they say." Harry reached out and took the remaining 2 letters from Hedwig. The moment he opened the first one, he felt the need to hand it to Sirius. After doing so, he opened the second, while Sirius opened the first. He then read his aloud, while Sirius just nodded indicating that his was the same. The 10th of August 1995. Harry James Potter. The Queen commands you to attend Her Majesty at Buckingham Palace at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 11th of August, 1995. You are to present yourself, along with this summons, at the North Center Gate no later than 5:30 p.m. for entrance. Signed, Elizabeth R. Harry James Potter. As Harry read his summons, Remus looked on at Sirius's, noting the compulsion coming from it. He could tell that it was possible to fight it, but it would certainly make someone think twice about stopping them. He still didn't like it, but he could see why they'd done it. When Harry finished, he asked, "Okay, so what now?" "Now we know when we need to get out of here, and therefore when we need the diversion." "How long will it take us by tube to get to Buckingham from here?" asked Harry. "An hour, maybe a little more," replied Remus, who was more familiar with the tube than Sirius. "The actual ride is pretty short, but you'll have to walk to King's Cross, figure out the correct line to take, and then walk from the station to the palace. I think you want to go to Green Park, but you should check the maps." "Okay, so if we leave at 4, we should be there in plenty of time. After the letter Her Majesty sent, I think we're better off showing up as we are, so we don't look like we're better off than we really are. Remus, can you try to arrive right at 4 tomorrow afternoon? We'll use your arrival to get us out the door. We just need to talk to the twins about distracting Molly and whoever else needs it." Sirius looked confused. "How will his arrival get us out the door?" "Simple," said Harry. "We'll use my invisibility cloak. He opens the door, walks in, and we walk out before he closes it. It'll be tight under there, but we only need to get on the doorstep before the door closes, and then we can take it off." "What about the fact that Sirius's face was plastered around on the news 2 years ago?" asked Remus. "How will you prevent people from calling the police about him?" Now it was Harry's turn to look worried. "I completely forgot about that. I don't know what." Harry trailed off as he stroked his chin, clearly ruminating on something. When Harry knocked on the door to the room where Hermione and Ginny were staying, it was already getting late, and he knew they'd probably be getting ready for bed. The call of, "Just a minute," confirmed that, and when the door opened he could see that both Hermione and Ginny were in their pajamas. "Hi Harry," said Hermione. "What's up?" "I need a favor," replied Harry. "Can you join me in the library for a few?" Hermione looked at Ginny, who gave a little frown but nodded anyway. "I'll be back before you turn in, Ginny." "Right, Harry." Harry nodded. "Shouldn't be more than 10 minutes, he said, turning towards the library. Hermione followed him, closing the door as she did. When they got into the library, she reached out and poked him. "You really should include her, you know, she's not just a little kid anymore." Seeing the stern look on Hermione's face, Harry couldn't help but laugh. Seeing the look darken, he held up his hands and said, "I'm sorry, but your face looks exactly like what I would have expected Ginny to look like if she said that. And I know you're right, I just don't want to include any more people than I have to." Hermione's face relaxed. "Fine, but you get to tell Ginny why she's not included." "Fair enough," said Harry resignedly. "For all I know, we'll need her help too, but I wanted to start with you." Hermione nodded, so Harry continued, "Sirius and I have been summoned by the Queen, and we have to get from here to Buckingham Palace without anyone recognizing him from the wanted posters from a couple years back." Hermione's eyes went wide at the word, "summoned," but she held her tongue as Harry continued. "We're planning on sneaking out the door under my cloak when Remus comes over tomorrow afternoon, but after that he needs a disguise, and I can't think of anything other than Polyjuice. Do you think you can do something to make him look different enough that he shouldn't be recognized?" Said Hermione, rubbing her chin. "I assume you don't want to use magic." "Not if you can help it," said Remus. "It wouldn't do to have it wear off at the wrong time." At Harry's nod, she started humming again before starting to talk to herself. "No time to brew Polyjuice, and I doubt there's any just hanging around. Padfoot, no, too many muggles around to risk changing back, and they won't take a shaggy dog at the palace. Hair." She snapped her fingers and looked at Sirius brightly. "We can change your hair." Sirius ran his fingers through his hair and looked at Hermione as though she had lost her mind. "And how will we do that?" he asked. "2 ways," said Hermione. "First, if you can find a way to grow a fuller beard, that will mask some of your facial features. Second, change your hair color. Nobody will associate the notorious Sirius Black with bleached blonde hair. You might even be able to do it with magic, as long as it's permanent and not something you can cancel with a finite. Okay, said Harry, so we need a hair growth potion and a way to change hair color. It would probably be a good idea to change mine too, come to think of it. Is there a potion that will do that? Yes, but there's no time to brew one between now and then, answered Sirius. Same with the hair growth potion. Can they be purchased? Asked Hermione. You could even use a Muggle product to bleach your hair, but I don't know if there's enough time to do that. Although, you couldn't change it back easily. That's a good point, said Harry. I want to look like myself when I meet the Queen, as well as at my trial. I can pick up the potions in Diagon Alley, said Remus, including a hair color reversal potion so you can change back. But it's too late to do that tonight, and I don't know how to get them to you before you need them tomorrow. Harry sagged, and Sirius looked annoyed, but Hermione held up a finger and went, Remus looked at her with a raised eyebrow, and she waved him off while obviously thinking about something. After a minute, she nodded to herself and looked back at Remus. Pick them up in the morning, enough for both Harry and Sirius. Then leave them on the front porch when you come in. Harry and Sirius can grab them on their way out the door and take them before they remove the cloak. Harry and Sirius both lit up, and simultaneously said, "That's brilliant, Hermione." They gave each other a look for a few seconds, then all four of them broke up laughing. After a minute, they pulled themselves together, and Harry nodded. Now that that's settled, let's not give anyone any more reasons to suspect we're up to no good. The last was said with a smile, and everyone nodded before heading their separate ways. Thanks again, Hermione, said Harry as he walked her back to her room on his way to turn in. I'll see you in the morning. What about Ginny? Hermione asked quietly. Tell her I'll talk to her in the morning, and that you promise not to say anything more. I'm not sure what I'll tell her, but I'll think of something. Okay, Harry, good night. Good night, Hermione, said Harry as he walked away to his room. The next morning when Harry got up, Ginny was waiting for him. She started to huff as he attempted to push past her, until he said, "At least let me go to the bathroom first, Ginny. Then we'll talk." She was still standing there when he returned, and quietly growled, "Okay, Potter, spill it." Harry gave her a look, then grinned. "Okay, but you're gonna have to help." He beckoned her into his room, leaving the door open so that they could keep an ear out for Molly and avoid any extra embarrassment of being caught alone behind a closed door. Harry sat down on his bed, then motioned for Ginny to do the same. "All right, if I tell you what's going on, you can't tell anyone about it until tomorrow. Hermione knows most of it, and Ron knows a lot, but that's because they were helping me with it. I only left you out because I wanted to keep it as quiet as possible, and that meant not telling anyone unless absolutely necessary." Ginny looked somewhat mollified by that, then nodded. "Okay, I can see that, but I still don't like it." "Fair enough. Now here's the very short form. Fudge is trying to railroad me by holding a full trial tomorrow instead of just a standard hearing. Sirius and I are going out this afternoon to visit with someone who can hopefully help me with my trial and his issues, and we need help with a diversion to get us out the door. Assuming all goes well, both he and I will be off the hook." Ginny thought for a minute, then said, "You didn't say who you were meeting." Harry mumbled something under his breath. Ginny poked him and gave him a look, which made Harry sigh and speak a little louder. "The Queen." Ginny's eyes grew wide. "We have an audience with the Queen," said Harry, keeping his voice down. "And it's a royal summons, so we have to go." Ginny let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, then said, "Wow." After a minute she continued, "Okay, I'm in, what do you need?" "Remus is coming over at 4, said Harry. "When he comes in, Sirius and I will slip out under my cloak. What I need is for someone to distract your mum and anyone else who's here at the same time, so we can slip out unnoticed. I was going to ask Fred and George, but you got to me first." The last was said with a grin. Ginny thought for a minute, then nodded. "I have a couple ideas. Can I involve the twins?" Harry nodded. "Just try not to tell them anything about what's going on that you don't have to. I still want to keep it as quiet as possible. Don't worry, I have an idea that will keep the whole family busy, and won't have anything to do with you. Well, not much, she grinned. Do I want to know? Asked Harry. Ginny grinned. I'll just tell them that I've gotten over my crush on you, and that I'm thinking of seeing if Michael Corner wants to date. She gave Harry a quick key on the cheek and bounced out of his room, leaving him gobsmacked and wondering what had just happened. He eventually recovered and set off to get dressed, acknowledging to himself that it certainly would keep the Weasleys busy for quite some time. He just hoped his friends would accept his apologies for all the grief they were going to get from their mother. The rest of the morning passed quickly, with Molly riding herd on the children, making sure they stuck to their cleaning. Harry didn't get a chance to talk to Sirius about that afternoon's plans, but he did fill Hermione in on his conversation with Ginny, and he saw Ginny quietly talking to Ron and the twins, so he hoped everything would work out. He knew he'd have at least a few minutes during lunchtime when he could slip away from Molly to talk to Sirius, and that it was mostly a waiting game anyway. He just hated waiting. Right before lunch, Harry managed to sneak away and confer with Sirius. Moony was coming at 4, so Sirius would take Harry's cloak and hide in the sitting room near the front door about 10 minutes beforehand. Sirius would also bring copies of the Wizarding and Wizengamot charters, in case they needed them when they met with the Queen. Ginny had promised to make a scene a few minutes before Remus arrived that he could walk into. It wasn't a very complicated plan, but that suited Harry just fine. It just needed to be enough to get them out of the house and off to the palace. Lunch was slightly strained, as Sirius decided to eat with everyone rather than just grabbing something and running back upstairs, but Molly tolerated him and he didn't antagonize her. After lunch, it was back to cleaning, with Molly supervising and occasionally giving instructions on what to clean next. Harry was concerned that he hadn't been able to talk to Ron about what was happening, but with Molly keeping a close watch on him it just wasn't possible. He just hoped that the distraction was enough when the time came. Distracting Mrs. Weasley turned out to be easier than they had expected. At 3:30, she got their attention from cleaning and announced, "I'm going downstairs to prepare tea and scones. Remus said that he and Professor Dumbledore would be coming over for tea this afternoon. I want you all to finish cleaning this room and then get cleaned up to be presentable." As the twins reached for their wands, she pointed at them and nearly shouted, "And no magic." The twins looked sheepish and nodded as Mrs. Weasley left to go down to the kitchen. Once she was gone, they all looked at each other, curious. The twins shrugged, then looked at Harry. Did he say anything about coming for tea yesterday? No, and more importantly, he said he wasn't going to talk to Dumbledore until after we left. This could be a problem. Not if it's a prank, said a voice from the doorway. They all turned to see Sirius standing there, a big grin on his face. I think this is Moony's way of helping us out. If Molly is down in the kitchen, she won't be watching us get ready. Let's get ourselves ready to go, while the others cover for you. Harry looked at his friends. Ron looked a little uncertain, but nodded. Go on, mate, we'll manage without you. Bunking off on us, Harry, said Fred. No worries, he continued at Harry's sheepish look. Besides, what Mum doesn't know. Both twins pulled their wands, as George continued, won't hurt us. They turned and started cleaning the rest of the room, giving Harry and his friends a minute to say goodbye. Harry looked at his two closest friends and smiled. Thank you. I'm sorry for all the trouble this is going to cause. You'll just have to make it up later, Ron interrupted. He stuck out his hand and grinned. Good luck, mate, it's been nice knowing you. Harry shook Ron's hand and said, You too, Ron. He chuckled as he turned to Hermione, who pulled him into a hug. I want to know all about it when this is over. She took a step back, glancing at Ginny, then grabbed Ron's arm to give Ginny some privacy and keep Ron from overreacting. Ginny looked nervously at Harry, then pulled him into a hug of her own. Good luck, Harry. She hugged him tighter, as if she didn't want to let him go. Harry stiffened slightly, unsure what was going on, but he had to admit that he liked it when she hugged him. After a minute, he cleared his throat slightly. Ginny, we do have to go. She pulled back slightly and looked him in the eye. I lied this morning, she whispered. Huh, responded Harry, not understanding. I lied when I said I'd gotten over my crush, she said, as a blush spread across her face and down her neck. She keyed him on the cheek again, then turned and rushed to the other side of the room, busying herself with cleaning. Harry blushed too, gently raising his hand to his cheek when she'd keyed him for the second time today. He then looked at Sirius, who had a knowing grin and an unasked question on his face. "Come on, pup, let's go make some history." He grabbed Harry's hand and pulled the slightly shell-shocked teen out of the room, closing the door behind them. "First key asterisk, pup." Harry shook his head. "Nope," he grinned, "second one today." Now it was Sirius' turn to look gobsmacked, then laugh. "Good for you. Now let's get sorted. Meet me back here in 5 minutes and we'll hide in the sitting room until Remus arrives." They met back on the landing and spent a few minutes figuring out how to get them both under the invisibility cloak, then sneaked down to wait for Remus. Under the cloak, Sirius put up a silencing ward, so they could talk without giving themselves away. "I'm sorry, Harry," said Sirius. "Huh," said Harry, who was suddenly confused and worried. "There's something I should have told you sooner, but we just didn't have the time. I wasn't holding back on you, I just hadn't had a chance to tell you yet." Harry turned to face Sirius. He searched his godfather's face carefully, but only saw honesty and a little remorse. "Okay, so tell me now," he said. Sirius took a deep breath, then let it out slowly before leaning down and speaking quietly. "I want you to know that this wasn't part of my original plan when I agreed to go to the Queen, and by the time I realized it was too late to do anything. And I'm not upset at you in the slightest, it's just something we'll have to live with if it happens." "Sirius," growled Harry, getting impatient. Sirius raised a hand in acknowledgement, then continued. "If I'm right, we're going to bring down the Ministry." Harry's eyes went wide, and he opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He closed it again, then tilted his head to the side, thinking. "The Charter," he finally said, and Sirius nodded, smiling. "I knew you'd figure it out quickly. Yes, if Her Majesty wishes, she can take control back from the Ministry. I don't know that she will, but I have a feeling that she might. If that happens, there's going to be a lot of people unhappy about it, but I've come to the conclusion that it might just be for the best." Harry nodded slowly, clearly mulling it over in his head. "You all right with this, pup?" asked Sirius, worry showing on his face. Harry continued to think for another moment, then grinned. "Yeah, I am. In fact, I think I agree with you. Fudge and his cronies need a kick in the pants, and if this doesn't count I don't know what will. You said it before, let's go make some history." Just before 4, Mrs. Weasley came up from the kitchen, nearly causing Harry and Sirius to panic. Fortunately for them, she continued upstairs to where the children were supposed to be cleaning, giving them a chance to get to the front door as Remus arrived. As they brushed past him on the way out the door, Remus whispered, "Take the bag on the steps and get out of here, Dumbledore will be arriving shortly. There's a note in the bag explaining everything. Good luck." He then turned to call quietly up the stairs as the door shut behind him. "Hello, anyone home?" Harry and Sirius did panic this time, but took Remus's words to heart. Harry grabbed the bag from the porch, and Sirius wrapped an arm around him. "Hold on, pup, I'm going to apparate us a couple times to make it harder to find us." Sirius gave Harry a second to prepare, then turned and apparated them first to an alley around the corner from 12 Grimmauld Place, and then to the apparition point at platform 9 3/4. Platform 9 3/4 was empty when they arrived, so they moved a bit away from the apparition point just in case anyone else tried to show up. "Let's drink the potions while under the cloak, then we can take it off and pretend we just apparated in." Sirius held out his hand for the potions in Harry's bag. Harry pulled out 3 vials and looked at them. He put one back in the bag, handed one to Sirius, and kept one for himself. "This one's for both of us, you can have all of that one. I don't need extra hair." He took a couple sips of the vial he kept, as Sirius gulped down his potion. "Whoa, that feels weird," said Sirius, as his hair grew a few inches. That's actually rather uncomfortable," he half-whined a few seconds later. "What?" asked Harry. "It caused all my hair to grow," said Sirius. "Phew, at least it's done now." "Yes," said Harry, "that's what it was supposed to do." "No, Harry," said Sirius pointedly, It grew all of my hair. Every single one. Sirius glanced down, and Harry blushed. Oh, he said sheepishly. I didn't really need to know that. Just give me the other potion. By the way, you look good with lighter hair. Harry gave Sirius the other potion, and chuckled as Sirius's hair and beard lightened to a nice golden blonde. Let's get out of here and into the Muggle side of things, it'll be harder to spot us there. Looking around to double-check that they were still alone, they pulled the cloak off and stuffed it in Harry's pack while walking towards the barrier. Once on the other side, they found the signs towards the underground station and headed towards it. As they walked, Harry realized they needed money to get on, and he didn't have any. Do you have any money, Padfoot? He asked. No, said Sirius. That's going to be a problem, isn't it? He scratched his new beard, thinking. Wait, check the bag. Moony said there was a note in it, maybe there's money as well. Harry reached into the bag, pulling out several small pieces of paper. One was obviously a folded note, which he handed to Sirius, while the rest were 5 and 10-pound notes. Looks like Moony figured we'd forget about that part. What does the note say? Yeah, that's part of it. I'll let you read it when I finish, but let's get the tube before we're missed. He sped up his walking pace, and Harry hurried to keep up. A few minutes later they were standing on the platform, waiting for the tube with a couple hundred other people, looking just like every other traveler. A minute after that they were on the train, and Sirius handed Harry the note from Remus to read. Padfoot, the potions you requested are in the bag, along with 35 pounds to get you where you're going. I'm guessing you forgot you'd need money, you can pay me back later. More importantly, you need to move quickly. When I told Molly that I'd try to bring Dumbledore by for tea, I didn't expect her to tell Arthur, or for Arthur to run into Dumbledore at the Ministry today. I got an owl earlier from Dumbledore saying that he had a meeting until 4, and would flow over after it finished. I can only assume that he'll just miss you, so the further you can get before he arrives the better off you'll be. I'll try to stall him as long as I can, but you know the professor isn't going to take this lightly. Good luck, Moony. Well, now we know what happened, said Sirius as Harry folded the note back up. The question is how will it affect us? I say we get there right away, and hope they'll let us in early, replied Harry. I doubt that even Dumbledore would try to get to us once we're inside. Sirius nodded, leaning close so only Harry could hear him. I agree. Next stop is ours, and then it's just a quick walk to the palace. Just keep your eyes peeled in case anyone is looking for us. If you do, get under the cloak and get to the palace. I'll meet you there if I can, but if not I can get away easier than you. Harry turned to Sirius, looking upset. I'm not leaving you, he huffed. We're in this together, all the way. Besides, you're the one with the key on-site order. The order won't harm me, and I can apparate. I'm not going to abandon you, but you need this today more than I do. Harry tried to look upset, then deflated. Okay, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Now let's go get there before either one of us has to go to Plan B. Sirius nodded, then stood as the train entered the station. He pulled Harry to his feet, giving him a one-armed hug as they moved towards the door. Let's just get this done and we won't have to worry about it anymore, right? Right, nodded Harry, as they exited the train. Looking at the signs, they followed the one pointing towards Buckingham Palace and their date with the Queen. Back at headquarters, chaos reigned. When Remus arrived, Molly was upstairs yelling at the twins for using magic to clean the room, while Hermione and Ginny cleaned themselves up and Ron pretended to wait for Harry to get out of the bathroom. Upon hearing Molly from upstairs, Remus headed up, hoping that Harry's disappearance hadn't been noticed yet. As he entered the room, Molly stopped yelling and looked at Remus disappointedly. I thought Dumbledore was coming with you, she snapped. He sent me an owl that he had a meeting until 4, and would come straight away when it was over. I expect he'll be here shortly. Molly's face softened. Oh, wonderful. Tea and scones are ready for you both. She turned to the twins. I want you two to clean yourselves up, and have someone come down for scones for you children. I need to talk to Professor Dumbledore when he arrives. Yes, Mother, the twins replied in unison, before apparating out of the room. Those two are going to be the death of me, Molly lamented, then turned to Remus. Good to see you again, Remus. Come downstairs and we'll have our tea while we wait for the professor. Sounds lovely, Molly. Remus followed her downstairs, still working on what he was going to say when she asked about his conversation with Sirius and Harry. Molly made small talk while serving the tea and scones, stopping only to give Ginny and Hermione a plate of scones for the children and telling them to stay upstairs while the adults talked. She missed the smirk on Ginny's face as she turned to go upstairs, but Remus didn't. He saw that Hermione was giving him a worried look, and gave her a small smile and a wink to try and reassure her. He saw her visibly restrain her reaction, then raise an eyebrow before turning and following Ginny. As she was heading up the stairs, they heard the sound of the flow, and Ginny telling Dumbledore that they were waiting for him in the kitchen. Dumbledore came down a moment later, looking curious but not concerned. Ah, Remus, Molly, good to see you. The scones smell delicious. Now tell me about this concern of yours. Hermione waited until she was upstairs before running to find the twins. Quick, give me an extendable ear. What do you? One of the twins started. Hermione grabbed the twin who had started speaking, Fred she thought, and practically growled in his face. Extendable ear. Now, I need to know what Professor Lupin is telling Dumbledore. The other twin reached into his pocket for something and handed it to her as the one she'd grabbed said, Okay, here you go. Thanks, said Hermione, as she bolted out the door to the stairway and lowered the ear towards the kitchen door. She put the other end to her ear and listened, catching the conversation in progress. They've been spending an awful lot of time together, and I just know they're up to something, said Molly. What did he say when you talked to him last night? I think you're overreacting, Molly. It was Lupin's voice, sounding calm as ever. Harry's been worried about the upcoming hearing, and Sirius felt it was his responsibility as godfather to help him feel better. Plus, he saw it as a chance for some time to bond with his godson, as they haven't had a whole lot of time together. You know he loves that boy as if he were his own flesh and blood, and he's trying to make up for lost time. That's what I'm afraid of. Molly again. If Harry's gotten some crazy idea in his head, then Sirius isn't going to stop him, he's going to help him. And we all know that boy gets into trouble even when he isn't looking for it. If I may, said Dumbledore, clearly trying to calm Molly down, perhaps if I spoke to them myself. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, but you can't be too careful these days. It may also be that your personal opinion of Sirius is affecting your judgment. I don't, Molly huffed, but Dumbledore cut her off. I'm not saying that you're entirely incorrect, Molly. Sirius is a prankster and in many ways still behaves like a child. But you may also be inclined to see the worst in him rather than the best, slanting your opinions against him. There was a noise of a chair sliding across the floor. Come, let us. Hermione pulled the extendable ear up as fast as she could, then ran to find Ginny and Ron. They were upstairs with the twins, waiting for her to return, and she didn't disappoint them. Dumbledore's coming upstairs to talk to Harry and Sirius, she started, speaking quickly. I don't know if I can do it myself, but I know Harry would want to stall as long as possible. Ron, go turn on the shower and make it look like he's in the bathroom, then come back. Fred or George, check Sirius's bedroom door. If it's unlocked, lock it and apparate back out. Quick, before they get upstairs. Ron was already heading for the bathroom when one of the twins followed, saying he'd lock the bathroom too. The other twin headed upstairs to check Sirius's room, while Hermione and Ginny went into their room to wait for Dumbledore. When they got into the room, Ginny sat down on the bed and looked at Hermione, who had followed her into the room they shared. Do you think they'll be okay? She asked. Hermione thought for a second, then nodded. At least I hope so. I'm worried we won't see him again if something does go wrong. Ginny looked horrified, then blushed. Hermione saw the blush and her face became inquisitive. All right, fess up, she barked quietly. Ginny's blush deepened, but her face took on a determined look. I key-ed him. Hermione's eyebrows shot up, but Ginny continued. On the cheek, but I also admitted I'm not over my crush. I was just so worried that I wouldn't see him again, and it all just came out. But after I did it, I felt better. I just wish he'd key-ed me back. There was a gasp from the doorway, which caused Ginny and Hermione to look over and see Ron sticking his head through a just-opened door, his face scowling. "You key-ed Harry," he almost shouted, throwing the door open to reveal Dumbledore just coming up the stairs with Molly and Lupin behind her. "Since when are you two dating? I'll kill him." Ginny gasped, tears starting to well in her eyes as Hermione took on a look similar to Ron's, before he surprised them both by relaxing his face for just a second and winking at her. Ginny's face took on a shocked look. Her mother, who had just reached the top of the stairs and could see her face now, took this to be in response to what she'd heard Ron say. In reality it was to the fact that Ron was just acting, something she hadn't expected him to do. Pulling herself together, she responded as she'd planned to if she'd had to create the distraction a little earlier. "Don't you dare," Ginny shouted, rising to her feet as Hermione moved to support her. "If you so much as look at Harry funny about this, I'll bad bogey you until you rip your own nose off. Get out." She drew her wand, causing Ron to backpedal out of the room and Molly to shout, "Ginevra." Ginny grabbed the door, slammed it closed, and locked it. She sat back down and let out a long breath, which was mirrored by Hermione. "If nothing else, that should buy us a little time," she said, then had to fight back the laughter as Hermione first looked confused, then understood. "I never knew he had it in him," Hermione added, looking at Ron a little differently. "It won't be a lot, but I doubt even Dumbledore would want to talk to you before you calmed down. Let's just hope that it's enough." Ginny nodded, but didn't answer. They both sat there in silence waiting for the other shoe to drop. Molly Weasley was a woman with a mission. Dumbledore may not have been convinced that Sirius and Harry were up to no good, but she certainly was, and she was going to do her best to prove it. As she walked up the stairs following the professor, she couldn't help but think that it would have been better if he had stayed here as well. Then he would have seen what was happening rather than just hearing about it. They had just about reached the top of the stairs when she heard Ron shout, "Since when are you two dating? I'll kill him." She looked up just in time to see Ginny's shocked expression turn to anger. "Don't you dare. If you so much as look at Harry funny, I'll bad bogey you until you rip your own nose off. Get out," Molly shouted, "Ginevra," but Ginny just shoved Ron out of the way and slammed the door closed, leaving Ron standing in the hallway. She started towards the door to her daughter's room, but Dumbledore put a hand on her shoulder and held her back. "I think you should give her some time to calm down, don't you? Plus, I believe we may have found at least one of the reasons for Harry spending so much time with Sirius." Molly looked at Dumbledore, confusion evident on her face. "What do you mean, Albus?" "Ah, young love," he mused. "I believe that Harry may have been seeking advice from his godfather about dating your daughter." Molly looked surprised, then huffed, "Why would he need to do that? And there were plenty of other people here he could have talked to instead." "Not really," interjected Lupin. "Except for Sirius and Hermione, everyone else here is related to Ginny. And while he certainly could have gotten some advice from Hermione, there are some things that teenage boys just can't talk to girls about." Dumbledore nodded, but Molly didn't look convinced. "In any event," he said, "I said I would speak to Harry while I was here, and so I shall." He turned to Ron, who was standing in the hallway looking unhappy. "Where can I find Harry?" Ron looked up at the headmaster's question, a flash of confusion on his face before it passed. "I'm not sure," he said. "Last I saw he was going to get himself cleaned up after working in the drawing room. I think he's in the shower. Please let him know that I'd like to speak to him when he's finished, will you?" asked Dumbledore. Ron nodded, and he turned to Lupin. "Let's see if Sirius is available while Harry is indisposed, shall we?" Not waiting for an answer this time, he headed upstairs towards Sirius's room. Ron turned to go back to his room when his mother called out to him. "Ron, is Harry really dating Ginny?" she asked. "I don't know, Mum," he replied. "I just overheard her say something to Hermione about keying him. I can't believe he didn't tell me." "You leave your sister alone," huffed Molly. "You know how long she's had a crush on Harry, and he's such a nice boy. Now I don't want to hear another word about it from you, is that clear, young man?" "Yes, Mum," said Ron, and he went into his room, shutting the door behind himself. Molly just stood there, thinking about how wonderful it would be to have Harry become a real part of the family. She was startled from her reverie a couple minutes later when Dumbledore and Lupin came down the stairs, looking concerned. "Well?" she asked. "He didn't answer his door, and it's locked," replied Dumbledore. "Has Harry come out of the bathroom yet?" "Not that I know of," said Molly. "Remus, can you please check?" Remus nodded. "Sure," he said, and walked down the hall to the bathroom. Knocking on the door, he called out, "Harry, are you in there?" He heard the shower running, so he figured someone had to be in there, but he knew it wasn't going to be Harry. He was about to knock again when he heard the shower turn off. A moment later, he heard the door lock click and one of the twins stuck their head out the door. "I'm sorry, did you say something?" asked the twin. "I was looking for Harry, but you're obviously not him," replied Lupin. "Nope, sorry," said the twin, and pulled his head back, closing the door. Lupin returned to Molly and Dumbledore, keeping his face studiously neutral. "That wasn't Harry in the bathroom, it was one of the twins. Have you checked his room?" Dumbledore shook his head negatively, as he moved towards the room Harry shared with Ron. He knocked on the door and asked, "Harry, are you in there?" A moment later Ron opened the door looking confused. "I told you he's not here, I thought he was in the bathroom." Dumbledore's frown deepened, and he turned to Molly and Lupin. "He's not here either," he said. Molly started to open her mouth but Dumbledore held up a hand to stop her. "Yes, Molly, I'm beginning to believe you." Turning back to Ron, he gave his best headmaster look and asked, "Are you sure you don't know where Harry is, Mr. Weasley?" Ron gulped, acting like any student at the wrong end of a teacher's glare, and said, "And no, Professor, I have no idea where Harry is." Dumbledore continued to look at Ron for a moment before nodding his head. "I believe you, young man, but I think we both know he's not here, correct?" Ron paled, then nodded. Molly, upon hearing this, advanced on Ron and shouted, "Ronald Bilious Weasley! Just what is going on here?" Ron cowered under his mother's advance, before Dumbledore put his arms between them and said, "Now, Molly, I don't believe that Ron knows anything more about where Harry is. I do, however, think it's time to speak to your daughter and Hermione." He stepped between them and continued on his way towards the girls' room. Molly glared at Ron and grumbled, "This isn't over, young man." Before turning to follow the professor, Lupin gave him a sympathetic look, before shrugging and following Molly. When he reached the girls' room, Dumbledore knocked and said, "Miss Granger, Miss Weasley, may I speak to you please?" Ginny and Hermione had been mostly quiet since slamming the door on Ron. They knew it was only a matter of time before Harry's disappearance was noticed, and that when it was they would be interrogated by Dumbledore and or Mrs. Weasley. They were just starting to fidget when they heard Mrs. Weasley shout Ron's full name, and knew the game was probably up. They looked at each other nervously, then nodded just as there was a knock at the door. "Miss Granger, Miss Weasley, may I speak to you please?" came Dumbledore's voice through the door. Hermione got up to answer the door, leaving Ginny to put on an upset face to go with the earlier incident. "Yes, Professor," asked Hermione, opening the door. "Ah, Miss Granger, do you happen to know where we might find Mr. Potter?" Hermione Granger had an authority problem. Not that she disliked it, but rather the opposite. She generally followed the rules, and looked up to people in authority. Especially Professor Dumbledore, so she knew she couldn't lie to him, at least not convincingly. However, that didn't mean she had to volunteer anything she wasn't asked directly, and she had been carefully considering how to answer any question that he might ask her while she was waiting for them to notice that Harry was missing. Thus it was with a completely straight face and a steady voice that she answered, "No, Professor, I have no idea where Harry is. The last time I saw him was when he left the drawing room to get cleaned up." Dumbledore eyed her closely, then said, He held her gaze for another moment before looking at Ginny and saying, "And what about you, Miss Weasley? Do you know where Harry is?" Ginny tried not to gulp as the headmaster's gaze bored into her, then shook her head. "No, sir, I don't." She didn't trust herself to say anything more, and looked away meekly. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, and then he looked back at Hermione. He was just about to ask her something else when there was a crash from downstairs, followed by Mrs. Black screaming in a voice shouting, "I'm okay," followed by, "Shut up you old hag." Remus said, "I'll see who it is," and ran down the stairs, stopping to pull the curtain closed on Mrs. Black to get her to stop screaming. He returned a moment later, followed by a sheepish-looking Tonks. "Ah, Miss Tonks, what brings you here?" asked Dumbledore, torn between continuing the investigation into Harry's whereabouts and finding out why Tonks had made an unscheduled appearance. "I was sent home early to get some rest before night shift duty, so I thought I'd stop by and see if everything was all right." Dumbledore frowned. "Unfortunately, it isn't," he replied. "It appears that Harry has disappeared, and I'm beginning to suspect that Sirius may have done so as well." Hermione couldn't help but wince at that statement, drawing Dumbledore's attention back to her. "I see my suspicions are correct, Miss Granger. Since you don't know where they are right now, perhaps you can tell me where they might be." Hermione tried to not answer, but between the looks she was getting from Dumbledore, Mrs. Weasley, and Tonks, she just couldn't hold out. She sighed, then answered quietly. "Buckingham," she said. Molly looked confused, while Tonks just raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore, on the other hand, just stared at her with a piercing glare that said, "Tell me more." Now, Hermione withered under the glare, and continued. "They've gone to Buckingham Palace. To see the Queen." This time the reaction wasn't muted, with all of the adults except Lupin exclaiming some variation on, "They what?" Molly was the first one to find her voice. "Why ever would they do that?" she exclaimed. "That's a good question, Molly," said Dumbledore, never taking his eyes off of Hermione. "Can you enlighten us, Miss Granger?" Hermione gulped, then sighed. She knew that Harry knew this was going to come out, she just hoped that he would forgive her for being the one to tell them. "They petitioned the Queen for help with their trials. Harry because he thinks Fudge is trying to railroad him, and Sirius because he never got one in the first place." "But the statute of secrecy," started Molly, as Tonks gasped. "Does not apply," answered Hermione, feeling more at home talking about the things that she had researched with Harry. "All British subjects have the right to petition the monarch without fear of reprisal, according to the Bill of Rights which came into effect in 1689 at the same time that the current Wizarding Charter went into effect." Dumbledore started to interrupt her, but she was in her element now and just kept going. "That document, along with the Magna Carta, was accepted as part of the Wizarding Charter and supersedes any wizarding laws that run contrary to it, as part of the Crown's grant of autonomy to the wizarding world." Dumbledore just stared, wondering how she knew all of this. Tonks on the other hand blew out a long breath, and said, "Hoo boy." When the others looked at her, she said, "I don't know if that excuse will work, but I doubt the Queen would take it lightly." "But she's a Muggle," said Molly, looking confused. "She's also still the Queen. Look, let me go see if I can find them and bring them back here so we can find out what's really going on, okay?" "Very well, Nymphadora," said Dumbledore. "It's Tonks," she growled, but he ignored her and continued. "Please try to find them and bring them back. If you can't find them within an hour, please let us know. I will attempt to find some other help in the meantime." Dumbledore turned to look at Hermione and Ginny while Tonks ran down the stairs to head out. "I'm sorry to hear that Harry felt that he had to look elsewhere for assistance. We shall discuss this later when he has returned." He then headed downstairs himself, presumably to muster additional help. "Ginevra Molly Weasley, you should be ashamed of yourself. Letting Harry leave the safety of this house when you know who is out there. You'll remain in your room until your father gets home, and then we will be discussing this young lady." Molly turned to Hermione. "And you of all people should know better. I want you to stay here as well until—" Hermione started to protest, but Lupin beat her to it. "Now Molly," he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. "You're not her mother, and I'm not sure she appreciates you trying to ground her like you can with your own children. I'll tell you what, I'll talk to her and make sure she stays out of trouble until Tonks returns, okay?" Molly didn't look happy, but she nodded and stomped down the stairs, grumbling to herself. Lupin looked at Ginny and said, "I'm sorry, Ginny, but you'll have to stay in your room for now. Hermione, please come with me." He then turned, and headed towards the library, not waiting for her. Hermione gave Ginny an apologetic look. Ginny gave a small shrug and waved her off, making shooing motions at her before turning back into the room and sitting on the bed. Hermione looked at her one more time, then turned to follow Lupin to the library. When she got downstairs, Molly found Dumbledore pulling his head out of the flow and rushed to help him stand up. "I just called Arthur and asked him to come home," he said. "You said he knew something about this, perhaps he can shed some light on what's going on." Molly frowned. "I tried to get him to tell me what they wanted, but all he said was they needed some documents to research for the upcoming hearing." "Do you know what they were?" asked Dumbledore, but before she could answer the flow turned green and Arthur stepped out, brushing the soot off as he did. "Albus, Molly," he said, "what's going on? You said there was some trouble." "Sirius took Harry and they've gone missing," said Molly, nearly shouting. At Arthur's surprised look, Dumbledore stepped in and said, "Now Molly, we don't know that Sirius took Harry anywhere. It's very possible that Harry took Sirius, or that they simply left together." Molly didn't look happy, but she nodded her acquiescence. "Now, Arthur," Dumbledore continued, "can you tell us what it was that Sirius and Harry asked you to do? And do you know why they might have left?" Arthur nodded, thinking back on his conversations with Sirius and Harry, as well as Percy. They wanted copies of the Wizarding and Wizengamot charters, to research Harry's defense. He didn't trust Fudge to give him a fair hearing, and he was right. He looked at Dumbledore, who looked back curiously. "The other day Percy told me that Fudge was changing it from a hearing in front of the DMLE to a trial in front of the full Wizengamot. He also told me that Fudge wasn't going to send out the notice of the change until the last minute, so Harry wouldn't have time to prepare." Dumbledore's expression had darkened as Arthur explained about Fudge's plan, and when he spoke the anger was clear in his voice. "That fool is trying to doom us all. Does he have any idea what he's done?" He pulled himself together some, his expression softening a little to something less than murderous. "That explains why Harry went to the Queen." Arthur gasped. "The Queen? But she could." "Yes, Arthur, she could, especially if Harry or Sirius explain it to her. Let's hope that Nymphadora can find them and bring them back before things go too far to stop." Molly looked confused. "But what could the Queen do?" she asked. As Dumbledore explained exactly what the Queen could do, Molly felt herself get paler and paler. This wasn't just a problem, this was a disaster. When Harry and Sirius emerged from the tube, they found themselves just outside a large park. After confirming the direction of the palace with a passerby, they entered the park and walked quickly towards their destination. They tried to keep their eyes out for trouble, but it was a beautiful day and the park was full of people enjoying the late afternoon sunshine, making it hard to spot any possible trouble. On the other hand, it also worked in their favor, with the crowd making it harder for them to be spotted as well. "So," asked Harry, "do you know where the North Center Gate is?" "Nope," replied Sirius, "but I expect it should be pretty obvious. If we need to, we'll just ask someone when we get there." Harry nodded, and they continued on in silence. As they moved through the park, both Harry and Sirius were unknowingly thinking the same thing: "I really hope this works." Nymphadora Tonks knew it was a long shot, but she had to try and find Harry and Sirius before they reached the palace. Having grown up with a Muggle-born father, she had heard more about the Queen than most of the people in the wizarding world even before joining the Aurors. After joining up, she had learned more, especially about how wizarding law worked and that there were still some rules that were governed by the Queen rather than the Ministry. Not that most of the Ministry cared about that, since the Queen was officially supposed to stay out of the Ministry's business. But Tonks was a curious witch, and she had looked into some of the rules and laws that separated the wizarding world from the Muggle one, and had found a few things that worried her. Most important was that there were certain Muggle laws that the wizarding world was supposed to enforce, and she knew that wasn't happening consistently, if at all. She had apparated to an alley near the palace, having been there several times before with her father. From there she headed towards the palace gates, hoping to spot Harry or Sirius in the crowd before they got there. She had transfigured her clothes before apparating so she wouldn't stand out as badly, but she still drew some curious looks as she ran towards the crowds gathered outside the palace. Harry and Sirius had reached the circle outside Buckingham Palace fairly easily, and were now attempting to figure out exactly where to go. They had just decided to head for the nearest gate and ask someone when they heard someone call out, "Harry! Wait!" Turning towards the voice, they saw Tonks running towards them with a concerned look on her face. "Harry, go," said Sirius, "I'll hold her off until you're safe." Harry shook his head. "We're close enough, Sirius, I'm not leaving you." Sirius had just enough time to give Harry an exasperated look before Tonks ran up to them. He held one arm down, ready to draw his wand, but didn't, seeing as they were in plain view and Tonks didn't have hers drawn either. "Harry, Sirius," she said, catching her breath. "What in Merlin's name is going on?" "How did you know it was me?" asked Harry, annoyed that his disguise hadn't been worth much. Tonks gave him a look, then said quietly, "I'm a Metamorphagus," as though that answered everything. When he just glared at her, she continued, "I have to know exactly what people look like if I want to imitate them. Something like a different hair color doesn't change the rest." "Okay, I can see that," Harry replied. "Now what do you want?" "Dumbledore sent me to find out why you left headquarters and bring you back," she said. "If I can," she added silently, thinking that there wasn't much of a chance that they'd return if they didn't want to. Harry and Sirius looked at each other, then Harry shrugged. "We're going to see the Queen," said Sirius. "But you obviously knew that," he continued, as Tonks gave him a dirty look. "Seriously," she said, giving Sirius a look as he literally bit his tongue, "why are you going to see the Queen? Don't you know how much trouble this could cause?" She glared at Sirius, and then Harry. "Dumbledore is furious," and Mrs. Weasley looked like she was going to explode. "Don't blame me," said Harry as he glared back at her. "I'm not the one trying to railroad a teenager just to keep him for pointing out that things aren't all hunky-dory." He lowered his voice and added, "Not to mention that there's a sadistic madman out there who's back and likely to start another war." Tonks took a half-step back from the intensity of Harry's gaze, then looked at Sirius, who was now chuckling at her reaction. "Can't you be serious for just this once, cousin? You know full well what the Queen can do if she decides to." Harry looked annoyed at Tonks' question, but Sirius put a hand on his shoulder and stalled any comment he might have had. Sirius stopped laughing and gave Tonks a look that she had only seen a few times before on her cousin's face. "I have never been more serious in my life," he said, nodding at Harry. "The Ministry is corrupt and incompetent, and right now they're out to hurt my godson. Even if I didn't take exception to their actions towards myself, I would do anything to protect him. Whatever happens, my conscience is clean." Tonks stared at Sirius in shock, while Harry's look hardened. Motioning back towards the palace, Sirius said, "Come on Harry, let's go. We don't want to be late." "What do you mean, be late?" asked Tonks, reaching out to prevent them from leaving. Harry's face softened and he smiled, realizing that Tonks at least didn't know the whole story. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the summons, unfolded it and showed Tonks. "We've been summoned to an audience with Her Majesty," he said, sharing a grin with Sirius. Tonks looked at the summons, immediately feeling the compulsion charm on it, her eyes going wide as she realized what it meant. Looking at first Harry, then Sirius, who had pulled out his own summons, her mouth flapped a few times before she found her voice. "She summoned you." Looking around and lowering her voice, she continued, "and there's a compulsion charm on it." "How?" "I don't know," said Harry as Sirius shrugged. "I suggested she add them to the summons just in case someone tried to stop us. I figured it would have been Mrs. Weasley or Dumbledore, but you'll do. Give our regards to the Order, would you? We really should be going." Tonks looked back and forth between them a couple times, then sagged. "I just hope you know what you're doing, and that we all survive it." Straightening up, she extended a hand. "Good luck, and for what it's worth, I hope this works the way you want it to. I'll explain to Dumbledore why I couldn't stop you, and that he should probably be prepared for anything." Sirius nodded and shook her hand. "Thank you Nymphadora," grinning as she winced at her first name. "Assuming I come out of this in one piece, I would be happy to welcome you and your mother back into the family." "Come, Harry," he said, ignoring the surprised look on her face, and the two of them set off to the nearest pedestrian crossing. Tonks shook her head to clear it, wondering if Sirius realized exactly what he had just offered her, then watched them cross the road wondering if any of them would survive to take him up on his offer. She continued to watch them as they approached the castle gate, waiting until they were taken inside to the amazement of the tourists, before heading for the nearest alley she could apparate out of. She had to warn Dumbledore so he could try and keep things from blowing up too much. As Harry and Sirius approached the palace, they could see that the closest gate was open, though there was a barrier to prevent motor vehicles from entering. They weren't sure if this was the correct gate, but figured this was as good as any, especially since there were guards who would probably know what to do. The both pulled out their summonses, conferred briefly, and decided that Harry would be the one to initiate contact. After all, Sirius was still technically a wanted man, and they didn't want his name being read or seen before they knew if they were in the right place or not. They moved through the crowd deliberately, but not rushing, and approached the open gate. As they stepped forward, two policemen stepped forward to challenge them. "I'm sorry, you need to stay back and clear the gate road," one of them said as the other moved into a clearly protective position. Harry held his hands up at chest level, one open and empty, the other holding his summons. "I know this is going to sound crazy, but we've been invited to see the Queen," he said. The first policeman looked disbelieving, while the second one unbuckled his weapon though he didn't draw it. "I've got a summons," Harry said, slowly extending the hand with the paper in it, not knowing what else to do. "Me too," said Sirius, slowly extending his own hand with the summons in it while keeping the other still and in plain sight. The two policemen looked at each other, then the second one nodded. "Take a look," he said, not taking his eyes off of the two potential threats. The first policeman took a couple steps forward to where he could see the paper in Harry's hand. His expression became a bit more intent as the compulsion charm took effect, before his eyes went wide as he recognized Her Majesty's signature and seal. "He's right," said the policeman, sounding incredulous, "he does have an invitation." The second policeman looked disbelieving, then reached for his radio to call for backup. This was definitely above his pay grade. Harry and Sirius had been escorted to the other side of the guardhouse where they had been asked to stand with their hands on their heads while things were sorted out. Harry thought this was a bit much, especially since there was now quite the crowd watching them through the fence, but at least the guards were polite about it. Shortly after the second one had gotten off the radio, two black Land Rovers drove out from the interior of the castle, and slowly approached the guardhouse. When they pulled up, a total of a half-dozen people dressed in army uniforms got out and came over to where Harry and Sirius were waiting, still guarded by the first policeman. "Right," said one of them, "what have we got here?" "They claim to have an audience with the Queen," said the policeman, "and they appear to have valid summonses." Harry wiggled his hand, which was holding the summons over his head. "Can I put my hands down yet?" he asked. "My arms are getting a bit tired." Two of the other soldiers went over to Harry and Sirius and took their summonses, handing them to the first one who appeared to be in charge. "HMPH, he said. "Well, these do appear to be genuine. Search them and then they can put their arms down." He turned and walked over to the first Land Rover while the two soldiers who had collected their summonses came back. "Don't move," said one of the soldiers gruffly. Harry gulped, and nodded very slightly, making sure to stand very still while he was patted down. Next to him Sirius stiffened, but did as he was told as well. "What's in the backpack?" the soldier asked, after he had checked Harry and found nothing he seemed concerned about. "Just a change of clothes, some documents, and a couple of drinks," answered Sirius. At the sharp look from the soldier who had asked Harry the question, Sirius said, "I packed it, he gets to carry it." He gave a little grin at the end, but decided not to push it. The soldier who had been checking Sirius said to his comrade, "He's clean." Turning back to Sirius, he said, "Please wait over by the second Land Rover and follow their instructions." He pointed to the two soldiers standing by the vehicle in question, then nodded to them. Sirius slowly walked towards the Land Rover while the soldier who had been checking him turned to Harry. "I'm going to check your backpack. Please don't do anything we'll regret." "No, sir," Harry stuttered, then looked back at the soldier who had been checking him. He heard the backpack's zipper, then felt the contents carefully being examined. After a moment he heard the zipper close again, and saw the soldier watching him relax slightly. "It's clean too," said the soldier who had examined the contents. "Please come with me." Harry was led over to the first Land Rover and around to the far side, where he saw Sirius standing at the back corner of the other one. He was just about to ask what was going on when he felt a wand in the middle of his back. "Please hand over your wand, Mr. Potter. While you don't appear to have ill intentions, it wouldn't do to take unnecessary chances with Her Majesty's safety." Harry stiffened at the request, then nodded. He slowly extended his arm towards the ground, and felt the wand fall into his hand. He turned it around in his fingers so he was holding the tip, then held it up to be taken. He looked up and saw Sirius looking at him with a worried, almost panicked look on his face, as his wand was removed from his hand. He could see Sirius's wand in the hand of one of the other soldiers, though neither of them appeared to be threatening his godfather. "You okay?" Sirius mouthed, clearly too worried to speak out loud. Harry nodded, and gave a thumbs up. He saw Sirius relax slightly, and did so himself, as the leader of the soldiers came over to him. "I'm sorry for the rough treatment, but this isn't something that happens every day. Everything checks out, so please get in the landy and we'll get you somewhere more private." Seeing Harry's look towards Sirius, he added, "Don't worry, he'll be joining you shortly." As he said it, the door to the other Land Rover was opened, and Sirius was pointed inside. Harry and Sirius shared another look, then Sirius shrugged, and said, "I'll see you inside, all right." Harry still wasn't sure about this, but he didn't have much choice in the matter either. "All right," he said, as Sirius started climbing into the Land Rover. The door in front of him was opened as well, and he climbed in himself, followed by one of the soldiers who closed the door. The Land Rover started forwards almost immediately, turning around and heading back inside the palace. When Sirius had arrived at the Land Rover, he had been motioned to go over to the other side. He did so only reluctantly, as it would mean losing sight of Harry, but he didn't have much choice. As soon as he was out of sight of the crowd, he felt a hard object pressed to his side. They'd then taken his wand, much to his dismay, and quickly searched him again just in case. He saw Harry go around to the other Land Rover, and then surrender his own wand. Sirius knew they were committed when they got the summonses, but it finally hit home just how much trust they had placed in the Queen, and just how badly this could go. He couldn't fault them for being careful, and they were being very professional, but it was still unnerving. Seeing Harry look at him with his own worried face, he mouthed, "You okay?" Harry gave him a thumbs up, which made Sirius relax slightly. After another moment the door to the Land Rover was opened in front of him, and one of the soldiers said, "In you go." Sirius looked at the soldier, but his face was unreadable. He looked back at Harry and said, "I'll see you inside, all right." Harry's face was still worried, but he answered, "All right," as Sirius started into the back of the Land Rover. Sirius saw Harry start to climb into the other Land Rover, before he had to pay attention to getting in himself. Once the soldier behind him climbed in and closed the door, the Land Rover started moving, heading back into the palace. The soldier in the front passenger seat turned around and spoke to Sirius. "Sirius Black, by order of Her Majesty the Queen, you are under arrest on suspicion of murder in the deaths of James and Lily Potter." When Tonks returned to Grimmauld Place, the house was in chaos. Dumbledore was conferring with Lupin and Mad-Eye Moody, while the three of them were doing their best to ignore the screams coming from Mrs. Black's portrait. Mrs. Weasley could be heard shouting at one or more of her children, at least two of whom were shouting as well. Tonks tried to get somebody's attention, but with all the noise it was proving to be impossible. She eventually gave up trying to shout and pulled her wand, setting off a mild cannon blast charm to get people's attention. It worked even better than she had expected, as not only did the shouting from upstairs stop, but even Mrs. Black shut up, if only for a few seconds, before berating her for daring to sully the House of Black or some such nonsense. She quickly moved to the painting and pulled the curtain over it, not wanting to hear her great aunts ranting any more than necessary. "Ah, Nymphadora," said Dumbledore, breaking away from Lupin and Moody. "I take it you were unable to locate Harry and Sirius." "No, I found them," she answered, ignoring his use of her first name. I even talked to them a bit, but I couldn't stop them. Dumbledore opened his mouth to say something, but she held up a hand and kept going. They both had royal summonses, which also had compulsion charms applied to them. I might have been able to bring them back if I stunned them both, but we were in the middle of a large crowd of muggles, and I doubt Sirius would have let me get away with it anyway. The last I saw of them they had reached the palace gate and were talking to the guards. Dumbledore hung his head, while Moody just looked grim as ever. As Dumbledore let out a sigh, she realized that Lupin was smirking slightly, as though he knew something they didn't. She made a mental note to corner him about that later. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley came down the stairs, followed not so closely by their children and Hermione. Dumbledore sighed, then looked at the assembled crowd. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do but prepare for the worst, he said, though what exactly is going to happen I don't know. Mrs. Weasley, realizing that Harry wasn't back and wasn't coming back, started to cry, burying her head into her husband's shoulder. Moody nodded, then stomped over to the dining room and pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey. It was left to Ron Weasley to ask the question on nearly everybody's mind, mostly because he couldn't keep his mouth shut very often. What's the worst that could happen? He asked, causing his mother to stop crying and glare at him. That's none of your business, young man. Get back up. She started to shout, but stopped when Arthur shook his head and put a firm hand on her shoulder. No, Molly, they need to know. They all need to know, because it will affect them right away. He looked at Dumbledore and nodded, who returned the nod somberly. Harry has been summoned by the Queen, which means that she has probably taken a greater interest in the wizarding world than she has in the past. Unfortunately, the current ministry has not been living up to its end of the wizarding charter, and whether intentionally or not has probably given the Queen grounds to revoke it. Should that happen, the ministry will no longer be in control, the Queen will instead. Hermione gasped, wondering how that fact had escaped her, as the Weasley children all murmured to themselves while their mother started crying again. If the ministry falls, who knows what Voldemort will do? And I have no idea what, if anything, the Queen would be able to do about that. This caused more wailing from Mrs. Weasley, and even some crying from Ginny and Hermione, who were now hugging each other. I have hopes that she will not abandon us, as we would still be her subjects, but we have to be prepared for the worst. Tonks snorted. Well, there's nothing I can do about it one way or another, and I'm still supposed to be on duty in a few hours. So if you'll excuse me, I'm going home to take a nap. Dumbledore gave her a hard look, then said, Very well, Nymphadora, I won't expect you at the meeting I'm calling for tonight. It's Tonks, she muttered as she headed for the flow. Walking past Lupin, she reached out and grabbed him, pulling him along with her into the next room. Stopping by the fireplace, she turned and pointed a finger at him while quietly saying, You knew about this, didn't you? Lupin nodded slowly. Could you have stopped them? Asked Tonks. No, replied Lupin, I didn't find out until it was too late. He lowered his voice even more. Not that I would have stopped them, given what I know now. Will you tell me what you know after this is all settled? Lupin nodded again. Once it's all over, I'll come clean. Tonks gave a sharp nod, then said, Good, because I really want to know how they pulled this off. Softening her expression, she said, Good night, Remus, then threw some flow powder into the fireplace and stepped in. Remus looked back towards the entry hall then let out a breath. Nobody was paying attention to him right now, so maybe nobody else noticed. Well, he was pretty sure Moody had, but as long as nothing was said he wasn't going to worry. He could deal with Dumbledore finding out about his role, but he wasn't looking forward to the tongue-lashing he could expect from Mrs. Weasley should she find out. When he returned to the hallway, Dumbledore was casting Patronus messenger spells, notifying everyone of a meeting after dinner. He didn't really want to stay, but it would look bad if he left before then, and besides, he couldn't turn down dinner, not when Molly was cooking. The drive into the palace was short, and Harry was immediately led inside by two of the soldiers and into a small conference room. Waiting for him there were two impeccably dressed men, who Harry assumed were muggles. He realized that at least one of them wasn't when the soldier who had confiscated his wand handed it to the older of the two men, who looked at it appreciatively before putting it on the table behind him. The soldiers moved to guard positions by the door, but otherwise said nothing. The older gentleman then looked at him and addressed him. "Welcome, Harry Potter, thank you for coming. I hope you didn't have too much trouble getting here." "No, sir," replied Harry, wondering who he was. Good, good. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Charles Adlington, Chief Wizard to Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth." Pointing to the younger gentleman next to him, he continued, "This is my senior assistant, Andrew Halford. I apologize for having to search you and confiscate your wand, but given that your companion is accused of several serious crimes, we cannot take any chances before allowing you to meet Her Majesty." Harry bristled, and said, "Sirius is innocent." The chief wizard shook his head and continued, "As I said, he is accused of several serious crimes. Part of the vetting process he will be put through in a few minutes will be to determine whether he is actually guilty of said crimes or not. Her Majesty has instructed me to determine the truth of the matter and present the raw, unbiased findings to her for judgment, at which time she will decide what, if anything, is to be done about it." Hearing that Sirius was going to get a fair trial, and knowing the truth would exonerate him, he relaxed somewhat and nodded. "I want to be there when you question him," he said firmly. The chief wizard nodded, saying, "As soon as we ensure that you are not under any kind of compulsion or control on his part, we will all determine the truth of his situation." "What?" shouted Harry, tensing up again. "You claim to know that Sirius Black is innocent," replied the chief wizard. "Before we question him in your presence, we need to ensure that you yourself are not under any influence that would hinder the interrogation process. As the Russians are fond of saying, trust, but verify." Quote. Harry nodded slowly. He could see the value of taking that path, though he was still upset this had all been sprung on him. "Okay," he said, "what now?" "First, we check you for compulsions and the like, and then we will interrogate your godfather." Harry didn't worry as the chief wizard started checking him for spells. He knew Sirius wouldn't have done anything like that, and besides, he'd thrown off Voldemort's imperious curse. It was unlikely that anyone else would be strong enough to hold one on him after the fact. Sirius was sitting at a table in an otherwise empty room, with only 2 soldiers standing guard by the door to keep him company. Not that they were good company, they hadn't said a word to him since telling him that if he got up from the chair he'd regret it. He was worried about what was going to happen, but more importantly he worried about Harry. What if the Queen was siding with Fudge? Were they just waiting to turn him over to the Aurors, or worse, a Dementor? Bored, and more than a little bit worried, he thought back to what had happened since he got into the Land Rover to come inside the castle. The soldier in the front passenger seat turned around and spoke to Sirius. "Sirius Black, by order of Her Majesty the Queen, you are under arrest on suspicion of murder in the deaths of James and Lily Potter. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defense if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. You are to be held at Her Majesty's pleasure until such time as you can be given a proper trial. Do you understand?" Sirius stared at the soldier in shock, not quite understanding what was happening. "Do you understand your rights?" asked the soldier a second time. Sirius nodded, still not quite understanding why he had been arrested. Hadn't the Queen offered him royal asylum? When they got inside the palace and parked next to the other Land Rover, Sirius could see that Harry was already walking inside. He wanted to jump out and follow, but the soldiers on either side of him weren't moving. After a minute, the radio crackled and the soldier in the front seat said, "All right, let's get him inside." They escorted him out of the car and inside, leading him to a room devoid of anything but a table and chair, to which he was led. "Have a seat," said one of the soldiers. "You are to wait here until someone comes to get you. I recommend you stay in that chair, or you might regret it." He was roused from his thoughts by the sound of the door opening. Another soldier entered, followed by 2 well-dressed gentlemen and Harry. "Harry!" cried Sirius. He made a move to stand up, but seeing the guards flinch he settled back down and just looked at his godson. Harry smiled, and said, "I'm okay Sirius, you?" Sirius just nodded, unsure of what was going on. "Sirius Black," said the older of the 2 gentlemen, "I am Her Majesty's chief wizard, and I have been instructed by Her Majesty to determine the truth regarding your situation and bring the findings to Her Majesty for judgment. You have my word that no action will be taken regarding your guilt or innocence without Her Majesty's command." Sirius sagged in the chair as the tension he had been feeling left him. He wasn't out of the woods yet, but he knew that so long as the truth was presented to the Queen, he would be okay. "Thank you," he said quietly, as tears of relief threatened to spill out. A moment later he felt himself pulled into a hug, and looked up to see Harry holding him tightly. "We made it, Padfoot. Let's get this over with and we can go see the Queen." At Harry's words he felt a weight lift from him. He might not be totally out of the woods yet, but Harry was safe, and the rest would come. Looking up at the Chief Wizard, he said, "Okay, what do we need to do?" Coughing slightly, he added, "And could I trouble you for a drink of water?" The Chief Wizard nodded, and one of the soldiers left the room. He then pulled out his wand and conjured 2 more chairs, one next to Sirius and one on the other side of the table. Sitting down opposite Sirius, he motioned to the other chair and said, "Please, sit down, Mr. Potter. We'll begin the questioning once Mr. Black gets his drink." Harry took a seat, keeping a hand on Sirius's arm but otherwise not saying anything. After a moment the soldier returned with several bottles of water, which he distributed to Sirius, Harry and the Queen's wizards. Sirius took the bottle and opened it after taking a moment to figure it out, then drank half of it in one long gulp. "Ah," he sighed, "much better." Looking at the Chief Wizard, he said, "Okay, ask away." The Chief Wizard looked at the younger gentleman who walked over to the table, producing a small bottle from his pocket. "Are you willing to answer questions under Veritaserum?" asked the younger wizard. Sirius nodded. "Yes, in fact I prefer to, so that there isn't any doubt later." Both of the Queen's wizards nodded, then the younger wizard opened the bottle and withdrew a dropper. Sirius opened his mouth, and 3 drops were placed under his tongue. Sirius's eyes unfocused, and he sagged slightly, but Harry's hand on his arm kept him from going very far. "Please state your full name," said the Chief Wizard, as his assistant pulled out a pad of paper and pen. "Sirius Orion Black," replied Sirius, sounding not entirely there. "How are you related to Harry James Potter?" "We're distant cousins, though I don't know exactly how." "Do you have any other connection to Harry James Potter?" "I was named his godfather by James and Lily after he was born." "Who cast the Fidelius charm on the Potter's house?" "I don't know. I assume it was Lily, but it could have been James." "Were you the Potter's secret keeper?" "No." "Did you know the secret?" "Yes." "Who told you the secret?" "Peter Pettigrew." "How did he tell you the secret?" "He told it to me personally. He was the secret keeper." "Did you betray the Potters to the one who called himself Lord Voldemort?" "No." "Have you ever supported or otherwise aided the one who called himself Lord Voldemort?" "No." "Did you kill Peter Pettigrew?" "No." "Did you kill any of the bystanders you have been accused of killing when you allegedly killed Peter Pettigrew?" "No." "Peter did it. Why did you come to see the Queen?" "I came to make sure my godson didn't get a raw deal again. And because the Queen offered to make sure I would get a fair trial." "Do you have any hostile intentions towards Her Majesty?" "No." The Chief Wizard turned to his assistant and nodded. "I think that's enough to satisfy Her Majesty for now. Please give him the antidote so we can wrap this up." The assistant produced a second vial, and poured a small amount into Sirius's mouth. The moment it hit his tongue, his eyes started to clear, and he swallowed it down. By the time he had finished swallowing, he had returned to normal. Looking at Harry, he sniffled and said, "I'm sorry, Harry." Harry looked confused, but pulled Sirius into a hug anyway. "What for, Padfoot?" Sirius gave Harry a smile as he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. "I'm sorry for putting my own needs ahead of yours, back when you needed me most. I'm sorry for letting Hagrid take you to Dumbledore instead of looking after you myself." Harry tried to interject, but Sirius shushed him. "No, Harry, it was my responsibility to look after you first, and go after Peter second. I know that now, and I won't let it happen again." Harry gave Sirius a serious look, then smiled. "See that you don't, and all is forgiven." Sirius smiled back, then pulled Harry into another hug before releasing him. Turning to the Chief Wizard, he asked, so now what? The chief wizard kept a studiously neutral look on his face, but it was clear that he had been smiling at the two of them working things out. Well, now that I have the facts of your situation, I believe you have an appointment with Her Majesty. While you technically remain under arrest until Her Majesty decides what to do with you, I am satisfied that you are not guilty of the charges, and not a threat to Her Majesty either. If you will give me your word that you'll behave properly, I don't think you need to be restrained until then. I give you my word, Marauder's honor. The chief wizard raised an eyebrow at Sirius, then looked at Harry. Can you please explain the meaning of that? Harry nodded, giving Sirius a look. His group of friends at Hogwarts was known as the Marauders. For him, Marauder's honor is more serious than swearing on his life. Sirius nodded, but didn't elaborate. The chief wizard looked back at Sirius and continued, very well. I will retain possession of both of your wands until you leave the palace. While you have earned some trust, I'm still responsible for Her Majesty's safety. Now, for a quick lesson in etiquette before I take you in. Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, was a patient woman. She had to be, after over 40 years on the throne, having dealt with many, many difficult things. That said, she did not like to be kept waiting. Her chief wizard was due any minute with his charges. After all that she had heard about what was going on in the wizarding world over the past couple days, she wanted to get more information from those who knew it firsthand. She was sitting at her desk, going through the latest stack of papers that required her signature just to get them done with, when there was a knock at the door. Pushing the button to indicate that they should enter, she was pleased to see that the chief wizard had arrived, followed by a man and a boy. If she was surprised or concerned by the soldiers escorting them all, she didn't show it. She put the paper she had just signed into the finished pile, then watched as they walked in front of her desk and bowed their heads slightly. Your Majesty, the chief wizard said. He pointed to Harry, then Sirius, as he said, may I present Mr. Harry James Potter and Mr. Sirius Orion Black, wizards. Thank you, Charles, I trust there were no problems. No, ma'am, everything is as you were told. The Queen nodded. Welcome, Sir Harry, Mr. Black, we've been looking forward to meeting you. The chief wizard had spent several minutes going over etiquette and protocol for meeting the Queen, all things that Harry and Sirius would have otherwise known nothing about. When asked if they had any questions, Harry had requested that he change his hair back before meeting Her Majesty. After doing so, he had offered the potion to Sirius, who had declined for the time being. He wasn't sure if he would need his disguise any further, and he had finished the color-changing potion turning blonde. Once Harry's hair was back to normal, they were then led through the palace to a door that was guarded by two men in what appeared to be ceremonial garb, who verified the chief wizard's identity before allowing him to knock on the door. A moment later a light over the door came on, and the chief wizard opened the door, beckoning Harry and Sirius to follow. They entered what was obviously the Queen's private study. She sat at her desk, doing what appeared to be, of all things, paperwork. As they came to a halt a few steps in front of her desk, they bowed their heads briefly, as they had been instructed. Your Majesty, said the chief wizard. Pointing first to Harry, and then Sirius, he continued, may I present Mr. Harry James Potter and Mr. Sirius Orion Black, wizards. Thank you, Charles, replied the Queen. I trust there were no problems. No, ma'am, everything is as you were told. The Queen nodded, then looked at Harry. Welcome, Sir Harry, Mr. Black, we've been looking forward to meeting you. It took Harry a moment to parse what she had said, but Sirius got it immediately. He opened his mouth to say something in response, then closed it, looked at Harry, and back at the Queen. Finally he simply said, thank you for inviting us, Your Majesty. Harry, having finally processed what she said, went wide-eyed before answering, yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Pausing, he attempted to bite his tongue but was unsuccessful, as he continued, why did you call me Sir Harry? Sirius looked like he wanted to crawl under a table, and the chief wizard rolled his eyes slightly, but the Queen just laughed. Please, be seated, and I will tell you a story. The chief wizard pulled up 3 chairs, and they sat in them awaiting the Queen. Many years ago, before I was Queen, I used to receive letters via owl several times a year. Most of them were wedding invitations, but some were more personal letters from young ladies wanting to correspond with the crown princess. As time went on, the letters became fewer and fewer, until they just stopped sometime after the war was over. And then I became queen, and forgot all about them. Until a few days ago, when an owl suddenly appeared at my window, in this very room. In all honesty, I had not paid much attention to the magical world since I ascended the throne, other than occasional reports from my chief wizard or the Prime Minister's office. After all, my duties as queen occupy most of my time as is. The last time I spent any time considering it was about 15 years ago, when the last war began to spill over into my world. But then it stopped, and while I was glad to hear that it was over, I never spent any time learning how it happened or why. Again, my other duties, along with several family matters, kept me from spending extra time on something that I was bound to keep out of anyway. Thus it is only recently that I learned that we, that is the crown and all of non-magical Britain, owe you a debt of gratitude for ending that war. But I didn't. Harry began to interrupt, before closing his mouth and looking sheepish. Perhaps you did, perhaps you didn't, but that is the story I have heard. In any event, that is not the end of my story, nor my reason for calling you Sir Harry. When you wrote to me, you brought to my attention the possibility that everything in the magical world might not have been as we were being told, and I had my chief wizard investigate. While I do not believe that I have the whole story, I have learned enough to decide that it is time I take a more involved approach to that segment of my realm. It is for that reason, for bringing the plight of my subjects to my attention and giving me a way to take action to help them, that I call you Sir Harry. Membership in the Royal Victorian Order is granted at my will, and mine alone, and I have chosen to offer it to you. Harry blushed, embarrassed by the respect given to him by Her Majesty. But I didn't do anything, he said quietly, not wanting to offend her yet trying to get out of it nonetheless. Appointment to the order is given for rendering personal service to the Queen. And while you may not feel that you have done anything important, it is I who get to decide what qualifies. Are you refusing membership? Harry's blush deepened, but he shook his head. No, ma'am, I will accept the honor if you wish to give it to me. The Queen nodded, then looked at the chief wizard. I know that this will be somewhat out of order, but as this appointment cannot happen during the normal cycle, I do not have my sword handy. She gave a small grin, then turned serious again. Sir Harry, may I see your wand? Harry looked confused, then nodded. Yes, ma'am, but Mr. Adlington has it right now. She turned to her chief wizard. May I please have Sir Harry's wand? The chief wizard stood, then drew Harry's wand. Approaching her desk, he turned it and handed it to her. Harry wasn't sure what he expected when the Queen took his wand, but he felt a little disappointed when nothing happened. The Queen looked it over, then stood and walked around her desk. Harry James Potter, kneel before your sovereign, intoned the Queen regally. Harry stood from the chair and slowly approached the Queen, then knelt before her. The Queen brandished Harry's wand, then tapped him first on the right shoulder, then the left. For invaluable services rendered to the Crown, voluntarily and unbidden, we hereby name you Knight Commander of the Royal Victorian Order. We thank you, Sir Harry, and offer this as our gratitude. Harry looked up at the Queen in awe, having just been officially knighted, and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Smiling down at him, she said, Please, rise. There's no need to keep kneeling. When he did, she held out his wand to him. I believe this is yours, Sir Harry. Looking at the chief wizard, then back at the Queen, Harry said, I'm sorry, ma'am, I was told that I would not be permitted to keep my wand while inside the palace. The Queen looked at her chief wizard, and the two of them held each other's gaze briefly. She then turned back to Harry, and extended her hand a little further. While I appreciate his concern for my safety, I will not have one of my knights going around unarmed. Mr. Black's wand will remain with Mr. Adlington for the time being, but you may retain yours. See that you do not prove yourself unworthy of my trust. No, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, stammered Harry. He then took the wand from the Queen, and placed it back in his arm holster. Please, take your seat, said the Queen, as she returned to her own desk chair. We have much to discuss and very little time to discuss it. Over the next half hour or so, they discussed the current state of Wizarding Britain, particularly as it related to Voldemort. After explaining that the so-called Dark Lord, as Her Majesty put it, had returned from the dead and regained his followers, she had pointedly asked him how he knew this. Thus Harry had explained briefly about the night in the graveyard, as well as his earlier encounters with Voldemort's spirit first and second years. He then explained his encounter with Fudge after returning from the graveyard, and his unwillingness to believe that Voldemort had returned. Sirius went on to explain the current public smearing of both Harry and Dumbledore, using the age-old method of, if you repeat something often enough, it will become true. Except, of course, when the thing you are repeating is verifiably false. They had just begun to discuss the Wizarding Charter, and what their options were for dealing with it, when there was a knock at the door. Signaling a halt to the conversation, she pushed the button on her phone to indicate that whoever was knocking should come in. A steward opened the door and entered. "My apologies, ma'am, but Prince Philip has asked if you will be joining him for supper." The Queen looked at her companions, then back at the steward. "Yes, I shall join him shortly. Please provide supper for Mr. Adlington and his 2 guests, as well as anyone else he requests to join him." Turning to her chief wizard, she continued, "Please use one of the private conference rooms to continue your discussions. I'm sure there's much to discuss that doesn't require my presence. I will expect you to return no later than 9:30 to discuss your findings." The Queen stood, as did the chief wizard, Harry and Sirius. She waited until they had left her study before following the steward out herself. After leaving the Queen, Harry and Sirius were shown into a small conference room by the chief wizard, where they were joined shortly by his senior assistant and 2 others. He introduced them as additional members of his staff, who would be in charge of any research that was required as a result of their discussions. They kept the conversation light while dinner was brought in, before the chief wizard sealed the room to ensure their privacy. After giving everyone a few minutes to eat, the chief wizard said, "All right, I think we should get started now, just to get things going." After a round of assents, he continued, "The first order of business is to make sure we all know the schedule for tomorrow." "What time is your hearing tomorrow, Sir Harry?" Harry finished chewing and swallowed before answering. The original hearing was supposed to be at 9 a.m. But the minister has moved it to 8 a.m. and turned it into a trial in front of the full Wizengamot. I also have not been formally notified of that fact, but found out due to the good conscience of one of his assistants. The chief wizard's face took on a hard look, then he nodded to one of the underlings. "And you're sure there was no attempt to notify you beforehand?" The source overheard Fudge talking to his senior undersecretary about how to keep me from finding out until it was too late. He then told his father, though I don't know why since they are currently estranged, and the father told me. Given that the ministry is doing everything it can to discredit me, it doesn't surprise me that he'd try to do something like this either. "I see," said the chief wizard. "And what exactly are the charges you are facing?" Harry put his fork down and took a long drink before answering. "Violating the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, as well as the International Statute of Secrecy, for performing a Patronus charm in front of a Muggle." Harry snorted, and missed all 4 of the Queen's wizards staring at him with wide eyes. "You can perform a Patronus?" blurted out one of the underlings. Harry looked up, then shrugged. "I've been able to do them for over a year." Ignoring their open-mouthed stares, he continued, "But that's not the point. The only Muggle who saw it was my cousin, who knows about magic anyway, and I only did it because of the Dementors that attacked us." At this point the table erupted, as everyone except Sirius started shouting questions about what had happened. Eventually Sirius banged his hand on the table and said loudly, "Yes, we know that's a problem. Can you please calm down so we can actually figure things out?" Harry looked at Sirius, who just put an arm around his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Just looking out for you, okay?" Harry nodded, then looked back at the chief wizard. "Ask away, just one at a time please." The chief wizard nodded, then said, "Perhaps we should start with you simply telling us about what happened, starting before anything unusual happened." Looking at his assistants, he added, "We'll hold our questions until the end." The 3 assistants nodded at the chief wizard, who in turn nodded at Harry. He took a few deep breaths and composed himself before beginning his tale. He explained about running into Dudley on the way home, and how the Dementors had shown up. He told of using his Patronus to save himself and Dudley, and the arrival of Mrs. Figg. He had to take a small detour to explain who she was, as well as why Mundungus Fletcher would be guarding his house. Finally he explained about what happened when he got home, something that took all his strength to do. Strangely, it wasn't all of the owls that were hard to explain, but Vernon and Petunia's reaction to everything. When he was finished he sagged in his chair, exhausted from the telling. The chief wizard had listened with rapt attention, taking in every detail Harry told. Occasionally he would make a note about something, and the other three wizards took many more notes, but true to his word he never interrupted. When Harry was finished, he made an extra note to look into his prior living conditions, as his aunt and uncle's reactions had clearly been the hardest thing for him to recount. "That's quite a tale, Sir Harry," said the chief wizard. "I have just a couple questions for now, and then I think perhaps we could all use a small break to finish eating before we continue." "Thank you," said Harry. "What do you want to know?" "Most importantly, when and where did this happen?" "It was the evening of the 2nd of August, in Little Whinging, Surrey." The chief wizard made a note of the time and place, then asked, "And was this the residence that you and Mr. Black needed assistance departing?" "No, sir," said Harry, "that was Sirius's house. I can't say anything more about its location." The chief wizard nodded, and replied, "That's fine, I don't need to know its location right now anyway." "Thank you, we can discuss the incident further after dinner." Harry nodded thankfully, then set to work finishing his dinner. He didn't notice the chief wizard scribble down a note and give it to one of the researchers, who excused himself and left. It was about 20 minutes later that they reconvened, after the remains of dinner had been cleared by a couple of stewards. The underling had returned before Harry even noticed his absence, and nobody said anything about it, so they simply picked up where they left off. Harry had explained his prior experience with Dementors, and having learned the Patronus charm to ward them off after the Quidditch incident, which had answered many of their questions. They then went over some of the details about the messages he had gotten, and how quickly they had been received. Finally, they discussed how to get Harry to the Ministry on time. "I don't actually know where the Ministry is, or how to get there," said Harry. "I'm sure I would have gone with Mr. Weasley had I still been back at Sirius's house, but I really don't know how to get there from here." "Actually," said the chief wizard, a grin forming on his face, "that won't be a problem. As it happens, we still have a direct flow connection into the Ministry, one that they probably don't even remember we have." Harry and Sirius both looked surprised, with Sirius asking, "But, how?" "It's connected to the old Crown Ambassador's office." Seeing that this didn't help, he continued, "Back before the last war, the Crown maintained an ambassador to the magical world since there was much less contact between the two. During the war, especially due to the ties between Grindelwald and Nazi Germany, the Muggle Relations Office was set up to provide more timely contact between the magical and non-magical groups fighting the war, and worked through the PM's office rather than the king. Late in the war the ambassador passed away, and rather than appoint a new one it was decided to just keep liaising through the wartime setup. When the ambassador's office was closed, it was sealed from the Ministry, but the connection to the Crown Wizard's office was kept open. Using that, we can get you directly inside the Ministry rather quickly, and then you just need to get down to the courtroom itself. Does that help?" "Yes, it does," said Harry. He looked at Sirius, whose eyes had gone wide. "What?" A grin slowly formed on Sirius's face, until Harry poked him. Looking at his godson, he said, "I could come with you. Once you're inside the Ministry, I doubt they'd even notice me under your cloak. If I could make it to the Wizengamot chambers." Harry's gasp was covered by the chief wizard asking pointedly, "Cloak? What cloak?" Harry turned sheepishly towards the chief wizard and said, I have an invisibility cloak." All four of the Crown Wizards stared at him, though none drew their wands. After a few seconds, the chief wizard groaned. "Do you mean to tell me you brought an invisibility cloak into the palace? Into the Queen's study?" Sirius looked like he couldn't decide whether to cringe or laugh, so it was up to Harry to answer. "Yes," he said. "It's been in my pack since we got here." The chief wizard looked at Harry, then Sirius, and finally at his senior assistant. He shrugs from all three, so he merely sighed and relaxed back into his chair. I think, he said slowly. I think we're all just going to pretend that we didn't hear that, and you're going to keep it inside your pack until we've left the palace. Agreed. Receiving an embarrassed nod from Harry, a chuckle and a nod from Sirius, and more serious nods from his three assistants, he turned back to Harry. Anything else in your pack I should be aware of? Just the rest of the hair color potion for Sirius, a change of clothes for each of us, and copies of the Wizarding and Wizengamot charters. Really? Inquired the chief wizard as his eyes lit up. After your first letter, Her Majesty instructed me to find a copy of the Wizarding Charter so we could have some idea what we had to work with, but I've never seen the Wizengamot Charter before. May we see it? Sure, said Harry, pulling all the documents out of the bag and handing them over. I'm not sure it will have much of an impact, as it doesn't appear that they have anything to do with the Queen. The only thing we found was some old protections that Sirius could invoke if he willingly presents himself for trial. That would have been hard to do since we didn't know how to get him into the ministry, but with your back door I think we can do it. The chief wizard nodded absently as he quickly read through the charter, his face smiling brighter as he went. Finally, he looked up and said, "Oh, this is perfect." At everyone else's blank looks, he looked at Harry and said, "You've got to know the rules if you're going to exploit them." At the chief wizard's pronouncement of exploiting the rules, Sirius couldn't hold it anymore, and started laughing. Harry looked back and forth a few times, then began to chuckle himself. The rest of the wizards did so as well, and the room was filled with laughter for a minute. The chief wizard then duplicated all of the documents so that everyone could have their own copy to look over and handed them out so they could get to work doing just that. After giving everyone a few minutes to look over the documents, the chief wizard cleared his throat and got everyone's attention. Since you raised the Wizarding Charter in your requests to Her Majesty, I think we should begin by looking at that. The current charter was enacted at the same time as the Bill of Rights, while incorporating into it the earlier version of the charter signed by King James I in 1617. That charter unified the wizarding populations of Scotland with those of England and Wales, who had already been unified several centuries earlier. It also granted provisional autonomy to the magical world, provided that certain major laws were adhered to. This originally included the Magna Carta, and in the amended version the Habeas Corpus Act and the Bill of Rights were added. It also contains a provision to follow any law that the Crown submitted to, and was ratified by, the Wizengamot. Have there been any further laws ratified by the Wizengamot? Asked Harry. Not that I know of, though it's possible that they're listed separately from the charter you provided. In any event, you listed Clause 29 of the Magna Carta, which is indeed still valid in the Muggle world, and should also be in the magical one. Just to confirm, Mr. Black, you did not receive a trial in which you were found guilty of the charges against you. Not that I remember, said Sirius. From what I overheard while I was in Azkaban, the head of the DMLE at the time, Barty Crouch, pushed for me to be sent there without a trial, and that's what they did. Are you saying that the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement explicitly deprived you of a trial before sending you to prison for life? Asked the chief wizard incredulously. That's my understanding, replied Sirius. Unfortunately, you can't ask him yourself, as he was killed earlier this year. Killed by his own son, who he'd broken out of Azkaban despite having been convicted of being a Death Eater, unlike me. The last was said with a growl, and Harry gave Sirius a one-armed hug to calm him down. I see, said the chief wizard, writing a few more notes. Do you know of anyone else who was sent to Azkaban without a trial? Not that I'm aware of, said Sirius, but Harry interrupted him. Hagrid, said Harry, second year, Minister Fudge sent Hagrid to Azkaban after the Chamber of Secrets had been opened. He said something about the Ministry having to be seen doing something, and if it turned out to not be Hagrid they'd apologize later. Harry looked at Sirius. I had no idea about you back then, and by the time we discussed your situation Hagrid was already back. The minister just took him away, without any mention of a trial. That's, the chief wizard paused before continuing, disturbing. Have you witnessed any other questionable decisions by the minister? Harry snorted. I'm not sure I've witnessed any unquestionable decisions by the minister. Third year, after Sirius and Remus captured Peter Pettigrew, things went all pear-shaped because Remus forgot to drink his potion. Seeing the confused look on the chief wizard's face, he said, "Remus Lupin is my honorary uncle, and a good friend of Sirius and my parents. He was the defense against the dark arts professor that year, and he's also a werewolf. Pettigrew was captured on the night of the full moon, and Remus got caught up in that and forgot to take his wolfsbane potion. When he transformed, Pettigrew escaped, and Sirius held Remus off until he ran away. Unfortunately, after that Sirius got recaptured by Snape. Snape is supposed to be the potions professor at Hogwarts, but mostly he just yells at everyone who's not a Slytherin, and especially me. Anyway, he captured Sirius and claimed that I and my friends who had seen Pettigrew were confounded, just so that he could get revenge against Sirius for some childhood rivalry. Not that he saw anything, since he was unconscious for most of it anyway. Still, based on his testimony, Fudge refused to listen to us and sent for a Dementor to administer the key to Sirius. Fortunately, one of my friends and I got some help and were able to free Sirius before that happened, and he's been on the run ever since." The chief wizard made a few more notes. "That's not the most damning of decisions under the circumstances, though I agree it was a bit rushed. Anything else?" Sirius looked unhappy with the chief wizard's statement, but held his tongue for the time being. "Well, there were several incidents with Dementors during third year," said Harry. "The first one was on the Hogwarts Express, before we even got to school. The train was stopped and searched by Dementors. I don't know what would have happened had Remus not been in our compartment to cast a Patronus and drive them away. After we got to Hogwarts, we found out that Fudge had the Dementors surrounding the school, hoping to catch Sirius. They weren't supposed to enter the grounds, but during the first Quidditch match they all came into the stadium and—" Harry gave a little involuntary shudder, and Sirius patted him on the shoulder. "It's okay, Harry, it's long past." The Queen's wizards were staring at Harry in disbelief. "There were Dementors on the school grounds?" asked the chief wizard incredulously. Harry nodded, then pulled himself back together. "I don't remember it, but I fell off my broom when I blacked out. Dumbledore chased off the Dementors, but that was the only time so far I've not gotten the snitch. It was after that incident that I asked Remus to teach me how to do a Patronus." The chief wizard shook his head. "Dare I ask if that's everything?" "Nope," said Harry. "There's what happened at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. After Voldemort's resurrection, Fudge brought a Dementor into the castle and it keyed Barty Crouch Jr. before he even questioned him, and Fudge called it, no loss. This despite the fact that Barty was supposed to have been dead and had spent the past year teaching defense against the dark arts while masquerading as someone else. He then tried to claim I was disturbed because of all the lies printed about me in the Prophet, and refused to believe that I had seen Voldemort come back. At one point, he said something like, he just can't be back, before threatening Dumbledore not to work against him. Ever since, he's been allowing the Daily Prophet to print stories about Dumbledore and myself, trying to discredit us. All while people who I saw and heard Voldemort call by name continue to have the minister's support." Harry paused for a moment, then added, "That's everything I can think of." The chief wizard was scribbling furiously now, and did so for half a minute after Harry finished. Looking at Sirius, he asked, "Anything to add, Mr. Black?" "Not that I can think of, other than that Harry should probably give you the names of all the Death Eaters that responded to Voldemort's summons." Nodding, the chief wizard said to Harry, "If you could write them down please, that would be helpful. Do you know if any of them were tried after the First War ended?" "There were a few Death Eaters in Azkaban," said Sirius, "but I don't know what happened to the ones who didn't get sent there." "I don't think they were tried," said Harry, "or if they were they never got questioned under Veritaserum. Most of them claimed to be under the Imperius Curse, and or bribed their way out. The only ones I know of who didn't were Snape, who Dumbledore vouched for, and Karkaroff, who named names and was given a lighter sentence." The chief wizard, indeed all of the crown wizards, were shaking their heads at this. "I'd ask if there was anything else, but I think we have enough information to provide a recommendation to Her Majesty, and we also have other things to discuss. Now that we've discussed the Wizarding Charter, and Wizarding Britain's shortcomings related to it, let's look at the Wizengamot Charter. First, I want to give you some background on the Wizengamot and the origins of the Wizengamot Charter. If you look at the very first paragraph, it states, paraphrased into modern English, that the Charter incorporates in its entirety the earlier oath of magical fealty taken by members of the Wizards' Council, which was the predecessor to the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic. While we do not have copies of that document here, I can tell you approximately what it says since it's one of the documents I found when looking for the Wizarding Charter, and because it was based at least partially on a similar non-magical oath. The oath of fealty was taken by the king's closest advisors, pledging their loyalty to the king, usually in exchange for protection and various favors. The oath of magical fealty was similar, except that it contained a couple of magically binding components. First, those who took the oath could not take any direct action to harm the king. Given that the king was usually a muggle, this was necessary to protect the king, and in exchange the wizards were granted the protection of the crown. It wouldn't and didn't protect individuals against being tried for witchcraft, but it limited that to local authorities rather than throughout the realm. Second, and perhaps more importantly, it created a sort of bidirectional power-sharing agreement between the king and those in the Wizards' Council. While not autonomous per se, the council was granted the power to govern magical England as it saw fit unless the king personally told them otherwise. While the Wizengamot Chamber did not exist at the time, the magics of the oath should have transferred to it when the charter was established. Okay, said Harry, so you're saying that if the queen shows up she can tell them what to do? Yes and no, replied the chief wizard. The Wizengamot Charter was amended during the interregnum to suspend the oath of magical fealty under the autonomy of the Wizarding Charter. Since there was no king to tell them otherwise, the oath was held in abeyance, and when the monarchy was restored it was never challenged. However, that suspension is tied to the Wizarding Charter, something that Her Majesty is considering revoking depending on what she learns this evening. Should that charter be revoked, the oath of magical fealty would once again be enforced. So you're saying that if the Queen revokes the Wizarding Charter, she can force the Wizengamot to change the laws? Sirius grinned. Wouldn't that be a kick in the pants for the pureblood supremacists? The chief wizard grinned back predatorily. Actually, I suspect that if she were to appear inside the Wizengamot chambers, she could command them to do just about anything, so long as it didn't violate the protections granted in return for fealty. You said that there were a number of people who escaped punishment after the last war by claiming that they were under the Imperious Curse at the time. I don't think they could get away with that in front of Her Majesty, nor would she allow it. In fact, despite not being magical herself, I believe Her Majesty could use the Wizengamot members' own magic to enforce the oath. Sirius let out a whistle. Wow, that's pretty heavy. What do you think she'll do? That remains to be seen, though in light of our discussions this evening I am going to recommend that she revokes the Wizarding Charter. While I have some misgivings about having to suddenly take over the wizarding world on a moment's notice, I cannot condone the direction that those in charge have continued to follow over the past 10 years. I've long suspected that Wizarding Britain was in violation of the Charter, but between my limited interaction with it and the restrictions placed on me by the Charter, I haven't been able to do anything to prove it. You, on the other hand, have no such restrictions, and voluntarily came to us with this information. Harry looked at Sirius nervously. I already told you that I have no regrets about this, said Sirius, patting him on the shoulder. It's not your fault that Fudge and his supporters have messed things up so badly. You're just the messenger. If the House of Cards collapses on itself because you sneezed, that's their fault, not yours. They should have built it better. But what about my friends? What if it affects them? If they're truly your friends, they'll forgive you. Otherwise, they aren't your friends. Besides, Sirius grinned, people are already blaming you for everything. At least this time it will be for something you actually did. Harry gave Sirius a look, but he couldn't help smiling. Okay, you do have a point. Turning to the chief wizard, he asked, what about the protections on the Wizengamot chamber itself? Do you think they're still in existence? They should be, said the chief wizard. If I'm reading the charter correctly, the various protections on the chamber are tied directly to the charter itself. There's actually quite a bit more than just the trial protections, though those are definitely the most immediately relevant. It also indicates that there are wards on the chamber allowing the wizard in charge of the Wizengamot to lock down the chamber, denying both physical access in and out, as well as the use of any magic other than that enforced by the chamber's wards. I can only assume that at some point they were needed to keep the members from killing each other during heated debates, or perhaps to force an agreement before allowing people to leave. Both of those could prove quite useful should Her Majesty stage a visit. The chief wizard glanced at his watch before nodding to himself. I'm sure there's more to discuss, but it's already after 9, and Her Majesty wanted us back by past. Let's speak with her and we'll go from there. After a brief break to freshen up, Harry and Sirius were led back to the Queen's study. The chief wizard was joined by his senior assistant this time, while the two underlings went off to research whatever it was that they had been asked to investigate. The Queen welcomed them back with a smile, as she stood behind her desk. "Welcome back, Charles, Sir Harry, Mr. Black," she said, looking at each of them in turn. Looking at the last of their party she added, "Mr. Halford." There was a chorus of, "Your Majesty," as they all responded in turn. "Please, sit," said the Queen, taking her own seat behind her desk. Looking at her chief wizard, she inquired, "I trust you had a productive discussion in my absence." "Yes, ma'am," said the chief wizard. "Do you want the details first, or just my conclusions? I believe that a summary of the details would be best, followed by your conclusions." "Of course," he nodded. "We have evidence of at least 2 people being placed in prison for indefinite periods of time without receiving a trial. In one case the prisoner was released after a few months, in the other case, that of Mr. Black, he escaped after approximately 12 years. We also have evidence that the current Minister of Magic is either grossly incompetent or actively conspiring to prevent an honest investigation into both Mr. Black's situation, as well as the alleged return of the so-called Dark Lord." Quote, "He did return," interjected Harry, but stopped when the Queen held up her hand. "I know that you believe that, Sir Harry, and I myself am inclined to believe you as well, but until we see concrete evidence we cannot consider it more than an allegation. However, unlike your Minister of Magic, I intend to have the matter investigated thoroughly before reaching a conclusion." Harry nodded and subsided, satisfied that he wasn't just being brushed aside. The Queen nodded to the chief wizard, who continued, "Finally, we have allegations that a number of alleged supporters of the so-called Dark Lord either bribed their way out of justice, or received cursory trials that were not aimed at uncovering the truth, and that they have resumed aiding and abetting the so-called Dark Lord." Quote, looking at the others, he asked, "Did I miss anything?" Harry and Sirius thought for a moment, then shook their heads. "That's the big stuff," said Sirius. Turning back to the Queen, he said, "Based on the allegations and evidence I've seen so far, it is my opinion that the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot are in direct violation of the Wizarding Charter of Great Britain, and that should you choose to do so there are multiple grounds for revoking it." "And what do you think I should choose to do?" asked the Queen, suddenly sounding dangerous. The chief wizard didn't seem fazed by the Queen's shift in tone, and simply answered, "It is my opinion, were I in your position, that I would revoke the charter and institute a temporary government to maintain necessary services while the current system is overhauled and a new charter established. I acknowledge that my opinion may be biased against the current system, given my own experiences with it, but I have tried to take an objective point of view before rendering my opinion." The Queen stared at him for a good long minute, with neither of them flinching. Finally, she nodded, and said, "Thank you for your honesty, Charles. I believe you may be correct, but I'm going to get another opinion before I make my decision. In any case, please prepare a plan of action should the charter be revoked, as I am sure we will need to act quickly if that happens." "Yes, Your Majesty." He rose and went over to his assistant, and the two of them began conferring quietly. "Sir Harry," said the Queen, looking first at him and then at Sirius. "Mr. Black, you have heard the assessment of Mr. Adlington. I would now like to know what you think. You may speak freely without fear, I wish to know the unvarnished truth of the situation." Harry and Sirius looked at each other, both daring the other to go first. Finally, Harry shrugged, and turned back to the Queen. "I honestly don't know, ma'am. I've only known about the magical world for a little over 4 years, and I really don't know that much about it outside of Hogwarts and a few other things. I'll admit that my experiences haven't been the best at times, but at other times it's been wonderful. However, With Voldemort's return, if the Ministry doesn't do something about him, I'm afraid that there's going to be a lot of trouble. Especially for the Muggleborn, given the purebloods' hatred of them. I know it's difficult for those born outside of the magical world once they leave school, as I've heard about it from all of my court wizards over the years. Is it really that bad for them? Asked the Queen. It's probably worse, said Harry, looking pensive. There's a word, it's used by the bigots to describe the Muggleborn. I've seen how much it can hurt their feelings, but I'll say it so you know. Mudbloods, he said, nearly spitting out the word. That's what the bigoted purebloods call the Muggleborn. They probably wouldn't mind if the Muggleborn all just up and died, and there's definitely at least a few of them who would like to help make it happen. If Voldemort takes over, that's probably what will happen. The Queen was taken aback by the vehemence of Harry's words, and looked towards Sirius for confirmation. Do you agree, Mr. Black? Unfortunately I do, ma'am, he said. Only they won't limit it to just the Muggleborn, they'll also go after Muggles too. Probably starting with the parents of Muggleborn, but it won't stop there. Many of them see Muggles as nothing more than cattle, to be slaughtered at their leisure after torturing them for their entertainment. I know there were a lot of disappearances covered up during the last war, but if Voldemort takes over the Ministry I expect there to be a lot more this time around. And how do you feel about revoking the charter, Mr. Black? She asked. I have mixed feelings about it, said Sirius, looking thoughtful. I grew up and spent my entire life in the wizarding world, and to see it torn down, especially because of something I set in motion, is very difficult for me. But at the same time, the more closely I look at it, the more I think that there's no way to fix it within the current system. It's time for a fresh start, and revoking the charter could be just the thing to make it happen. I see, said the Queen. She was about to continue when there was a knock at the door. Looking over at her chief wizard, he nodded to her and she pushed the button on her phone to unlock the door. Her steward entered followed by one of the two research assistants from the earlier discussions. Pardon me, ma'am, but Mr. Graham has some information for Mr. Adlington. The Queen nodded, and the assistant bowed to her before bringing a couple of folders over to the chief wizard. The chief wizard took them and gave each a cursory glance, before thanking and dismissing Mr. Graham. After the assistant and the steward had left, the chief wizard turned to the Queen and said, "If I may have a moment of your time, ma'am." "Certainly," said the Queen. "Sir Harry, Mr. Black, if you'll excuse us for a moment." Looking at the chief wizard for a moment, she turned to his assistant. "Mr. Halford, please escort our guests to freshen up, then return. I believe we will be finished by then." The assistant wizard bowed slightly and said, "Ma'am." Harry and Sirius stood and did the same, before following him out into the hallway, glad to stretch their legs for a moment. Detective Inspector Kathleen Nevin of the Surrey Police looked at her notebook and double-checked the address against the house number. The house looked perfectly normal, which was a stark contrast to her current investigation. She normally didn't do home welfare checks, but that was just the beginning. Everything about this case was highly irregular. Still, when the Crown asked for a favor, she wasn't about to argue. At least not in this case. She had received a call nearly an hour before, just as she had been heading home, from an acquaintance at the Met. Said acquaintance had themselves received a call from someone they knew at Buckingham Palace, with an urgent, albeit unofficial, request. After hearing the details, she had agreed to do a brief check, send a report, and then destroy it, but only after receiving assurances that anything she discovered would be followed up at a later date. She was given a name, Harry Potter, age 15, and asked to find out where he lived and perform a brief check on the residence even though he was not there at the time. Unfortunately, all they had to help her was that he lived in Little Whinging, Surrey, that he lived with his aunt, uncle and cousin named Dudley, who almost certainly had different last names, and that there was a nearby neighbor by the name of Mrs. Figg. Still, she was an experienced detective, and fairly quickly had located one Arabella Figg living on Wisteria Walk in Little Whinging. It took another half-hour of searching, but she managed to locate one Dudley Dursley living with his parents Vernon and Petunia at number 4 Privet Drive, just around the corner from Wisteria Walk. Given the urgency of this matter, she had immediately set out to make an inquiry, yawning as she went. When she arrived at the Dursleys, it was already nearly 9 o'clock, but there were still lights on in the house, so she had felt confident ringing the doorbell. She immediately regretted it, as there was a loud bellow of, "Whatever you want, go away." Waiting a moment, she rang the bell again, then steeled herself for a confrontation. A moment later the door was nearly ripped open, and a large, walrus-looking man nearly shouted at her, "I said we're not interested." "Good evening, Mr. Dursley," she inquired. Mr. Dursley glared at her for a moment, then nodded, clearly holding back his temper. She pulled out her badge and notebook and said, "I'm Detective Inspector Nevin. May I ask you a few questions about your nephew?" She looked down at her notebook, then back at Mr. Dursley. Harry Potter. Even in the darkness, she could see the fury rising on Mr. Dursley's face. "Whatever that freak has done now, I hope you throw the book at him. Anyway, he isn't coming back for the rest of the summer." "Vernon," a woman's voice called from inside. "Close the door before the neighbors hear." He looked back inside, then took a step back. "Please, do come in," he said mock-sweetly. "Thank you, Mr. Dursley," Nevin replied, then squeezed past him into the house. Looking around, she could see that it was very well kept, like the outside of the house had been. Being trained to spot things that were out of place, she also noticed that there was only one child in any of the photos, who clearly was Mr. Dursley's son. "Now, what do you want?" asked Mr. Dursley, having calmed himself somewhat. "Your nephew's name came up during an investigation, and I was asked to look into it. You say he's gone for the summer. Where has he gone?" "He left with his freaky friends, I don't know where they took him." Looking towards the kitchen, he bellowed, "Petunia, do you know where Harry is staying for the rest of the summer?" "Freaky," thought Nevin, "it sounds like Mr. Dursley doesn't approve of his nephew's friends. And maybe his nephew too," remembering his comment when she first identified herself. A thin, horse-faced woman emerged from the kitchen wiping her hands on a towel. "No, Vernon, I don't," she said. "I suppose his headmaster knows, but I don't know where to reach him." "Headmaster?" asked Nevin. "As in his school? Where does he go to school? Perhaps I can contact him that way." Before Petunia could say anything, Vernon said, "Street. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys." Nevin nodded and wrote it down, but mentally she was thinking, there's no institution by that name, and even if there was they'd never send boys home for the summer. Something is very wrong here, and the request was to keep the inquiry quiet. I'd better wrap this up before I find something out that I can't let go. She finished writing her notes, then said, "I see, thank you. Do you expect him back before he returns to school?" "No," said Petunia, "he often spends the end of summer with his friends, and goes straight to school with them." "Very well," said Nevin, "thank you for your time. I or someone else will be in touch if we have any more questions. Good night." As she was led to the door, she couldn't help thinking, I don't know if he's run away or not, but I wouldn't blame him if he had. Mr. Dursley slammed the door shut behind her after she left, only reinforcing her opinion about the absent boy. She quickly returned to the station and wrote up her report, then added her own little note to it. "While I could not see any signs of overt abuse, the lack of pictures of Harry Potter, along with the clearly explosive temper of Mr. Dursley, cannot be indicative of a healthy relationship. Additionally, while I'm sure they wish he went to St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys, I highly doubt such an institution exists. There is something very wrong with this family, and I would recommend not allowing Mr. Potter to return to that house without a much more thorough investigation." After faxing and destroying the report, though not her notes, she had finally gone home for the night. As she did so, she wondered if she'd ever find out what this was about. She also hoped that the next time she heard the name Harry Potter, it wasn't as a victim of Vernon Dursley. When Harry and Sirius returned 10 minutes later, they were shown in immediately and took their seats after greeting the Queen. "Thank you," she said. "We have just received word from the Prime Minister regarding his interactions with the Minister of Magic. Unfortunately, they merely confirm what you've already told me, in that there has been almost no contact whatsoever, with the last being last summer to inform him about an incident involving, you know whose mark, that supposedly didn't mean anything, as well as importing some dangerous creatures for a Triwizard tournament. She looked at Harry and Sirius. Does that mean anything to you? Harry nodded. Yes, ma'am, he said, the Quidditch World Cup last summer. Some Death Eaters, supporters of Voldemort, decided to play with a Muggle family. By play, I mean torturing them. My wand had been stolen earlier by Barty Crouch Jr., and he used it to cast the Dark Mark. The Ministry downplayed the whole thing, claiming it wasn't real Death Eaters, but I never believed them. As for the tournament, the first task involved dragons, and there was a Sphinx in the maze during the third task. That's when you were captured and Voldemort was reborn, correct? Asked the Chief Wizard. Harry nodded. When I returned with the Triwizard Cup and the body of one of the other contestants, that was when Fudge denied the possibility of Voldemort returning. I see, said the Queen, making a few notes. She then looked at her senior assistant wizard, and said, Mr. Halford, please alert the Magical Mystery Tour that I want the entire group available no later than 6 a.m. tomorrow. Turning to her chief wizard, she continued, I know we have not finalized our plans yet, but I believe it would be prudent to have them prepared for action in case they are needed. The senior assistant wizard stood and said, Yes, Your Majesty. By your leave. He waited for her to acknowledge him, then left, leaving a confused trio of wizards. The Magical Mystery Tour? Asked Harry. The chief wizard shook his head for a moment as if to clear it, then looked at Harry. Her Majesty's Magical Military Squad is a special-purpose military unit assigned directly to provide magical protection for Her Majesty the Queen. Unofficially, he gave the Queen a raised eyebrow, to which she just smiled back. It's known as the Magical Mystery Tour. It's even known that way on the Muggle side, as an inside joke. When someone gets posted to the squad, their orders are extremely vague, and even their old commanding officer doesn't know where they're going. Someone once called it that and it stuck. Looking back at the Queen, he said, I wasn't aware that you knew their nickname, ma'am. The Queen laughed. Please, Charles, I know I'm supposed to be all prim and proper, but I'm not a stick in the mud. In any event, I suspect that we'll need their assistance tomorrow, and I want to give them time to get ready. But before we discuss that issue, there's one more report that I'd like to review. She picked up another folder from her desk, glanced at it, then looked at Harry. As she did so, her countenance took on a look that combined concern and resolve which made Harry rather uncomfortable. Sir Harry, she began, I would like to ask you a few questions about your home life. Seeing him start to fidget and look away, she softened her expression. We are always concerned about the welfare of our subjects, especially those who have done us great service such as yourself. I know this may be difficult, but I promise I only wish to ensure your well-being. Yes, ma'am, said Harry, not looking back up at her. The Queen sighed inwardly, realizing that things were probably worse than she had been informed. Deciding to skip her original question, she asked, what can you tell me about Street Brutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys? Harry looked up sharply, as though struck. Sirius suppressed a gasp, then turned and placed a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry flinched, but Sirius just turned the hand into a one-armed hug, and said, It's okay, Harry, she just wants to help. Harry looked at Sirius, then nodded slowly. Turning to the Queen, he said quietly, That's where my uncle tells everyone I go to school when I'm not staying with them. The Queen's eyes narrowed. And do they know where you really go to school? Yes, ma'am, Harry said, looking away again. The Queen stood, and came around until she was standing in front of Harry. When he wouldn't meet her gaze, she reached out and took one of his hands between her own. Sir Harry, please look at me. Harry stiffened, then slowly looked up to meet the Queen's gaze. I will only ask you one more question about your living arrangements, but I need you to give me an honest answer. When Harry nodded, she continued. Do you wish to return to live with your aunt and uncle ever again? Harry stared at her for a moment, then shook his head. No, ma'am, I don't. The Queen nodded, then let go of his hand and took a step back. Then let's see that you don't have to, shall we? She gave him a smile, then turned and went back to her desk. Harry took on a hopeful look for a moment, then caught himself. He'd had this almost happen before, only to be snatched away from him, and didn't want to get too far ahead of things. Sirius gave him another hug, along with a smile, before letting him go and looking back towards the Queen. The Queen sat down at her desk, looked at the folder in front of her, and made a few notes before looking back at Harry. "Sir Harry," she said solemnly, "although we were not involved in your prior living arrangements, we nonetheless apologize for the difficulties that you have had. While we cannot change the past, we shall endeavor to do something about them now." Turning to Sirius, her face took on a harder, more regal bearing. "Mr. Black," intoned the Queen gravely, "please stand for judgment. We have heard the facts regarding your case, but wish to hear them directly from you. Please describe the events surrounding the deaths of James and Lily Potter in your own words." Sirius winced, then nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty," he said as he stood, adopting a stiff formal pose. "When the Potters went into hiding, they had planned to use me as the secret keeper for their protection. I felt that I was the obvious choice, and that it would be both more secure and a great prank to use our friend Peter instead, since nobody would suspect that he was their secret keeper. I was unaware at that time that he had already given his loyalty to the Dark Lord. The night of their deaths, I went to check on Peter, but was unable to find him. I rushed to Godric's Hollow to check on the Potters, but I was too late. The house was partially destroyed, and inside I found first James, and then Lily, both dead. Harry was in his crib, crying, with the remains of the Dark Lord on the floor across the room. I was taking Harry outside when Hagrid approached me, and told me that Dumbledore had sent him to collect Harry and bring him to Dumbledore. I made the mistake of willingly giving Harry to Hagrid, so that I could chase down Peter and exact revenge for killing James and Lily, something I still regret doing. After Hagrid left, I spent the next day searching for Peter, finally locating him on a Muggle street. Peter saw me before I could do anything, and shouted that I had betrayed James and Lily. He then blew up the street and transformed into a rat, escaping into the sewers. I don't remember much after that, just waking up in Azkaban. I honestly don't know if the Dementors affected my memory, or if my mind just snapped. Either way, I have no recollection of receiving a trial, and based on what I've learned since then I don't think I got one. They were too interested in just putting the whole thing behind them and assumed I was guilty." "That's enough, Mr. Black," said the Queen, "we appreciate your candor." Adopting an even more formal tone, she continued, "Sirius Black, based on your previous testimony under Truth Serum, as well as your statement just now, we declare you innocent of all charges related to the deaths of James and Lily Potter. Since this judgment is not a proper judicial one, we shall provide a royal pardon covering any and all crimes you may have committed between the 31st of October, 1981, and today, the 11th of August, 1995, except the following. Sirius Orion Black, you are charged with abandoning your godson during his time of need after the deaths of his parents. How do you plead?" Sirius stared at the Queen in shock, until he noticed a slight twitch in the corner of her mouth. Then he grinned back at her. Harry made to say something, but the chief wizard stopped him, grinning slightly. After a moment's confusion, Harry realized what was happening and relaxed as well. "Guilty, Your Majesty," said Sirius solemnly. "Very well, Mr. Black. I assume I won't have to see you regarding this issue again." "No, Your Majesty, it will never happen again," said Sirius. Looking at Harry he quietly repeated, "Never." The Queen nodded, her smile becoming obvious. "In that case, I sentence you to life." At the Queen's pause, both Harry and Sirius gasped, while Charles just chuckled. "As a parent," finished the Queen, giving Sirius a smirk. "You shall be given full custody of your godson, Harry James Potter, and be required to raise him as your own son from this day forward. Do you understand your responsibilities?" To say Sirius was experiencing a flood of mixed emotions would be like calling a hurricane a light rain. Relief that he was free. Joy at being given custody of Harry. Fear of being a parent. All that and more washed over him, bringing tears to his eyes and threatening to overwhelm him. He muttered, "Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you," as he sank into his chair. The dam finally burst when Harry pulled him into an embrace, and Sirius wept openly. Harry joined him after a moment, and the two of them, now officially a family, bonded as they let go of years' worth of pent-up emotion. It was nearly 10 minutes later when they finally pulled themselves together and looked around. The Queen and Chief Wizard were at her desk, conferring about something, clearly giving them space. "You okay, pup?" asked Sirius, giving Harry a genuine smile. "I am better than okay, you," replied Harry. "Me too, pup, me too. Say, since we're already on the topic, remember what I said back when you asked me if we were really a family?" Harry thought for a minute, then his eyes went wide and he nodded. "You really want to adopt me?" Sirius nodded. "The Queen did sentence me to life as a parent. I can't think of any better way to do that than to make it official. Muggle, magical or both, would you like to officially be my son?" Harry threw his arms around Sirius again and sniffled, "Yes." He repeated it several times before going silent, overcome by emotional exhaustion. Sirius looked at Harry, and realized they were both knackered, and there were still things to be done. "Excuse me," he said, getting the Queen's attention. "Yes, Mr. Black," the Queen asked with a smile. "Would it be possible to find someplace for Harry to take a nap?" he asked, before yawning himself. "Me too, I guess," he said sheepishly. The Queen looked at her Chief Wizard. "What time do you need to leave to be there in time?" "No later than 7:30, he replied. "Very well. We request that you return here at 5:30 tomorrow morning to complete our preparations, as it is clear that you need some rest and it is getting late. Charles, please have a steward prepare guest quarters for Sir Harry and Mr. Black, as well as providing appropriate security to ensure they are not disturbed. We shall have breakfast ready when you return in the morning." "Yes, Your Majesty," said the Chief Wizard, before bowing slightly to the Queen. He then turned to Sirius. "If you will follow me." Sirius looked down at Harry, who he realized had fallen asleep. "Just a minute," he said, moving to pick Harry up. As he did so, he looked at the Queen and said, "Your Majesty, I would like to request that I formally adopt my godson. While I can do so easily in the magical world, I would like to do so as well in the Muggle world." The Queen gave him a searching look, then nodded. "It will take some time to process the paperwork to make it official, and Sir Harry will have to give his formal approval as well, but I agree that you should officially be a family if that's what you want. We will put you in touch with the appropriate people once everything else is settled." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Good night, and thank you for your hospitality this evening." Sirius turned to follow the Chief Wizard, who was now waiting by the door. "You are welcome, Mr. Black, we shall see you in the morning." The Chief Wizard opened the door, and beckoned Sirius out into the hall. Nodding at the Queen, he said, "Your Majesty." The Queen gave a small dismissive wave, though the smile on her face showed that she wasn't upset. The Chief Wizard gave another nod, then stepped out, closing the door behind him. She then picked up the document that she had been reviewing with her Chief Wizard before Sirius had gotten her attention. Her mien became more serious as she continued to read it, before turning incensed. By the time she was done, she had come to the conclusion that she would have to step in and take charge. But how to do that was a question for tomorrow, so she folded it back up and locked it in her desk. Pushing a button on her phone, she rose and headed for the door herself, greeting her steward as she opened the door before he escorted her to her living quarters. Insistent knocking on the door woke Harry from the most wonderful dream. As he heard someone calling for him, he realized that he was in an unfamiliar bed, and that it was more comfortable than anything he had ever slept in. As consciousness unwillingly returned to him, he heard someone shout through the door, "Sir Harry, you must get up. Her Majesty is expecting you in half an hour." "Sir Harry," he thought. "Her Majesty." His eyes went wide and he bolted out of bed, his mind screaming, it wasn't a dream. He called out, "Just a minute," before checking to make sure he was at least decent. Realizing that he was still wearing the same clothes as the day before, he made his way to the door and opened it. A very relieved assistant to the Chief Wizard was standing outside the door, looking somewhat frazzled. "Thank goodness," he said. "You need to be ready in less than 20 minutes. It won't do to be late for Her Majesty." "Here," he said, handing Harry a bag. "Mr. Black asked me to give you your clean clothes for today. If you hurry, you should have time for a quick shower first. Please be ready by 20 past and I'll escort you to Her Majesty." "Thank you, said Harry, taking the bag as he suppressed a small yawn. Despite getting some of the best sleep he'd ever had, it was still only 6 hours or so. "Excuse me," he said when he finished yawning, closed the door, and started to get ready. 15 minutes later, Harry and Sirius were standing in the hall with 2 soldiers, waiting for their escort to take them to the Queen. Sirius was lamenting about having to get out of such a wonderful bed, and while Harry certainly agreed with him, he didn't feel the need to do more than just nod on occasion. After a moment, the assistant, Mr. Halford, Harry's brain finally reminded him, returned and led them to the Queen's study. He knocked, and after a moment they were let in to find Her Majesty back behind her desk, looking almost as though she hadn't left. The chief wizard was there as well, along with 2 older-looking soldiers standing at ease, with a small continental breakfast buffet behind them. It took Harry a moment, but he realized that one of the 2 soldiers was the same as the leader of the group that originally brought them into the palace. He wondered what that meant, but also remembered that at least one of those men had a wand, so he assumed that these were members of the Magical Mystery Tour. Harry and Sirius stood in front of the chairs they had used the night before and bowed their heads slightly, saying, "Good morning, Your Majesty," as Mr. Halford did the same. "Good morning, Sir Harry, Mr. Black, Mr. Halford," said the Queen. "Thank you for joining us so promptly. In addition to Mr. Adlington, we have Major French and Captain Lee, both from the Magical Military Squad. Please, take some breakfast and have a seat, we have much to discuss before you have to depart." Harry and Sirius shook hands with the soldiers, then collected a few things to eat. Once everyone had some breakfast, they took their seats. "Last night, you gave me a great deal of information about the magical world, much of which I had never heard before. I have heard some about the discrimination against those not born to magical parents, but coming entirely from those who claim to be discriminated against, it was impossible to get a truly objective picture." "No offense, Charles," she said as an aside, looking at her chief wizard. "None taken, ma'am," he replied, looking studiously neutral. "Still, prior to our conversation last night, there was not any reason to be seriously concerned about it, especially as it relates to the non-magical world. You gave me much to think about last night, for good and for ill." "My apologies," Harry began, but she waved him off. "No apologies necessary, Sir Harry." She gave him a little grin and added, "No one ever said that being queen was easy." Harry nodded, then smiled when he saw that the chief wizard and both soldiers were smiling at her pronouncement. The Queen held the grin for a few seconds, then her face turned serious. "I have given much thought to this matter since last night, and I have come to the conclusion that I have no choice but to take action," she said. "However, I do not believe that it would be appropriate for me to simply revoke the charter here and now." "Your Majesty," inquired the chief wizard, "I believe," she continued, "that it would send a much more effective message if the charter were to be revoked in the Wizengamot chamber, by a member of the magical world." She fixed her eyes on Harry, and for a moment he felt like she was looking through him. "Sir Harry, we would like you to be the arbiter in this matter. You shall be the one who will decide if it is appropriate to revoke the charter or not." Harry had to swallow hard to avoid choking on the food in his mouth, and nearly dropped the plate with the rest of his breakfast. "Me, but why, ma'am?" he asked. The Queen's expression softened slightly, and she said, smiling, "Because it is you who has been held up as the savior of the magical world, and it is you who has been wronged the most by them as well. It would be fitting for you to be the one to prove them both right and wrong at the same time." Harry looked confused and a little embarrassed. "Begging your pardon, ma'am, I'm nobody special." The Queen gave him a big smile. "Ah, but you are, Sir Harry. The fact that I gave you that honor alone proves it." Harry started to protest, but the Queen held up a hand to silence him. "Sir Harry, there are many things in life that need to be earned before receiving them can actually mean anything. Some of the most important are trust and respect. The same is also true for their opposites as well. You have already earned my respect, for making hard choices instead of easy ones. And you have earned my trust as well, to a certain extent. The magical world, on the other hand, has earned neither, and in fact has earned at least some of the opposites. However, though it may be my right to revoke the charter, it is not my world that will be most affected. You are the one who will have to live in this new world, knowing that either directly or indirectly it was your actions that brought about the change. And so it is to you that I entrust the final decision as to whether the magical world can be reformed within the current structure, or whether it needs to be torn down and rebuilt from the ground up. I am placing this trust in you, and I will support your decision as best I can whichever way you choose. Everyone stared at the Queen in shock, especially Harry. As one, they all had some variant of the same thought go through their heads. She's placing the future of magical Britain in the hands of a 15-year-old boy. After a moment of shocked silence, the chief wizard spoke up. Do you think that is wise, Your Majesty? The Queen responded, though she continued to look Harry in the eye. Wise? Perhaps not, but I do believe it is the right thing to do. Sir Harry has been a victim of the preconceived notions of the magical world almost his entire life. Today I am giving him a chance to take control of his own life in a manner that cannot be ignored by those who seek to control him. Sir Harry, she said as she softened her focus, will you accept this task? Harry's mind was spinning. He knew the Queen had some level of trust in him, as she had given him back his wand last night. But this, she was giving him the power to either bring the magical world back under the Queen's control, or keep her out of it. And she specifically wanted him to do it for himself, and not for her. He felt the room start to spin, and thought he was about to fall out of his chair, when he felt a comforting hand on his shoulder. Turning his head slowly, he saw that Sirius was looking at him worriedly, while helping to steady him. Are you okay, pup? He asked. How can I help? Harry tried to focus on Sirius's face, and took a few deep breaths to try and pull himself together. You'll come with me? He asked. Sirius nodded. I'll stay by your side as long as you'll have me, and even then you'll have to hex me to make me leave. Harry put his hand on Sirius's and smiled. Thanks, he said softly. Then looking at the chief wizard, with a stronger voice he said, Mr. Adlington, would you please accompany me to the Wizengamot chambers for my trial? The chief wizard looked surprised, then slowly grinned. It would be my pleasure, Sir Harry. Turning to the Queen, if I may, ma'am. Harry turned to the Queen in time to see her nod at her chief wizard, then look back at him. Your Majesty, he said, I am humbled by your trust in me, and accept the task you have placed before me. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. I know you will, Sir Harry, she replied. Otherwise I wouldn't have asked you. Her expression took on a regal intensity that she'd only displayed previously when she knighted Harry, and she stood behind her desk. Sir Harry James Potter, she intoned solemnly, we charge you with the following royal command. You are to present yourself before the Wizengamot for trial. Using your own judgment to determine the appropriate time, you yourself shall revoke the charter in my name. Do you understand these instructions? Harry stood and bowed, a little deeper than he had previously. I hear and accept my Queen's command. He then blushed a little, as the Queen gave him a look that made him think she was trying not to laugh at him. Yes, I understand, he said quietly, sitting back down and trying to hide his embarrassment. The Queen picked up a fountain pen and scribbled something on a piece of paper on her desk, then took her royal seal and stamped it. Picking it up, she held it out for someone to take. Sir Harry, this document bearing our signature and seal grants you the authority to revoke the Wizarding Charter in our name. If anyone questions it, inform them that they will answer to us. Yes, ma'am, said Harry as he stood again and went over to her desk and collected the document. Turning to Sirius as Harry returned to his seat, she said, Mr. Black, while I will not make it a royal command, I ask that you look after your godson and assist him in making the decision when the time comes. Of course, Your Majesty, answered Sirius seriously. Charles, she said, smiling as she turned to her chief wizard. I know that this is not something you ever expected to have to do, but it is also something I expect you have been preparing for nonetheless. Once the charter has been revoked, assuming Sir Harry revokes it, you shall act as my proxy and take control of the Wizengamot chambers in whatever manner you see fit. You will then notify me immediately, and make preparations for my arrival to oversee some changes personally. I have cleared my schedule this morning, and expect I will arrive within half an hour of hearing from you. Yes, ma'am, said the chief wizard. I assume that is why you asked Major French and his adjutant to join us. Correct, she said. I expect they will insist on securing the area before I arrive, so I thought it prudent to include them now. Looking at the Major, the Chief Wizard asked, how do you want to handle this? What exactly is the situation we're going to be coming into? Asked the Major. I didn't get a very detailed briefing last night. The next 45 minutes were spent filling in the Major and Captain on what was happening today, as well as some of the background surrounding the players involved. Eventually it was agreed that in addition to the Chief Wizard, Captain Lee and 2 other soldiers who were also wizards would accompany Harry and Sirius to the Ministry. Captain Lee and one of the other wizards would escort them down to the courtroom, scouting along the way. Captain Lee would remain outside the courtroom awaiting word that the charter had been revoked, while the other wizard would return to the Crown Ambassador's office. The third member of the team would remain in the office just in case, waiting to return to Buckingham with any news. Should the charter be revoked, a dozen fully armed soldiers would come through and secure the passage to the Wizengamot chambers, before the Queen herself would be permitted to make her way to the Ministry and down to the Wizengamot. Their biggest concern was the Queen's safety inside the chamber itself, but it was hoped that the defensive wards worked the way they thought, and all magic could be suppressed once the Chief Wizard took control of the wards. After confirming the plan, they all took their leave of the Queen to take care of any last-minute business before flowing to the ambassador's office. As they stood to go, she said, "Good luck, Sir Harry. I look forward to seeing you again regardless of your decision later this morning. Remember, I will support whichever choice you make as best I can." Harry bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty," before leaving to meet his destiny. Albus Dumbledore stepped out of the flow in the Ministry atrium just before 7:30. He wished he'd seen Madame Pomfrey for a headache potion before he left, but was running late since he wanted to ensure he arrived before Harry. He hadn't gotten much sleep, and what he had gotten was very troubled by the implications of what he'd learned yesterday. Of course, the Order meeting last night hadn't helped either, though to be honest he'd had this headache since yesterday afternoon. And it had only been getting worse ever since. As expected, the meeting hadn't gone well, between Molly lamenting about Harry in general, and several other members blowing up about the implications regarding the charter. Things had devolved into mostly shouting within minutes. That the shouting had lasted well over 2 hours without coming up with any solutions had him eventually sending everyone home, simply telling them to be prepared for anything. He would have been happy if that was the end of it, but Severus had been waiting for him when he returned to Hogwarts. Dumbledore had hoped to avoid telling Severus about what had happened, but excluding him from the meeting had merely piqued his curiosity. He then had to listen to Severus rant about Potter and Black for nearly another hour before he could beg off his needing sleep. He wished he was still Chief Warlock, as that would at least give him some possibility at changing the direction things appeared to be going. Still, while stripped of his official powers outside of Hogwarts, he wielded a lot of influence in some circles and hoped it would help this time as well. Looking around the atrium of the Ministry, he realized that he'd never told Mrs. Figg about the change of time, and that she wouldn't be arriving for another hour, assuming she was on time. He hoped that her testimony was either not needed, or that the trial would last until she arrived, as there was no time to go get her now. Not if he wanted to talk to Harry before the trial started. He made his way down to courtroom 10 and checked his watch. It was now 20 minutes before 8, and Arthur had said that the hearing was to begin at 8 instead of 9. Not seeing anyone outside of the courtroom, he opened the door and entered. Harry stepped out of the flow and promptly fell into Sirius's arms. "I love you, pup," he said grinning, but not like that. Harry straightened himself up then smacked his godfather on the arm. "Love you too, Dad," he said. Sirius froze for a second, then the grin turned into a giant smile. Pulling Harry back into a hug, he said, "Thanks, Harry, I can't wait for you to be able to call me that for real." They remained that way for a few more seconds, before they were interrupted by the Chief Wizard. "Aren't you forgetting something, Mr. Black?" the Chief Wizard asked. Sirius let go of Harry and turned to the Chief Wizard, looking confused until he saw the Chief Wizard holding out his wand. "Thank you," said Sirius, taking his wand and returning it to his sleeve. "I assume you still want to avoid being seen until the right time?" asked the Chief Wizard. Sirius nodded, then turned to Harry. Let me have the backpack, I need your cloak. Harry handed Sirius the pack, who started digging through it. As Sirius was pulling out the cloak, Harry asked, "What about your hair?" "Good point," said Sirius, pulling out the last potion's bottle. He drank it down, returning his hair to its normal color, then turned to the chief wizard. "I'll be right next to Harry, and poke him if there's a problem. Let's go." With that he put on the cloak and disappeared. The soldiers accompanying them gasped when Sirius disappeared, but the chief wizard shushed them. "Keep it to yourselves," he said, "think of it as operational security." The soldiers nodded, then one of them moved to the door, tapped it with his wand, and stuck his ear against it. After a moment, he said, "Sounds clear," and slowly opened the door. After verifying that there wasn't anybody in the hall, he exited the ambassador's office, followed by Harry, Sirius, the chief wizard and Captain Lee. It was early enough that this part of the ministry was mostly deserted. They waited around the corner from the lifts while Sirius called for it under his cloak. The first lift wasn't empty, but the second one was, and they took it hoping it would stay that way. Their luck held, and they were deposited on level 9 before walking down to level 10 and the courtrooms. When Dumbledore first entered the Wizengamot chamber, approximately half of its members had already arrived and were milling around, along with a couple of Aurors standing guard on either side of the chamber. He greeted each one with a wave or a nod, but kept close to the doors so he could intercept Harry upon his arrival. Several more members arrived over the next few minutes, and he found himself speaking to one briefly when the doors opened again and the minister's party arrived. Fudge had dispensed with his trademark green suit and bowler hat, and today was wearing the formal robes of the Chief Warlock's office. Accompanying him were Madame Bones, wearing her DMLE robes, a harried-looking Percy Weasley carrying rolls of parchment, and Senior Undersecretary Umbridge, who was wearing her trademark outfit of a pink cardigan over her robes. Fudge was saying something to Percy when he noticed Dumbledore and abruptly stopped. "Dumbledore," he exclaimed, "what are you doing here?" "I'm here to represent Mr. Potter, assuming he doesn't have representation already," replied Dumbledore. "After all, one is entitled to defense counsel when tried before the Wizengamot." Yes," sputtered Fudge. "Of course. And where is Mr. Potter?" "He hasn't arrived yet," said Dumbledore, "though I expect he'll be here on time." Noticing the smirk on Umbridge's face, he inquired, "You did notify him of the change in time and place for his hearing, yes?" "What?" asked Fudge, clearly not expecting the question. "The change to his hearing. I believe it was originally scheduled to be at 9 a.m. in Madame Bones's office, before you moved it here." Madame Bones narrowed her eyes, but didn't say anything. There was a high-pitched, hem, as Madame Umbridge interjected. Dumbledore turned to face her, and she continued, "If he is not aware of the change, it's his own fault. I sent out the notifications personally." She gave a sweet smile, but her overall demeanor was anything but. "Yes, I see," said Dumbledore, before turning back to Fudge. "I'm curious, Minister, why something as simple as a matter of underage magic merits a full criminal trial before the Wizengamot. Surely it would have been more appropriate to leave it in the hands of Madame Bones." Madame Bones started to open her mouth to say something, but Fudge beat her to it. "Mr. Potter is charged with a very serious offense," he said, "namely violation of the International Confederation of Wizards Statute of Secrecy, as well as his second violation of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. This is the most appropriate venue to deal with those serious charges." Dumbledore looked pensive for a moment, then gave a tiny shrug. "If you insist, Cornelius, then I cannot prevent you from doing this. However, I do not believe that you are going to get the results you are expecting, or even those that you desire. I can assure you that Mr. Potter's actions on the 2nd of August were both reasonable and justified." "Well, we'll just have to see what happens, won't we?" asked Fudge, who then pushed past Dumbledore and took his place at the head of the Wizengamot, with Madame Umbridge taking a seat next to him. Percy took his seat at the table for the court scribe, putting down his burden and organizing it in front of him. Madame Bones scrutinized Dumbledore for a moment, then nodded to him before taking her seat on the other side of Fudge. The remaining members of the Wizengamot had arrived while Dumbledore was talking to Fudge, and as it was approaching 8 o'clock they were all taking their seats. Dumbledore moved off to the side, but remained standing, alternately looking towards Fudge and then the door. At precisely 8 a.m., Fudge banged his gavel, and once everyone had settled down he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, we are here for the trial of Harry James Potter. As the defendant has not chosen to appear, I move." Dumbledore was about to raise an objection, as were Madame Bones and a couple of members of the Wizengamot, when the door to the courtroom flew open and slammed into the wall. Harry Potter strode into the courtroom, head held high and wand in hand. "Mr. Potter," sputtered Fudge, "what are you doing here?" Realizing what he'd just said, he quickly added, "I mean, it's about time you arrived." "You're late." Harry ignored Fudge, walking up to stand in front of the defendant's chair, and raised his wand. In a loud, clear voice, he stated, "I, Harry James Potter, willingly present myself for trial." There was a brief flash of light from his wand, which he then lowered before looking at Fudge. "I'm sorry, Minister," he said, "did you say something?" Fudge just spluttered, but Dumbledore went over to Harry and said, "Harry, my boy, I'm so glad you made it. I'll do my best to assist you with your trial." "No thank you," said Harry. "I've got my own representation, but you're welcome to watch." Dumbledore looked concerned, and turned towards the door. When Harry had arrived, he hadn't paid attention to whether anyone else had entered the courtroom, and what he now saw caused his eyes to go wide with concern. Turning back to Harry, he said, "Are you sure this is wise, Harry? This is a very serious situation." Harry's eyes narrowed. Lowering his voice slightly, he said, "Sir, I am very aware of the seriousness of the situation, and your assistance is neither requested nor required. Please, have a seat in the gallery." Dumbledore held Harry's gaze for a moment, then backed away and moved to sit in the observers' gallery. He looked back one last time, and saw that in addition to Sirius Black under Harry's invisibility cloak, there was another wizard standing by the doors, one who was unknown to him. Harry turned back to the Wizengamot, and addressed Fudge. "Despite your attempt to change the time and place of this hearing without my knowledge, I'm here and ready to begin." "Are you?" Fudge had recovered while Harry and Dumbledore were conferring, and now was just staring at Harry. After a moment he nodded, banged his gavel one more time to quiet the murmurs from the Wizengamot, then said, "Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, into offenses committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery and the International Statute of Secrecy by Harry James Potter, resident at No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Interrogators: Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic; Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement; Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Court Scribe: Percy Ignatius Weasley. "Mr. Potter, please have a seat." Ignoring Fudge's request that he sit down, Harry turned towards where he knew Sirius to be and nodded. Sirius walked forwards and whipped off the invisibility cloak, stating, "Sirius Black, advisor for the defense." At 1 minute after 8, Harry had slammed open the courtroom door and strode into the Wizengamot chamber, causing all eyes to gravitate to him. A few seconds later, Sirius had entered under the invisibility cloak, stepped to the side, and waited. When Harry raised his wand, Sirius had done the same, and stated, "I, Sirius Orion Black, willingly present myself for trial." Between Harry making the same proclamation, and the flash from Harry's wand, nobody noticed Sirius or the chief wizard, who had entered behind him and stood against the back wall. A minute later he spotted Dumbledore noticing him, but just stood there waiting for Harry's signal. After introducing the charges and the courtroom personnel, Fudge asked Harry to sit in the defendant's chair. This was the moment he had been waiting for, and as Harry nodded to him, he stepped forwards towards the center of the room and whipped off the invisibility cloak. "Sirius Black, advisor for the defense," he stated. There was a collective gasp from nearly everybody in the courtroom, as many of them reached for their wands. Madame Bones was the fastest, pointing her wand at Sirius and yelling, "Stupefy." The red light from her wand raced over to Sirius, who ignored it as he approached Harry. An instant before it would have hit him, it struck an invisible shield that glowed blue momentarily, before both the curse and shield dissipated in a series of ripples. Madame Bones' face took on a shocked look, while Fudge shouted, "Aurors, seize him!" The two Aurors raced over, converging on Sirius from both sides as he stood there passively, grinning at Harry. As they got within arm's reach, they both made to grab him before bouncing off the same blue shield that appeared out of nowhere, falling backwards onto their behinds. It was then that Dumbledore gave a gasp, then shouted, "Minister Fudge, stop! Sirius Black has invoked the trial protections of the Wizengamot Charter." This caused another gasp from among many of the Wizengamot members, along with Madame Bones. She narrowed her eyes at Dumbledore and nearly shouted at him, "What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore made to respond, but Sirius beat him to it. "It means that I never received a trial before I was shipped off to Azkaban. I have willingly presented myself for trial, and thus have invoked the protections built into the Wizengamot chamber until I receive one." Smirking at Fudge, he added, "That means, Minister, that you can't have me key-ed without giving me a trial first." Fudge looked back and forth between Sirius, Dumbledore and Madame Bones, before he demanded, "Is this true?" "Yes, Minister," replied Dumbledore. "The trial protections are documented in the Wizengamot Charter, a document I'm sure you familiarized yourself with when you took over as Chief Warlock." There was no hiding the sarcasm in Dumbledore's voice, at odds with the kindly smile on his face. "Yes, well," said Fudge. Looking at Percy, he said, "We will hold the trial of Sirius Black immediately after we complete Mr. Potter's trial. Mr. Black," he turned to Sirius, "as you are a criminal defendant awaiting trial, you are disqualified as advisor for Mr. Potter in his trial. Please take a seat until we get to you." Sirius patted Harry on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "No surprise there. Time for the next piece of the plan." Harry nodded, and Sirius went to sit near, but not next to, Dumbledore. Harry then looked back at the Chief Wizard, who gave him a nod. Turning to Fudge, Harry said, "Since you disqualified my initial choice for advisor, I would like to choose a different one." Fudge looked like he wanted to object, but Madame Bones said, "If they're here already, go ahead." Harry nodded, then pointed to the back of the room. The Chief Wizard came forward, and once he had reached Harry announced, "Charles Adlington, advisor for the defense." Fudge scowled. "And who might you be?" he asked. "As I said, I am Charles Adlington," said the Chief Wizard, adopting a formal pose, Chief Wizard to Her Majesty Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories Queen, Head of the Commonwealth, Defender of the Faith. Fudge looked like he'd bit into a very sour, and off to the side Dumbledore nearly choked on his own tongue. Madame Bones raised an eyebrow, but said nothing, while most of the Wizengamot made various noises of surprise. Rising above those various noises was the hem of Senior Undersecretary Umbridge, who stepped forwards to be seen better. Getting his first good look at her, Harry had to stifle a laugh, as an image of an oversized toad in a pink sweater popped into his head. "Excuse me," said the sickly sweet voice of Umbridge, "did I hear you say you worked for the Queen?" The Chief Wizard gave a nod. "Yes, Madam, I am Her Majesty's Chief Wizard." "But," spluttered Fudge, "you're not supposed to be here. The Queen is supposed to leave us alone." "I'm amazed he knows even that," said Harry under his breath, but the Chief Wizard either didn't hear or ignored him. Instead, he looked at Fudge and stated calmly, "Ordinarily, yes. However, I was explicitly invited here in case Mr. Potter required an advisor, and am otherwise here only as an observer. Something, I will note, that is permitted in any event." "No," said Fudge, "I won't permit it." He looked towards Umbridge, who smiled and gave him a nod. Turning back to the Chief Wizard, he continued, "Whether or not you're permitted to observe, you are not permitted to participate. Therefore you're disqualified as an advisor to Mr. Potter and Mr. Black, at his later trial. I will permit you to observe if you insist, but I don't want to hear one word or I'll throw you out." The Chief Wizard nodded, then looked at Harry and shrugged. Harry nodded, then turned to face the interrogators once more as the Chief Wizard went to sit next to Sirius. He noticed that Madame Bones was scowling at Fudge, who seemed to be unaware of it. "Now, Mr. Potter," said Fudge angrily, "there's nobody else here to help you stall. Take your seat so we can get on with your conviction." Percy Weasley looked on as the morning's events unfolded. He was relieved when Potter had arrived barely a minute late, despite what was becoming readily apparent as the minister's attempts otherwise. He had clearly been about to call to convict Potter in absentia without even giving him a chance to arrive. He then watched as Sirius Black, of all people, showed up and not only claimed to be Potter's advisor, but that he'd never even had a trial in the first place. And while he had no idea what these trial protections they were referring to were, it was obvious from Dumbledore's reaction that Black was telling the truth, at least about the lack of trial. He understood the minister's disqualification of Black as Potter's advisor, but wasn't sure about whether he was right to disqualify the second wizard just for working for the Queen. The Queen. What on earth did Potter have to do with the Queen? Besides, wasn't she supposed to leave the magical world alone? Why would the trial of a 15-year-old boy merit her attention? Unless it's because she thinks this trial is unfair. While all of this was going through his head, he continued to dutifully ensure that the dictaquill wrote down everything that was said openly in the courtroom. When the quill wrote down Fudge's declaration of, "Take your seat so we can get on with your conviction," Percy reached a conclusion to something he hadn't even realized he was considering. "Percy Ignatius Weasley," he said as he stood up, "advisor for the defense." When Fudge declared that it was time to get on with his conviction, Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out the Queen's decree. He looked it over one last time, then closed his eyes and marshaled his strength. He knew what he had to do, but no matter how much he believed it was the right thing, he still wished he wasn't the one to have to do it. He had accepted responsibility for revoking the charter, and knew it was a foregone conclusion when he had, but he still worried about just how difficult it would make things for him and his friends. He was just about to open his eyes and speak the words he had been instructed to when an unexpected voice rang out. "Percy Ignatius Weasley, advisor for the defense," came Percy's voice. Harry's eyes snapped open, and he looked at Percy in shock. So did the minister. In fact, everyone in the room was surprised and it showed. Percy looked at Harry, and receiving a nod walked towards him. "Minister," he began, "I believe you misspoke just now. You cannot convict Mr. Potter before he has had a trial." The minister's face was turning a shade of purple Harry had only ever seen on his Uncle Vernon before, as he turned to Percy and shouted, "Weasley! What do you think you're doing? I forbid you from acting as Mr. Potter's advisor." "I'm sorry, Minister," said Percy, "but Mr. Potter is entitled to a proper defense, and it's clear that you don't want him to have one." "Why is that? Could it possibly be because he's not guilty?" "What?" shouted Fudge. "No, I am your boss, Weasley, and I order you step aside as Mr. Potter's advisor." Percy shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir, but my conscience won't let me do that. Clearly you won't let me act as his advisor while I work for you. Therefore, I hereby resign from the Ministry of Magic, effective immediately." The resignation of Percy Weasley, a man considered by many in the ministry to be the most rigid and rules-conscious person in the building, caused an immediate uproar. Fudge was banging his gavel and yelling at Percy for turning against him, as was Umbridge, who all but threatened to have him arrested. Madam Bones was yelling at Fudge for his appearance, at the very least, of trying to rig the trial. Various members of the Wizengamot were yelling about various things, and even Dumbledore was wading into it, trying to get everyone to settle down. It was in the middle of all this that the chief wizard came up behind Harry and tapped him on the shoulder. Harry turned to look at him, then nodded. The chief wizard set off a cannon blast charm, causing everyone to stop talking and look towards the source of the blast. Harry took a deep breath as everyone's eyes had turned to him. He held up the Queen's decree, placed the tip of his wand on the royal seal, then said in a commanding tone, "By the authority of Her Majesty the Queen, the Wizarding Charter of Great Britain is hereby revoked. By the authority of Her Majesty the Queen, the Wizarding Charter of Great Britain is hereby revoked." There was a loud crack sound and the seal of the ministry mounted on the wall split in half and crashed to the floor, while the chief warlock's gavel flew out of his hands towards the chief wizard. Minister Fudge had been shocked when Percy Weasley had stood up and claimed the position of advisor to the defense for Harry Potter. He had been incensed when he had been defied, and Weasley had resigned from the ministry. And he had been startled when the interloper from the Queen had set off the cannon blast and gotten everyone to be quiet. When Potter had declared the Wizarding Charter revoked, Fudge was confused. After all, the charter was granted in perpetuity, wasn't it? But when the seal of the ministry broke and crashed to the floor and his gavel flew away, Fudge realized that whatever he had previously believed, Potter had done just what he'd said. He started to panic, before the realization of exactly how bad this would look in the press hit him, and he did the only thing his brain was left capable of doing. He fainted. When Percy Weasley had come to Harry Potter's defense, Albus Dumbledore had been both surprised and pleased. Surprised because Percy had made it quite clear that he was siding with the Minister and not Dumbledore regarding Voldemort's return, and pleased because he had always known Percy was sorted into Gryffindor for a reason, even if it took until now for Percy to realize it. The Minister's reaction didn't surprise him, nor had Umbridge's, to be frank. When the entire Wizengamot had begun shouting after Percy's reminder that conviction came after trial, he tried to step in and help restore order. Unfortunately, not being a part of the Wizengamot anymore, nobody paid any attention to him other than to tell him to stay out of it. He was just as surprised as everyone else when the Queen's Wizard had set off a cannon blast charm, silencing the room and drawing all eyes to him and Mr. Potter. When Harry had lifted a piece of paper and placed his wand to it, Dumbledore's eyes had gone wide. He'd raised his hand to stop Harry, but it was too late. By the authority of Her Majesty the Queen, the Wizarding Charter of Great Britain is hereby revoked. Came the voice of Harry Potter, and as if to answer it there was a loud crack, followed by a crash behind Dumbledore's back. He didn't need to look to know what had happened. He knew the Ministry seal was the only thing on the wall, or at least it had been. Dumbledore looked at Harry, who returned his gaze with a hard intensity, before turning away and ignoring him. He hung his head, then slowly moved back to the spectators' gallery. He knew then that whatever else happened, Harry was no longer under his control in any way. He just hoped that it wouldn't doom them all. When the Ministry seal on the back wall broke with a loud crack, Fudge's gavel suddenly flew from his hand and into that of the Chief Wizard, who felt the wards shift to him. The Chief Wizard looked back towards the door, saw that it was ajar with Captain Lee looking in, and shouted, "Go." He then ordered the wards to lock down the chamber, both sealing everyone in and preventing all spells from being cast. There was the sound of a loud bell, along with the sound of the door slamming shut from where Captain Lee had been holding it open. The noise level in the room was starting to increase again, as Minister Fudge suddenly collapsed and the Aurors rushed to check on him. There were shouts of dismay as diagnostic charms failed, and they were unable to magically revive him as well. Turning to Harry, the Chief Wizard said, "Well done, Sir Harry. I have taken control of the wards, and sent Captain Lee to inform Her Majesty. I believe I can handle things from here, at least until she arrives." "Thank you," said Harry, looking and sounding tired. He turned and walked over to Sirius, sitting down next to him and relaxing into the chair as Sirius gave Harry a one-armed hug. The Chief Wizard then turned back to the members of the Wizengamot, who were now starting to shout again, and tried to get their attention. He was about to fire off another cannon blast when Madame Bones silenced them with a shrill whistle, followed by slamming her hand down on the scribe's table. "Mr. Adlington," she said, removing her fingers from her mouth, "may I assume that you have taken control of the wards, and are preventing the use of magic in the chamber at this time?" "Yes, Madame Bones," he replied, as a number of members of the Wizengamot gasped. "Allow me to address the entire Wizengamot and I believe you will have most of your questions answered." Madame Bones nodded, and was about to address her Aurors when a shrill voice shouted, "You can't do that. And what have you done to the Minister?" The Chief Wizard turned to see Madame Umbridge standing, her face full of fury, pointing her wand at him. "I demand that you release us at once. Aurors, arrest that man." The Aurors turned to look first at Madame Umbridge, then Madame Bones, who just shook her head slightly. "I'm sorry, Madam," said one of the Aurors, "but I'm afraid I can't do that right now." Madame Umbridge's face turned even darker, and she shouted at the Auror, "I'll have your job for disobeying me. I'm the senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic." The Auror just ignored her, and continued to make sure that the Minister was comfortable, having determined that he just fainted in all likelihood. "Madame Umbridge," said the Chief Wizard, "please put your wand away. I'd hate to have to take it away from you and deprive Her Majesty of that pleasure." Turning to the assembled Wizengamot, he continued, the Wizarding Charter is no more, thus the Ministry no longer holds any authority unless Her Majesty chooses to grant it." He grinned and added, to paraphrase, "The Ministry is defunct, long live the Queen." There was a murmur of, "Long live the Queen," in response, coming from several of the people in the chamber, which caused the Chief Wizard to raise one eyebrow. "Now," he continued, "in accordance to paragraph 1 of the Wizengamot Charter, I am invoking the oath of magical fealty in the name of Her Majesty the Queen. Please take your seats and be quiet while we await Her Majesty's arrival." The membership of the Wizengamot all started talking at once, either asking questions or shouting at the Chief Wizard. He gave them a few seconds, then barked out a gruff, "Now." Immediately the members of the Wizengamot, along with Madams Umbridge and Bones, shut up and took their seats. A moment later their faces all showed some variety of fear, as they realized that they had been magically forced to do so. Several of them tried to shout, but while they could open their mouths no sound came out. Madame Umbridge looked like her head was about to explode, her face was purple with rage, but no matter what she did she couldn't stand nor did any sound come out. Raising his wand, the Chief Wizard said to her, "Madame Umbridge, please calm yourself. You're going to hurt yourself if you don't." Rather than calming down, Madame Umbridge pointed her wand at him and tried to shout something. While nothing came out of her wand, the Chief Wizard pointed his wand at her and calmly said, "Stupefy." The assembled Wizengamot were surprised that the spell worked. Madame Umbridge was too, for the split second before the spell hit her and caused her to slump in her chair and drop her wand. Turning to Madame Bones, the Chief Wizard said, "Madame Bones, it appears that you, at least, are willing to discuss this calmly. If I release you, will you conduct yourself appropriately?" At her nod, he continued, "Very good. Madame Bones, you may speak and move about the chamber freely." Turning to the assembled Wizengamot, he added, "Members of the Wizengamot, you may speak amongst yourselves quietly, but anyone who raises their voice will be silenced again. If you have any questions for me, please raise your hand and I will get to you in a few minutes." While he was addressing the Wizengamot, Madame Bones had gone over to confer first with her Aurors, and then Percy Weasley. After speaking to Percy for a moment, she turned to the Chief Wizard and asked, "May I ask what your plans are now?" "Certainly, Madame Bones," he said. Raising his voice and looking at the seated Wizengamot, he added, "The rest of you might want to listen, since this will affect you all," before turning back to Madame Bones. "In a half hour or less, I expect Her Majesty the Queen to arrive to personally oversee some immediate changes to the governance of Wizarding Britain. Am I correct in assuming that you are at least aware of the severity of the situation you face right now?" Madame Bones nodded, her face grave. "I have unfortunately been aware of it for some time." This caused the Chief Wizard to raise one eyebrow, and ask, "If that's the case, then why didn't you prevent things from going this far?" Madame Bones looked embarrassed for a moment, before answering, "I was unfortunately in a position where I couldn't do much directly without compromising my ability to do anything. While I was able to quietly direct enforcement either towards or away from certain things, if I made too many waves I would have simply been replaced by someone who was more inclined to toe the line. I intend to offer my apologies to Her Majesty that it was clearly not enough." To say that the Chief Wizard was surprised would be an understatement. Still, his job was to prepare the chamber for Her Majesty's arrival, and he still had a lot to do. "I suggest you tell that to Her Majesty when she arrives," he said. "Though I will be honest with you that I'm not sure she will believe you, given your role here today. I was unaware of the exact nature of the proceedings, nor that there had been an attempt to prevent Mr. Potter from arriving in time. And once I became aware of them, it was too late to stop them." She gave a dark look in Fudge's direction. "In that case, I suggest you speak to Messieurs Potter and Black, so you can be made aware of their situations. In the meantime I will address the Wizengamot's questions before Her Majesty arrives." Madame Bones nodded, then headed over to talk to Harry and Sirius while the Chief Wizard turned back to the Wizengamot. Seeing a few raised hands, he said, "All right, before the Queen arrives, let me instruct you on how to address her and then I'll answer your questions." When their group had arrived at Courtroom 10, Captain Lee had sent his subordinate back to the Crown Ambassador's office as planned, while he remained outside. After a few moments, he heard a knock on the door, and opened it slightly so that he could see inside. He watched as the chief wizard was disallowed as advisor for the defense, and the chaos that followed. Finally, he received the signal he was waiting for, when the chief wizard turned towards him and shouted, "Go!" Not waiting for anything further, he turned and quickly made for the stairs that would lead to the lifts. As he climbed them, he saw a blonde-haired man in fine robes waiting at the top, holding a cane in his right hand. As he approached the man, who had been facing away from the stairs, he drew his wand behind his back. The man turned, regarding Captain Lee with disdain, and sneered, "And just who might you be?" Captain Lee didn't answer. Instead, he advanced on the man faster than his target expected, grabbed his right wrist with his free hand, and poked him in the ribs with his wand. "The question isn't who am I, it's who are you," he said dangerously. "Get your hands off of me," said the blonde man. "Don't you know who I am?" "Obviously not, or I wouldn't have asked," replied Captain Lee, tightening his grip on the man's wrist. "You have 3 seconds to tell me your name or else." "1. Or else what?" sneered the man, but that was all he said. "Stupefy," said Captain Lee, who then caught the man before he fell. "Stupid pureblood," he muttered under his breath. Looking around, he saw no place to hide the body until he came back, so he decided to take it with him. He summoned the lift, then cast first Incarcerus and then Mobilicorpus on the body and brought it along. Luckily for him the lift was empty when it arrived, and after putting the stunned body in the corner he quickly disillusioned it in case anyone else entered the elevator. It was a good thing he did, since several people got on the lift in the atrium, most of whom gave him odd looks. Fortunately they all exited on level 6, at the Department of Magical Transportation, leaving him alone to complete his journey. Upon reaching level 5, Captain Lee again cast Mobilicorpus and levitated the body around the corner to the ambassador's office. It wasn't until he got close to the door that it appeared, which he was glad for since he didn't know how to alert the others that he was there if it didn't. He knocked on the door, and after a moment opened it and entered. "God save the Queen," he said quietly, as the other 2 soldiers stood in defensive positions with their wands drawn. They both waited until the door was closed, then repeated the phrase. Captain Lee cancelled the disillusionment charm and looked at the others. "I found him skulking about by the lifts on level 9, and he promptly challenged me. I'm not sure who he is, but he's definitely a pureblood snob." This last got some chuckles from the other 2, as Muggleborns who had left the wizarding world, none of them had much liking for purebloods. Turning to the soldier who had originally stayed behind, he said, "Sergeant Collins, please return to the palace and send the advance guard through, then inform Her Majesty that the wizarding charter has been revoked. When Her Majesty is ready to come through, I want the remainder of X Troop and all of Z Troop to accompany her, yourself included. Also, please ask Mr. Halford to come through and bring a supply of Veritaserum. We'll need it to interrogate the prisoner." The sergeant saluted and replied, "Yes, sir," before flowing back to the palace. Captain Lee then looked at the other soldier and said, "Lieutenant Whitehouse, when the advance guard arrives, I want you to take them and secure levels 9 and 10. Don't try to enter the Department of Mysteries, just seal the door and post at least 4 guards, 2 and 2. I'm not expecting the unspeakables to try anything, but better safe than sorry. I will wait here for Her Majesty before escorting her down. We'll have enough forces here to secure the path to the lifts without you." Lieutenant Whitehouse nodded. "What about him?" he asked. "I doubt we'll get anything useful out of him without Veritaserum," said Captain Lee, although. He held up a hand, then said, "Let's check his arms. A skulking pureblood makes me think he's at least a possible Death Eater. And if he is, I'm sure Her Majesty will be interested in asking him a few questions herself." He grinned at the lieutenant, who returned it. After determining that there was, indeed, the dark mark on the prisoner's forearm, they did a complete search of the body before re-stunning and binding him. While they didn't find anything on his person, they did locate his wand inside the handle of his cane, and moved the entire assembly to the far corner just in case. 5 minutes later, the flow activated and 11 armed soldiers came through. 4 of them immediately drew wands, while the remaining members pulled what looked like miniature submachine guns out of pockets, only to have them instantly enlarge back to full size. Once armed, They all drew themselves to attention and saluted Captain Lee. Captain Lee returned the salute, then looked to the soldier who had remained with him. Lieutenant Whitehouse will lead you down to the courtrooms. You are to secure the area by the lifts, the door to the Department of Mysteries, and the route to Courtroom 10. Do not enter the Department of Mysteries, just secure the door in case anyone comes out. Anyone in or entering the secured area is to be detained and secured until Her Majesty has passed. The same goes for anyone who tries to prevent you from reaching level 9. Once Her Majesty is safely in the Wizengamot chamber, we will determine what to do with anyone so detained. Any questions? There was a chorus of, "No, sir," along with a few head shakes. "Very well," said Captain Lee. "Get to it. God save the Queen." A dozen voices echoed, "God save the Queen," before Lieutenant Whitehouse let the group carefully out to the lifts. Not wanting to take chances, Captain Lee stunned his prisoner one more time as the flow activated again, signaling the imminent arrival of the Queen. A dozen more soldiers exited the flow before a somewhat frazzled Assistant Chief Wizard, who immediately cast a cushioning charm in front of the flow. The reason for it became immediately apparent, as before he could say anything Her Majesty stepped out of the flow holding onto the arm of Sergeant Collins, and nearly fell before Mr. Halford carefully grabbed her arm and steadied her. There was a collective holding of breath by everyone present, until the Queen looked around and smiled before saying, "A most unusual mode of travel. I dare say I'll be glad when I don't have to do it again." Looking at Captain Lee, she said, "Captain, please prepare your troops." As everybody resumed breathing, Captain Lee gave the Queen a nodding bow before looking at the soldiers who were present, even as a few more came through the flow. "Goodman, Richards, Martin, Lloyd, secure the area in front of the lifts and summon one. If it's not empty, clear it and detain the occupants. Vicent, McGee, Hughes, Willis, secure the corridor between here and the lifts. The lifts are to the right at the end of the hall that way," pointing to the right of the door. "The rest of us will form up surrounding Her Majesty to act as a human shield. Wands and weapons ready, but remember that everyone we encounter will have a wand, so shields are critical if anything happens. Once the lift arrives and is secured, Her Majesty will ride down with Mr. Halford and as many of us as will fit. I want everyone else except for the two teams securing this floor to take a second lift down if necessary." Looking at the prisoner lying in the corner, he pointed to him and added, "McSherry, grab the prisoner and bring him with you. You'll come down in a second lift after Her Majesty has done so. Goodman, Lloyd, take the lift down with McSherry and the prisoner, then come back up once he's got assistance from someone downstairs. And if he so much as twitches, stun him again for good measure." He turned to the Queen as everyone readied themselves and the two advance teams exited the now cramped office. "With your permission, Your Majesty, Mr. Halford will act as your personal escort, with the rest of us around you. Should anything happen, he will be responsible for getting you back here and through the flow to Buckingham." "Agreed, Mr. Halford." "Yes, Captain," said Mr. Halford, though he didn't look like he was totally certain. Turning to the Queen, he added, "If that's all right with you, ma'am." The Queen looked at Captain Lee, nodded, then looked at Mr. Halford. "Yes, Mr. Halford, that's quite all right." Turning back to Captain Lee, she said, "I believe it's time to make my presence known. Please muster your troops so we can proceed." "Yes, ma'am," said Captain Lee with a small bow. Turning to the assembled soldiers, he said, "All right troops, form up on Her Majesty and let's move out." Whether it was by luck, or some magical recognition of the Queen, nobody was present in either the hallways or the lifts taking them down to level 9. As they exited the lift, Captain Lee nodded to one of the soldiers standing guard on level 9 and quietly barked, "Status report." "All secure, sir," responded the soldier. "It's almost too quiet, if you know what I mean." "Understood," said Captain Lee. Turning around, he said, "Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. This way to the courtroom, ma'am." At the Queen's nod, he led them down the stairs and towards the courtroom. However, when they arrived he found that the doors were sealed. Captain Lee knocked on the doors, but there was no response. After a minute, the Queen looked to Mr. Halford and said, "Would you be so kind as to act in Black Rod's stead?" Mr. Halford gave the Queen a look of confusion, before realization set in. "Of course, Your Majesty," he replied, then stepped forward. Using his wand, he tapped sharply on the door 3 times and waited. Minister Fudge had come around while waiting for the Queen to arrive, and after having been told unequivocally to sit down and keep his mouth shut, he had done just that. Madam Bones had spoken with Harry and Sirius long enough to get the basic facts of their stories, and then had gone to speak with Percy Weasley to try and confirm what she could, since she couldn't do anything more for the time being. The Chief Wizard had fielded a few questions from the Wizengamot, but quickly stopped answering them when it became clear that every answer was that they would have to wait for Her Majesty to answer them. When that happened, he turned around to find Albus Dumbledore waiting to speak to him. "Ah, Mr. Adlington," he began, "it's nice to see you're doing well, even if it's not under the best of circumstances." The Chief Wizard looked at Dumbledore and asked, "Is there something you want, Mr. Dumbledore?" He emphasized the title, causing Dumbledore to frown slightly. "I was wondering if you could tell me what the Queen plans to do with the Wizarding World," said Dumbledore. "After all, I am." The Chief Wizard cut him off, saying, "No, Mr. Dumbledore, right now you're simply a spectator, nothing more. Her Majesty's plans are not mine to tell at the moment, you'll just have to wait like everyone else for her to arrive." "I see," said Dumbledore. "In that case, might I speak with her once she arrives?" "I'll be happy to let her know," replied the Chief Wizard. "I'm sure she'll inform you when she has some time to speak with you." "It really is important that I speak to her immediately," implored Dumbledore. "There are things that I'm sure." Suddenly, there came 3 sharp knocks on the door, despite the chamber being sealed. The Chief Wizard looked distracted for a moment, then said to Dumbledore, "I'm sorry, I have business to attend to. Please return to the gallery until you are called for." He turned away from Dumbledore dismissively, and gestured with his wand. The doors to the chamber unsealed and several soldiers entered, taking up defensive positions. Seeing this, Dumbledore backed away and returned to the gallery looking concerned. After the first soldiers had taken up their positions, Captain Lee followed them, and addressed the Chief Wizard. "Is the chamber secure?" he asked. The Chief Wizard nodded. "Yes, Captain," he replied, "all magic has been suppressed in preparation for Her Majesty's arrival." "Shall I announce her?" Captain Lee nodded, then turned back to bring in the Queen. The Chief Wizard turned to the assembled Wizengamot and announced, "Presenting Her Majesty Elizabeth II, by the grace of God of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of her other realms and territories, Queen, head of the Commonwealth, defender of the faith." As he announced the Queen, she strode into the chamber and walked up to the front, where she looked over those assembled. A few members of the Wizengamot, along with Madam Bones, Harry, and Sirius stood and bowed. Several other members of the Wizengamot looked on with disdain, while the rest seemed uncertain what they should be doing. And Fudge looked like someone had just slapped him with a fish. The Queen gave a brief smile, but it was clear from the rest of her facial expression that it wasn't a nice one. "We have heard many things about how our magical realm has been governed lately," she intoned, "and we are most displeased." "We have heard many things about how our magical realm has been governed lately, and we are most displeased." The Queen looked around at the members of the Wizengamot, taking note of the few who were still standing, before she looked back at her Chief Wizard. "Thank you for your efforts this morning. Is there anything I should be aware of before I start making changes?" The Chief Wizard nodded in the direction of Percy Weasley and Madam Bones. Mr. Percy Weasley unexpectedly resigned his position with the Ministry in order to attempt to provide Sir Harry with defense counsel after I was disqualified. The Minister attempted to forbid him from doing so, but Mr. Weasley insisted on following his conscience. Sir Harry revoked the charter after it became clear that the Minister had no intentions of allowing him any sort of representation, as well as predetermining the outcome of the trial. Also, Madam Amelia Bones claims that she has tried to curb the worst of the offenses against Your Majesty, but was unable to do much due to the tenuousness of her position. I informed her that she would have to speak to you directly if she wanted to convince you of that." The Queen nodded and said, "Thank you, Charles. I shall keep those things in mind." At this point Dumbledore stood up and looked at the Chief Wizard expectantly. The Queen ignored him, simply giving her chief wizard a querying look. That's Albus Dumbledore, who we've discussed previously. He requested to speak to you as soon as you arrived, and I told him I would mention it to you. Very well, said the Queen dismissively. Now that you have done so, let us return to the business at hand. The Queen looked back at the Wizengamot and pointed at Umbridge, who was still slumped in her chair. And who is that over there? That is the senior undersecretary to the minister, one Dolores Jane Umbridge. I had to stun her to get her to stop ranting and raving about how we couldn't do what we were doing. Shall I revive her? The Queen gave a predatory grin. Yes, I believe so. It will be very instructive to her to witness the upcoming proceedings. Yes, ma'am, said the chief wizard. He pointed his wand at Umbridge and said, Renervate. Umbridge woke up, and blinked several times before focusing on the chief wizard. She opened her mouth to speak, but before anything came out the Queen addressed her. Madam Umbridge, snapped the Queen, do not speak until spoken to. Do you understand? Umbridge turned to look at the Queen, her eyes going wide. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but all that came out was a meek, yes, ma'am. The Queen ignored the improper address and said, Good. You would do well to pay close attention to what is about to happen, and keep it in mind before you say anything. Her gaze became even harder, and she barked out, Where is the Minister of Magic? Fudge winced at the angry tone of her voice, then stepped forward. I am the Minister of Magic, he began to say before he was cut off by the Queen. Not anymore, she snapped imperiously. Cornelius Fudge, you're fired. Turning to Captain Lee, she said, Please take the former Minister of Magic into custody until suitable trial can be arranged. But, you can't, sputtered Fudge, before he withered under Her Majesty's glare. Are you challenging my authority again? She asked dangerously. Fudge opened his mouth, but his brain finally got the better of him and he shut it just as quickly and simply shook his head. Good, she said. Captain, if you will keep Mr. Fudge in the gallery in case he is needed for the remaining proceedings. Yes, ma'am, said Captain Lee. He then went over to Fudge and pulled him off to the side, where several soldiers searched him and confiscated his wand before sitting him down in the gallery under guard. Now, said the Queen, turning back to the Wizengamot, we believe we have several trials to conduct here before we continue. We do not mean show trials, we mean real ones. Evidence will be given and just verdicts will be returned. Do we make ourselves clear? There was a chorus of, Yes, Your Majesty, from the Wizengamot, though many of the members didn't look happy about it. The Queen nodded, then said, Sir Harry James Potter, please step forward. There was a collective murmur from the Wizengamot, which stopped when the Queen glared at them. Harry approached the Queen from where he had been standing next to Sirius, bowed slightly, and said, Your Majesty. Thank you, Sir Harry, for your loyal service this morning, said the Queen. I believe that the original trial was to be yours, correct? Harry nodded, and she continued, Very well. Madam Bones, as the current head of magical law enforcement, please state the charges. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.